Chapter 12 Beyond Magic. They were not prepared for this. Their enemies were united with their backs to the sea, and something else, something truly monstrous, loomed behind them all. Each planewalker stumbled as they arrived, attention dragged towards the terrible effigy raised by their enemies, an emerald skeleton that towered over them all, encasing their opponents in its ribcage as its arms swept out, threatening any who came close. All six were there: the old man, the rat, the core, the cultist, the girl, and the Knight of Darkness. Within the protection of this terrible monstrosity, words failed. None had seen the pure mana of life take this form before. Only when a sheet of flame roared and splashed over the terrible construct did most of the assembled remember themselves. Green mana burns, or rots. Chandra called, stepping away from the others slightly to fully catch light. Make yourself useful, witch. Eyes turned to Liliana and narrowed as she shook her head. I can't, I have no mana. That was a lie. She did, but she could not call upon it without dying, though. Am I even living now? The old man stripped it from me. Then stand back. The dismissal should have made her furious. She was not some possession to be protected by others. She fought her own battles, but anger along with spite, hope, and everything else had been lost, so she meekly did as she was bid, merely watching as the others gathered themselves and began to attack. She was left with her thoughts, memories of a life no longer her own, as she trudged towards the where the injured and useless lay, remembering the shame she should have been feeling as fire mist and the earth itself descended upon their varied enemies. The verdant skeleton shook, bones cracking under the assault, and one of those protected by it fell to an armored knee as the strain told, before forcing himself upright, a black blade questing forwards and caressing the cheek of one stood next to him as the deadly knight's voice cut through the din. Blood flows even through the battle, and at this distance Chandra would have sworn Xava shuddered as blood dribbled from the cut. Then the cultist stiffened, arms akimbo, as though crucified as she felt. Mana, she was attuned to rising from the earth. No Koth was there, his veins and metal glowing as he tried to divert some of the upwelling. Chandra seizing her chance to end this battle before it got out of hand. Give it to me, Koth. She didn't know if he heard her call until the pure red mana hit her. The thunderous wrath of the mountains and the fire they contained, lighting every iota of her being, every strand of her hair. She couldn't contain this fury, she could only give it a direction. With a scream somewhere between loathing and triumph, she unleashed it, a fire with no color streaming towards their enemy, so bright that even through her goggles she couldn't look at it. It would have turned a dragon to cinders, and it cut through the crimson aura now flickering around the thing to impact on the green skeleton again, the bones charring black as the pyromaster forced everything she had into the breach. Every drop of mana she could wring from the earth and Koth's siphoning returned to their enemies redoubled. She was hardly aware of falling until her hands caught the floor, the scent of smoldering grass in her nose as she panted, exhausted, her armor almost melting off her body before a chilling wind washed over her, and she drank in its merciful cold. Thanks, Jace. She didn't need to look who was cooling her down. Wow, that was the biggest boom I've ever made. Well, don't make it again, the mind mage said, half seriously, glad to see she was mostly unharmed after that conflagration and not stopping the small storm that was dulling the cherry red glow from her mail. I'm not sure my heart or your clothes could take it, and unlike my caricature, I'm not lending you my cloak if you lose them, Miss Naylor. She snorted. You denouement reader, says the woman who read it over my shoulder, Jace teased, helping her back to her feet when she was cool enough to touch. Can you stand? Why risk it? Give me a minute, the world's tilting. Jace nodded, slipping his arm around her shoulders to steady her, and she knew contentment they'd won. She'd caused an explosion better than anything she'd done before, and the Ravnican was sharing in her triumph. What could possibly? Better get that tilt fixed quick, another voice broke in, shattering her wonderful illusion, and she glared at the woman responsible, though as she followed Elspeth's eyes her triumph was dashed even further. We're not through this. No way, that would have slagged even that dark steel stuff. But her protests were in vain. The sternum of the ribcage was now black, scorched beyond repair, but still it stood defiant, those within still protected despite her furious heat as the red mana hazed over the green construct. Even as she shook her head and realized the clouds overhead were raining, the two Soratami, looking to extinguish the prickling aura, a now familiar voice sent another chill through them all. Shadow rises grateful, they were close to the ocean. Tamio pulled more moisture down from the clouds, looking to smother the flickering redness around that monster. She could barely see those who dwelt within, a series of vague smears through the curtains of red and green, but her eyes had been drawn to one of them, the one closest to them, and her personal nemesis. Splaypaw had been sat cross-legged head down as though he were a monk at prayer or communing with Oni. The thought made the moonfolk both detest and fear the Nezumi assassin more, but as his head rose at the knight's colorless command, and she saw something every historian of Kamigawa knew her fear soon outweighed the detestation. The Inkwazu, she gasped, watching with horror as the wisps of darkness boiling from the Nezumi's eyes began lacing through the red mana hue, covering the bones with muscles of darkness. Be careful, everyone, he summons the strength of Oni against us. What are Oni? Demons, Kaguya answered for the moon sage, her visage grim. Splaypaw channels the mana of death and decay, it is strengthening that aspect. Mountain, swamp and forest, that's madness, Koth declared, watching as the writhing dark smothered the forms of their enemies hidden by the blackness within their terrible creation. How can? Never mind how Gideon cut down the questions as he faced the monster, now a terrible torso of black with the only bale glowing of its eyes showing the fires within. There's no darkness light can't banish. With your help, my lady? With pleasure. Elspeth sank to a knee, her blade before her, and lips moving in a silent prayer as the hieromancer likewise summoned his mana, the surl lashing the air and leaving glowing contours from the strength of the plains. Everyone stepped back, giving the sun mages room, and unable to look as the light around them began to shine, its radiance set against the foulness the Nezumi had belched into being. None could see how the struggle was going, none save one who turned her back and channeled mana of her own, at first glad to see the darkness being smothered by the light, then fearful as she looked closer. Stop, Kaguya forced herself to shout over her fear. It is not working. Your light is protecting it somehow. The Soratami's call couldn't penetrate the meditative trances of the light mages, but fortunately her mana could. The thread of blue mana she wended into their spells enough to catch their attention and cause their chants to stop. As the illumination faded, she pointed to their opponent. The sight of it stilling the glares sent her way. Patches of light were clinging to the shadowed body, and they were growing, spreading over it like armor. Elspeth's voice was dry, armor of light over darkness. What is this thing? Deathwake Spike's voice was as bland as ever, but his timing spoke of mockery, answered with a snap of leather and metal over flesh. Garrick, no. It is armor, the beastmage rumbled, his metal guard covering all save his now glowing eyes, the fury of the savage he was at heart filling him. And I have not met a shell I couldn't break. Together then? Elspeth stepped forwards, but the wild speaker shook his head. One strong beast is better than a pack here, stay clear. Before any could say more, he was gone, his strength and mana around him in a green hue melding with him, changing him, and the battle roar that issued from his helm. Hearts in mouths they watched his charge, the beastmage surrendering fully to his instincts and fury, consuming the distance between himself and his prey in moments as the change took effect. None knew the beast he truly became, but whatever it was, all were grateful they'd not seen it before. The creature as huge as the now armored construct that raised an arm to ward off the titanic axe falling towards it. No shell he couldn't break, though connected to green mana herself. Nissa was left humbled as the human, a supposed lesser being, shattered the white protection about the glowing figure's arm, the edge of his blade smashing through light and darkness together. She thought she could hear a faint keening scream as though the evil thing was in pain, over and over as the giant creature that had once been the wild speaker sent a volley of blows into his stationary opponent. The being of mana blocked as it could, weathering the worst of the damage on its arms, but more than one colossal punch or strike took it in the ribs or helm, splinters of protective white mana flashing wherever the axe bit home, the weaknesses then attacked by the others. What am I doing watching? Cursing herself for being caught by the spectacle as the beast's savage assault was reinforced by flying earth and the power of flame and storm, she seized control of the earth under their enemies, forcing the land itself to attack. It felt as though her mana was striking a steel shield at the base of whatever this thing was, but as long as it kept its attention, she was doing something other than standing watching. Again and again, she kept up the attack until a noise from behind her forced her to split her concentration, then break off in alarm. What are you doing? Stay back, you can't. I can with help, Vraska told her, one arm around Venzur's shoulder and her other hand atop Kiora's head, the mare girl an impromptu crutch as the trio limped forwards. We will all fight here. Can you channel the mana of the swamps? None of her current tribe knew the experiments that had seen her banished from her first, but this was hardly the time to be reticent. I can. Together then, Kiora, help me down please. Fine gently with the artificer's aid she helped the Gorgon sit Vraska's symbiotes, already twitching to gather the faint echoes of midnight mana. Let's drown those bastards. She looked around, blew out a relieved breath, and looked around guiltily as she reached into the soil and the water it contained. Don't tell father I said that he hates me swearing. Father? Oh, following her gaze, Venzer smiled gently, sitting down himself and grateful for the rest he'd had atop the elemental. It took the edge off his pain enough that he could focus and lend what aid he could. Not a word. Hey, seeing another figure still hanging back, the venerable planeswalker felt his ire rise. Are you going to help or not? Venzer, Kiora hissed. She doesn't have mana. One of them did something to her. Oh, sorry, the artificer offered, wondering if there was some way he could relocate the whole thing to somewhere far, far away like the sun, assuming Garrick leaves anything of it to shift. Oh, nice swamp, the two of you, he complimented, seeing the ground at the base of the monster start to liquefy to sludge, sucking it down, while keeping Garrick, now bolstered with blessing from Elspeth and Gideon to protect him from harm as his enemy tried to wrestle his terrible animal form. The merc might drown the damned thing, if they were fortunate. Something he could help with. Fishy, the nickname, got him a swat to the arm, but she listened, having had a little time to know the artificer on their conjoined ride. We can help that. Focus on the water in the muck. Do you think you can tap into it this far away? There's no shore a wave can't reach. I'll roll over to wait. Don't touch it, she said, suddenly springing off the ground, as though she'd sat on an ant's nest. The water it's being dragged in, I'm not channeling it. Dragged in? Oh no, a terrible suspicion filled the Sojourner's mind. The only color it doesn't have. Jace. Luckily the Ravnican's clothes made him easy to pick out, and Venzer stood fighting down dizziness as his shout preceded him. Tell Garrick to get back at summoning the sea. Jace heard the call and split his concentration as he focused the mana of water into his eyes and saw with perception even an elf or eagle would have lacked. He simultaneously reached out to touch the mind of the bestial caster. It was not easy. Garrick's transformation had enhanced his psyche as much as his body. He had to fight through waves of bestial aggression to reach the higher functions the beastmage had subsumed. It was like peeling an onion, and even more unpleasant as the rage of a predator at the moment of a kill savaged his probe, but as with Elspeth he persevered to ensure the safety of another. In his wrath Garrick could not see the small trickles of blue mana being drawn up the armor of his enemy, mana that was the enemy of his own and could likely be his doom. Jace could see the gathering strength, some of it dashed as the wild speaker's blows bit home, but not enough. As it coalesced around the belt and one arm of the creature, Jace reached his goal, speaking to the life-mage, just as someone else someone hated spoke to them all. War calls the beast. That Garrick was leapt back just in time, and Jace was relieved. Had he been a little later, just a few more seconds, it would likely have meant the end. The white-armored figure was now armed. A solid shield of blue mana formed over its left arm as the right dropped to the bottle or gourd at its left, ignoring the titanic claw that shrived into its helm, going for the eyes. The blade that sprang from the container was colorless, completely see-through, and seemed to cut the very air, missing Garrick's avatar by a whisker as it paced backwards, unsure of this new and deadly evolution. Get back! The others quickly took up Gideon's call, the hieromancer, regarding their enemy and shaking his head as he fought down fear to think tactically. Little chance we can beat that thing as we are. We need a plan or to get the hell out of here. Garrick, fall back. None of us can take it alone. Despite his experiences with several beasts of war, those of Zendikar not least amongst them, he would have been lying to say a quiver didn't run through him when the changed man turned and regarded him with a venomous snarl. He met its burning gaze as unflinchingly as he could, and to his relief it did bound away from its now deadly prey, the mana form watching it leave with those pitiless crimson eyes. The wild speaker let go of his strength as he retreated as close to a man as he could be, with his axe notched on the thing's armor, sweat flooding in rivulets down his back as he faced the thing. Unbowed, powerful beast, he spat, looking over at them all. Even as a pack, we'd not pull it down. No, we'd not, Elspeth agreed, looking over their tired ranks and realizing whatever this thing was, it did have one weakness left. We have to get away and strategize. We can. Doom comes. The last weakness was ending at the Black Knight's command, the planeswalkers watching in horror as the aspect began to rise, an armored waist, then hips, then thighs emerging underneath it as it set its gaze upon them. Thoughts of victory turned to ash. This titan was unstoppable, even incomplete. It had shrugged off all they could throw at it, and now as it rose to claim them all, a sense of finality settled over them. If you've got a god, start praying. Venzer was first to speak, determined that if this was his end he'd end it with a quip rather than a snarl. If you haven't, pick one quick. There were a smattering of laughs at this and several glances were swapped, but the first answer came from a voice no one least of all those who knew the speaker recognized at first. No need to pray. The artificer watched the woman step past where he sat, the ragged hole torn in her dress giving him a glimpse of milky Lego. The flesh might be old, but the spirit would give it a damned good go. I have your miracle Jace to me. Despite their rocky history, the situation was dire. This thing was beyond anything he'd seen or read about before, and any voice, even one sworn to darkness with an idea, was one he had to heed. Shelving his misgivings, the Ravnican made his way towards the necromancer, pausing only at footsteps behind him and seeing Chandra in his shadow as he looked back. She said nothing, merely nodded, and he could only hope she realized his return nod told her how grateful he was for her support before reaching his former flame, trying to keep the contempt from his tone as he spoke. What is it? I have a memory of reading an account. I need you to put it foremost in my mind, and then give it to everyone else here, even considering their poor history. Jace looked up at Liliana's tone. She sounds beaten. But that's not right. She's never. As he finally took in her face, he realized she didn't just sound defeated. Looking into the violent orbs that had once bewitched him was like seeing through a window, nothing behind them save maybe a vague sense of loss that was realized but couldn't quite be explained. Realizing they had little time, the mind mage complied, a pulse of mana pouring into her mind, and seeing old parchment, very old. She had to be careful with it or it would crumble to dust, the last of its kind. Drafted after the invasion of Dominaria, it detailed an action she'd heard of recently, but not paid any credence to until one of her sources had assured her this scroll was real. A raid upon one of the Phyrexian camps turned into an ambush, which was itself thwarted and became one of the most decisive Dominarian victories in that blood-stained campaign, and this was the account of a survivor who had seen the spell but cast it and spoken to the one who had. With this power she could become more than she was now, much more. She could find that raven man and pluck out his eyes, trap him in his own snare as he had orchestrated her banishment. Pushing the candle close, she bent down to ready the dusty text. She read, and as she did her ire rose. Useless. This was entirely useless. So all the casters in the raiding party had pooled their mana into one of their number who had unleashed a blast that destroyed the camp and left them unharmed. How? The scroll said nothing of how to cast the spell, just that the caster had mentioned that the overflow of mana had allowed her to see some sort of truth, and the truth had saved them. Cursing herself for wasting time with this nonsense, she skimmed the rest of the passage about how the types of mana could be controlled and then blew the candle out, leaving it where it was and finding her way out through the darkness. No light needed to guide her way back in his own mind. Jace shook his head regarding his one-time lover with shock. That's your plan? A spell? If it even is a spell, you've gone mad. You have a better idea? It was a question, no more no less, and that made him double take. She wasn't being sarcastic. Give them all the memory, and be quick, we don't have time to argue. She was right about that much. At least the aspect was on its knees and more was being added all the time against his better judgment. Jace beckoned the rest in and prepared himself. Everyone get close, make your minds as calm as possible. With that thing coming, you are not asking for much, are you? Tamio's humor was dry, but the Soratami nodded, as did the others. Jace steeling himself as he had once before and opening himself up to the psyches he could feel around him. It was hellish, an ungodly weight on his mind, as bad as it had been at the maze's end, but without the help of the judge his one saving grace was that the minds he peered into were mostly united in purpose, but even so his vision tunneled the world grayed out, and when it returned he found Chandra holding him up, this time the firebrand regarding him with concern. You all right? He could only nod, and even that made his head throb. I think so, enough to. Hey, he called weakly, where are you going? You've all seen what I'm going to do, Liliana called back, not slowing her pace towards the monster now almost free of the earth. Either give me your mana, or get away from me. No, with a rattle of armor Elspeth stood before her, facing her down. Even if you could channel all, what have you done? The horror in the knight's tone, as she saw the necromancer's visage, was only magnified, as Liliana answered emptiness, in her once fulsome voice. I was a planeswalker, when the sparks burned bright. I remember what it was to be a goddess. I have cast enchantments and channeled mana you can only dream of. I am the only one here who has even a chance of repeating that history. And if I don't, she faced the knight directly before shrugging, and moving past her. It's one less necromancer in the multiverse. Make your choice, everyone, and hero, she said aloud, reaching for something about her neck as her soulless gaze sought out the other sun mage present. I was never good at following rules. Liliana's last sight was of his expression dropping his denial on his lips, and then clay crumbled under her fingers. The binding was broken, and all that she had been promised came flooding to her, a wave she could prepare for and put to a decent purpose. As the hungry darkness erupted once more, all were stilled, minds torn between the suffering planeswalker, the apparition of death taking its first dreadful pace towards to them, and the memory the mind mage had given them. Only at a sudden shout of not again was the spell broken, a small stream of blue mana being brought the surface as Kiora reacted, though without the mana Garrick had raised to break down. She was unable to help as she had before. The sudden sight of the little rivulets being consumed by the shadows brought the others to their senses, though there was still a small pause before Koth snorted, "Woman's a fool, but a brave one," and he reached up, remembering the mountains of his distant home and feeling their strength rise from the earth, adding to that of the mare girl as Garrick snarled, his fist punching through the topsoil to augment the small claw's efforts. Wait, what oughta hell with it? Chundra decided, her fire singeing the darkness better to flare out than gutter. "Jace, you in this, or you leaving it to me, as usual?" "You're insane," but his eyes glowed just as they found the firebrand's goggles. "I suppose that's part of your limited charm. Remind me to set you on fire later." "Love off the battlefield," Elspeth called, smiling slightly as her sword was planted in the earth, and the power of the plains rose through her devotion, and Gideon's psalms. "Venzer, if this doesn't work, get as many as you can out of here." "How exactly?" he muttered, mustering what feeble flickers of power he could from the sea and the sun, as Vraska, by the side of him, did the same from swamp and forest, their supposed guardian, already with her forehead almost on the floor as fatigue caught up with the mare girl. "Oh well, at least, if we fail, we'll be too out of it to feel anything." "My dear, if the worst should happen, would you grant me a last request?" "I'll bite you, the venom works quickly," the Gorgon assured him, voice strained even as she smiled a little. The Sojourner's jests were far removed from the scorn she was used to, and she wasn't unappreciative of his wit. "Nissa, however, may offer you more." The elf shuddered as if incentive was needed for this to succeed. She declared, wringing every drop of power she could from the land and grateful for the others who were playing their parts. Gentle rain, falling as the clouds heeded the commands of their daughters Kagaya and Tamio, both praying to their ancestors and calling their strength to this last desperate strategy. Together, united for the first time by desperation, 12 planeswalkers gave their mana, their hope, and their all to another of their number, their lives or deaths, depending on if she could repeat a miracle she had only before seen in a second-hand account. The pain had torn into her the caustic mana of utter darkness, rotting her from within as it had before. The loss of all emotion torn from as the dew of 4 demons didn't extend to losing the capacity to feel agony. She bore it, she knew pain, and refused to yield, remembering with unfettered clarity every technique she knew to control the mana of the swamps, most caustic and dangerous of all to control. Enduring for an instant, Liliana Vess was relieved as she had been before when the other mana came, that of the plains and forests, of the distant mountains and nearby ocean. She gathered them to her, remembering the scroll Jace had pushed to the forefront of her mind, and tried to see, to understand what it was trying to say, to make these disparate pieces fit together and undo the doom bearing down upon them all. If she couldn't defeat this aspect, and the old man escaped with him, went her only chance of breaking the curse she was suffering, and without that faint hope, what else was left for her? It was coming closer, and nothing was happening to stop it. Not that they could do much to stop it anyway. They'd proved that before now. The aspect, whatever it was, seemed impervious to mana before it was whole, and now it was, it stepped closer, the doom its creator had promised looming in its wake. None of the assembled broke off from their channeling, each one of them straining and swearing, pouring power into the void. Despite seeing nothing back, they could have broken off and never looked back, and several of them considered it only to forego that route. They had started this together, they would end it that way. The mood summed up by the youngest of their number as Kiora somehow dredged up the strength to yell, "No one stops. If you do, you'll have to live with being beaten by a girl." That's low. Koth managed to grate on his knees as the far mountains channeled their red mana onto him, right to the ego. "Don't make me laugh," Elspeth warned him, smiling despite herself. "Can you get away?" "Wouldn't even try," the Volshot gasped, regarding his friend severely. "You and Venzer never left anyone behind. We've no wife or children. You've my compound in Tista and Malira." He cut down her argument. "I couldn't face them knowing I left you." Elspeth squeezed her eyes closed, reminded of the choice she had made. Had no choice but to make. I can't die with that on my conscience. Cough. She managed to shift just enough to regard him, cramping up from kneeling so long, but not dropping the flow of mana into Liliana's form, now a maelstrom of the 5 colors. Jace made me choose what to do with Tiz. I faced her knowing what the bastard told us. I wanted to kill her but could never hurt her. I'm sorry. I will. Her attempt to make amends was cut off, undone by a sudden brightness before them, a color defying all others ripped into being and tearing their strength from them all, a ferocious drain of mana, so intense, it cost them all they had and more. All 12 left barely conscious, and only just able to see the results of their sacrifice. Liliana's loss was their ultimate salvation. The irony was lost on her, but the facts behind it were not. Had her 4 debtors not taken their toll, she would likely have given in to panic in the heart at the Maelstrom Nexus. None of the mantras she knew would let her control the disparate mana so much, and so many colors she could not contain it, so she did not try. Rather than trying to impress her, Liliana stopped struggling, letting it flow as it would and seeing the pattern the force of creation played about her. She watched it collide, writhe, twirl, and interact, filling her eyes and mind as she stepped forwards until she pressed against something, a threshold, almost a barrier in her mind. She could not take the last step along this strange path. It was like being lost in the eternities of fate all her kind feared, but she, cursed by her own greed and the bargains she'd made to cling to her power, felt fear no longer, and thus she thought of this problem, her mind unclouded and filled with this conundrum, a momentary lapse from the loss that consumed all else. It cannot be the mana. It twisted, writhed just before her, but she couldn't go to it. I'm not trying to control it, it's free. So if I'm not making it come to me, what is holding me back from following it? Wait me. It is like the eternities. She had been a walker of the multiverse for so long she barely remembered how difficult it had once been to breach the barrier between realities, but if this is the same, let go. She felt no fear, she felt nothing at all. She knew not what would happen if she followed the mana. It could consume her whole, destroy her utterly, but she was already bereft of her most vital essence. Was destruction of her physical being such a terrible thing? No, it's not. She felt herself drift, the barrier before her thinning as she accepted this truth, like stepping through the plains. This could be the last one I ever see, and it would be a fine one. Nearly 250 years old. Gods, she was tired. The chains of her age, grown only heavier from her emotionless recollections of them. If it is, I am ready. Liliana couldn't even remember what regret was, as figments of her past drifted in her mind. Her brother, father, the many she'd manipulated for her own ends over the years, her demon patriarchs, no doubt gloating over their spoils, all flashed before her, and she felt not for them. Instead, liberated from her basic survival instinct, she allowed herself to pass through the final barrier and into the mana beyond, and in doing so, in taking that last step, she saw what only 2 others in the multiverse had seen before her. She existed, and she did not exist. A concept in this realm of possibilities. Time was immaterial. She remained long enough to know the truth, but she could never understand it. Understanding was beyond her, beyond anything or anyone. Within this timeless place she learned what she needed to know, the memory of her task, the one constant that loomed before her, the reason she had risked all in this, and when she was ready, when the mana had shown her what was needed for her task, she returned to the physical world and its pain, but a pain she understood. Life and the mana that fueled life was painful sometimes. That was part of the truth. In the heart of the storm, a seething cauldron of mana, she saw before her the doom summoned to face them, and she remembered how it had been created. Knowing this and reaching out to the mana around her, she directed it all at the abomination with her certainty. Unshakable green mana was energy, growth, life itself. Life could never be stopped, and that was the truth, so the shield and sword of blue mana it carried were shattered. Red mana was destruction, chaos, and change. Nothing could be eternal, and that was the truth, so the armor of white mana the thing wore was rusted away. White mana was justice, order, the light itself. Darkness and shadows could not exist in the light, and that was the truth, so the ebon muscles of the being were boiled to nothingness. Blue mana was innovation, inspiration, and will. There was no chaos beyond understanding, and that was the truth, so its crimson flesh was effervesced out of existence. Black mana was entropy, corruption, and death. No being could live forever, and that was the truth, so the verdant bones of the spectre were withered to dust. All happened within the blink of an eye, the aspect undone in the space between heartbeats, destroyed and reduced to a plume of mana of all colors that drifted away. Liliana stood before what had been unstoppable, unconquerable, and 12 planeswalkers were in her eternal debt. It was a triumph she would never equal, a victory she would never know again, and she couldn't feel anything to celebrate it. The faint sensation of grass on his cheek was all that kept Gideon awake until a sudden memory burst into his mind, and he pushed past the pain, past the sickness, and made it to his knees, his voice a croak. Kiora, he had to know if she was all right. Kiora, damn it, talk to me, or I swear I'll disown you. She's here. The rasping cry replaced some of her desperation with relief, making him shuffle forwards on his knees towards the Gorgon. My symbiotes feel her, she's alive. Oh, I wish I wasn't wasn't even trying to move. I feel like the Oxida Mountains fell on me one after the other. Just like your melding night then? Pure embarrassment let the Volshok turn his head to see Elspeth on her side facing him with an exhausted smile. Nerthu told me. Don't tell Venzer, he managed to grate as his head throbbed. Are you all right? Apart from the agony, yes, the knight managed to reply, closing her eyes and trying to will the pain away. Is everyone still with us? There were combined murmurs, and she couldn't untangle them. However, there were enough voices that she reckoned everyone was in more or less one piece, if hurting. Slowly they began picking themselves up, stilling only when someone looked forwards past the only one of their number still on her feet, and saw something else, something almost as terrible as the damned warrior of mana had been. No, Nissa's voice was a whisper one. She repeated more loudly, no, not after that. She had no idea what the necromancer had done, but surely it was enough. However, as the smoke of the former giant began to drift away, all that remained was dust and a single shadow, becoming ever more solid in the gloom. Up, get up, she demanded of herself, grounding her stave and forcing herself to sit. The others are wounded. I at least know how to fight without casting. She knew how to fight, whether she could when every muscle was screaming from overexertion after feeding that terrible spell was a different matter, but regardless it seemed she'd not be on her own in whatever battle awaited. Everyone was moving, everyone was at least trying to get to their feet as the mana dispersed and the figure resolved. Well, have to say that I wasn't expecting. It was the old man, and he looked as drained and weary as any of them, his hat askew, most of his pans missing, and swaying on his feet as he faced down the only one of them who could feasibly pose a challenge to him. Even if she couldn't wait, her binding is gone. Does that mean? You, the woman's voice was colder than before. Undo what you've done to me, and I may let you live. What I've done, brat? The man sounded weak and exhausted, but he was better off than his contemporaries. Nissa could see the other five, including the woman who'd beaten her, unmoving behind him, either as badly off as they were or hopefully dead. I've done nothing yet, though. Cheek me further and I might do. After all, he reached into one of the pouches of his backpack and withdrew something even she couldn't pick out at this distance. One who relies solely, no pun intended, on another would do well not to draw the ire of that other. It was the strangest sensation to feel your heart skip a beat, but not feel why. It was also one Liliana was getting far too familiar with, as she saw the glimmering file he held and instinctively knew what was contained within, what it meant this old man had over her. How? First rule when dealing with demons, they always listen to a better offer. Timothy told her, the thing dancing in his fingers, a lure without price, half of a soul. I had no need of, worked out a lot better for each of them than a quarter of yours, especially as mine had no strings attached and no chance of betrayal. So I got what I wanted, and so did you. Everyone should be happy, you especially. You've got eternal life, youth, beauty and power, and all it cost you was this. Now I'm afraid my associates are likely to be out of action for quite some time, so if you wouldn't mind, could you just tidy up over there, and we can move on. Tidy up? Yes, oh come now, you of all people should know how this deal works. The old man sounded exasperated, as behind the necromancer one who knew her better than the rest felt his mouth dry up. She'll do it if he offers. I have to get ready, damn it, I can't cast anything. You get the power from your demons, which I control your access to, by the way, hence why you're not currently on the floor screaming as you were before I keep this. You do as I tell you, and everyone gets what they want. Now just a trickle should do. His gnarled hand twisted and Liliana stiffened, feeling the slight burn from the mana of the swamps as it flowed into her. Make it quick, please. No need to Torm. No. No. No, Liliana said again, her tone unchanging. I was promised life, and I'm not living this as existence, if that. Oh, a proper demonic attorney, are you? Timothy's mustache quivered as he raised the file. It's too late to quote scripture at me, brat. You made your deals, I merely took them over. And I can break them. That did make him step backwards, almost treading on one of his friends who was starting to rise. I won't live feeling nothing but pain, and I will not serve another master. So you'd throw away your life and more for them? Would you stick to such noble intent, even if I promised to give you this back? You wouldn't even. You're not that much of a fool. The scoff was an action long years of working with fools had made reflexive. There's no guarantee, and you'd not pay up front. It's over. Smoke curled around Liliana's hand, a chattering skull she cast into the floor, a useless waste of the power she'd been granted. I'm done. You've got my soul. Choke on it. So it would seem, the explorer said heavily, before shrugging. Oh well, I never really had a use for it anyway. No one, least of all Liliana, was expecting the small vial to tumble through the air towards her. The necromancer, once again recognizing the symptoms of shock, but not feeling them, as she reached out and caught it, seeing the ethereal glow from within. Why? Because you're not scum, the white mage said heavily, for the first time looking his age, as he sank to a knee. The other 5 of their enemies, also recovering. I've seen people abandon their friends for that temptation. They might not have known what they were getting into exactly, but it's no excuse as I see it. You could have killed them, and you'd have felt nothing, not even guilt, and it's still your choice. If you do take that back, that'll be it. You will have only the strength and skill. You had no further help from your overseers, and you'll age, just like the rest of us. And be aware, it'll likely be a heavy burden, even though you've not missed it long. All eyes, certainly all those who understood exactly what bargains the dark mage had made, were on her as Liliana held the small bottle up to the light. Then, as though it was vanish, unless she was careful, she lowered it to herself. Nothing happened for an instant, and then she convulsed, the runes of strength and binding placed onto her by her former masters flaring, writhing, and then boiling off into purple smoke, leaving her bereft of her strength. There was no great joy, no uplifting sensation, as she was reunited with what she had traded away. All that greeted her was guilt, horror, as she was forced to recount the past, seeing memories she had long ago put from her mind, and feeling everything behind them. As the last wisps of her former strength were blown away, she staggered, tears this time falling with venomous intent. Joseph, brother, I am so sorry for you, and the others, and there were many others, so many others she couldn't put names to faces, all either dead or sacrificed to further her goals. She had shed few tears then, despite her soul being intact, but now returned. The pain seemed amplified, so powerful it tore through her iron will like it was paper. She felt nauseous, her stomach roiling as though she'd been kicked hard. She could only look down, feel the grass between her fingers, the breeze blowing in off the sea, and belatedly hear the anguished scream of one of the assembled planeswalkers behind her. Chapter 13, Between You All. I don't, and he didn't. Beyond everything else that had happened, the threat of his own death multiple times, protecting and being protected by complete strangers and close friends, this was beyond him. As Jace Bellerin finally managed to come to his feet, aching in places he was previously unaware he'd had, and saw the shaking shoulders of his one-time lover, he felt just profound disbelief. First, Liliana had defeated the summoned aspect of their enemies, then she hadn't turned traitor when the most important prize she could ask for was dangled before her. She had even been willing to die, if not for them then, to lessen her pain. It was something that under normal circumstances he would have been wondering about for days, but as he saw the other figures slowly pick themselves up before the crumpled necromancer, he realized these were far from usual times. Ready to go another round? He said to the woman beside him, trying to force a flicker of amusement into his tone that came out as exhaustion. Can you cast anything? I'm absolutely spent. Chandra? At her silence he looked over in time to see her pulling up her goggles, the topaz of her eyes revealed as she looked forwards, then swept her gaze around slowly with the strangest expression. It looked like she was simultaneously trying to remember and forget something, and as she looked towards the sky he took a gamble, tentatively touching her on the shoulder. Chandra, are you all right? The contact seemed to earth her, and she faced him. Her smile was genuine, and made him feel odd within until it curdled, cracked, and he skidded backwards, almost tripping over his cloak, as she suddenly bellowed into the sky. It was a sound of absolute and utter frustration, and it made all heard turn towards her, as forgetting pain, exhaustion, adrenaline, and all other concerns, she took a step forwards, a deadly intent in her glare as she pointed towards their fallen enemies. I'm going to kill you. I don't care if it's impossible. I'm doing it anyway. She marched forth again, only to be dragged to a halt as Jace seized her arm, concerned at her sudden plunge into insanity. Chandra, what? Jace, of course, the mind mage belatedly thought grabbing her might have been a bad idea. The grin she favored him with made Xava look normal. You understand? Yeah, you'll hold and I'll hit. Look around. She waved an arm towards the horizon wildly. Tell me where we are. everyone saw the Ravnican do as she asked, and confused glances deepened to concern as Jace staggered, pallor draining from his face as something seemed to dawn on him. I wondered when that would happen. It was Tim who was speaking, the elderly man now regarding the staggered duo with amusement as they turned towards him, Jace raising a shaking finger. But he was panting, almost hyperventilating as he looked from one of their enemies to the other, another heinous truth rocking him to the core. All of you? "Fraid so," said a much more cheerful voice, Mel, springing to her feet athletically before spoiling the effect by falling onto her rear head rush. Okay, before anyone's head explodes. The warning was timely. Both Chandra and Jace were shaking in fury. Guess we'd better come clean. What she means by that, Splaypaw took over as he span to his feet, his perfectly normal speech, making the whole scene surreal for those who knew him. Is that you collectively think that we wrote your books and caused all this? You're right and wrong. The rodent was surrounded by the others, the half-dozen aggressors, resolute and facing down those they had tormented. There is a common thread between you all, as Jace and Chandra now know. Kaguya-san, the Soratami, glanced over at her name and was shocked by the gentleness of his smile as he spoke. Don't be alarmed. With that said, 12 eyes on 6 different people closed, and when they opened again, they were changed. Gone were the cold gray, the solid black, the sparkling green. Left in their place were rippled circles. The silence was suffocating. Disbelief profound. Nothing moved but the wind for some time, until at length the sight of the uniform unsettling gazes drove someone to speak from her sitting position. So Vraska's voice was measured as she tried to work out what was going on. Who are Uzumaki? Naruto. Chandra spoke through gritted teeth, wanting to both stare a hole through his collective head and never set eyes on him again. Why was this some kind of joke to you? No, Spikes answered, the actual urgency in his tone making several people swap glances. This was never a joke, Chandra-san. None of this was. Listen, all of you, it's time for us to go, and I'll be damned glad to get out of this tin can. Elspeth Tyrrell Koth of the Hammer. The two regarded their enemy warily before, to their shock, he brought up his gauntlets, the knuckles of his right overlaying those of his left, a Volshok gesture of respect as he lowered his head. You never had anything to prove to me. Even as he exploded into smoke, his empty armor rattling to the ground to leave his former opponents horrified. Mel, still smiling, stepped forwards, her changed eyes warm as she spoke. Vraska-san, I wish I'd had someone like you there when I was younger. Please don't ever change. And Princess, a warning tone crept into her voice as she held a fist out towards Nissa. Don't forget what happened here, and we'll have a rematch someday. Bye. She too was gone, destroyed, as Xava, her smile genuine, faced them all. Sorry, but the real one's still on Ravnica writing you love notes. Chandra-san, if I could have gotten rid of her I would, but that would likely cause Jace-san more headaches. Breaking in another Rakdos for the guild meet. Farewell. I supposed I'd best be moving on too. Timothy sighed as his contemporaries imploded all about him. It was a pleasure to meet you again, young man, and you brat. Liliana looked up stunned as the old man smiled semi-sternly. Remember the difference between price and worth. Well, thus ends the Von Pomperduck line. Contract expired. Moonsage, Splaypaw chuckled, throwing his weapons to the floor. Stupid man and cloud gaze saved your head. Be grateful to them always. He bowed low and then vanished even to Kaguya's sight as the last of their enemies stepped forwards, looking between her opponents before smiling her gentle knowing smile. I've said all I need to you two, we'll work the rest out together. Wait. Ihani disappeared before Gideon could finish. The hieromancer feeling an unexpected loss that she simply wasn't there anymore. However, as the smoke of the destruction began to clear, it became obvious someone was, and as a playful wind blew the last wisps away, 11 planeswalkers were left gawking. 2 were left fuming, and the last one, his eyes as strange as any of those who had just left, was left to make introductions. Yo. It was quiet before, now there was absolute and utter still. The shock was so deep it went beyond the tranquil and into the profound. It was the kind of quiet that monks meditated their entire lives to hear, that hermits craved and most would never have an inkling existed. Then it was broken by a sudden crackle. Hey, Naruto dived forwards as the feeble spark all Chandra had left tried to set him on fire. Look, I know you're upset, you have no idea. The fire mage was furious, stalking forwards despite her pain. Why put us through all this? Look, let me explain. No, just know it was Jace this time. The Ravnican, first as angry as his housemate before the rage guttered out. He sounded tired as he regarded the child wearing orange, his chained book looped over one shoulder and a sword he'd not seen before over the other. No more explanations, Naruto. Please just take us home. We've had enough. Enough? The boy paused, laughing softly as he regarded his denouncers. I'd say you have no idea what the word means, but he slapped the book at his side. Since he talks too much, you actually do. You both know what he said. You still claim you've had enough? The question stopped them both in their tracks, each grasping for a retort, but beaten to the punch by another of the assembled planeswalkers, sick of being left out the loop. What the hell is going on? Koth's temper flared. Unlike the mana, he was only just recovering following whatever Liliana had demanded from them all. Who are you, and where is that bastard knight, and how do those two know you? The boy took a breath, the kind of breath someone about to undertake a difficult, maybe painful task might take before he turned to face them all, his eyes changing, and the ripples fading away under a sheen of bright blue. The boy's sunshine hair, a stark contrast to his suddenly serious mood. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, just call me Naruto, he began. However, you also know me as Splaypaihani, and the rest who just disappeared. I'm also slightly better known as V.R., Vaz, author of the Herotica series of books you were, with one exception, introduced to earlier. You were all those people? As the child nodded, Venzer shook his head. That's not possible. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. There was a pop of smoke, and a duplicate of the orange-clad human appeared. The clone then twisted his hands oddly, and Mel appeared again, looked around, waved, and then vanished as she had before. That Liliana spoke with equal parts trepidation and curiosity. It was seldom indeed she got to see anything new that spell it creates. Later I will explain everything. After this, Naruto cut her off as he stepped forwards, his eyes on of the assembled as she stood tall to meet him, remembering the eyes she had seen before, a memory she could recall from after the taste of the strange fruit. Kagaya-san, do not hurt her. Tomio stood before her friend, warning in her tone as she stared the human down imperiously. She has suffered enough at the hands of your kind. Naruto nodded sadly, remembering his first meeting with the injured moonfolk, pulling her from the blind eternities, and hearing her sad story through ears very different to his own. I know, Kagaya-san, I am so sorry. I am from the plane of your sons. My sons, the Soratami repeated, trying to deny her tears as she recalled more than just their eyes. What happened to them? They are worshipped as the creators of a way of life, as are you, Kagaya-san. They brought peace to a land of war and hatred. True enough, the ninja system wasn't perfect, but it was better than the clash of armies that preceded it. You will be forever remembered there, and through you and their teachings, all will be well when my work is done. For the sake of everything that was and will be. Again Naruto sank into the deepest bow he could make to the Soratami, who had through overcoming her trials made the dreams of the blind eternities possible. Thank you. Tomio felt a hand on her shoulder and stepped aside as her friend moved forwards, tears trickling down her cheeks as she faced the small boy. Please stand, she whispered, Naruto doing so, and the two regarding each other for a long moment before she stepped forwards, her arms draping around his neck as his went around her middle, the two embracing for a moment before she stepped back, letting her eyes dry as Naruto spoke. Take care of her, Tomio-san, she deserves every honor and respect. I know, the moonfolk sage assured him, Venzer likewise nodding as he approached to a respectful distance, knowing that at times like this the two Soratami were best left alone. Now please explain why you attempted to kill us. That was right. Naruto took another breath regarding all those assembled around him. I'm going to ask from you all the same thing I once asked from Chandra Naylor and Jace Bellerin, patience and a chance to explain myself. They both managed, which, if you know Chandra-san at all, is a minor miracle. Despite himself, Gideon chuckled, Jace likewise smirking against his will as the firebrand glared at the praying to her pride. So I'm sure the rest of you can as well. First things first, who am I and how do I know hot and cold over there? Well, actually his hand disappeared into a pocket of his jumpsuit and emerged holding something that made Jace suck in a breath. My memory stone, Timothy had it. And he was part of me, the former Jinchuriki assured the mind mage. I think it would better if you two did the introductions. Be honest, would they believe me if I told them? Would you? The two shared a look that spoke volumes before reluctantly Chandra held out her gauntlet for the stone. Give us a minute, and everyone gather around, she said wearily, even her anger exhausted, as she realized whatever the Planesmaker's game was, it was something over all their heads. Better to have an idea what was going on than be left in the dark, and brace yourselves, what you see next is likely going to change everything you know, like it did with us. A moment later Naruto, a little way away, sat on the grass facing the ocean. A small plume of mana flooded over all the assembled. Jace and Chandra with a hand each on the graven stone, working together to show all that the Planesmaker had ever shown them. They seemed to be taking it well enough. Naruto said nothing as the glare faded. Well, no one's completely lost their mind just yet, so I'll take what I can get. seriously, when was Kozilek ever a good idea? Thoughts of that most enigmatic of the Eldrazi he was both master of and servant to occupied him for a moment, before he saw movement in the assembled and stood running a finger down Karama's spine for luck, and hearing the tome shiver. So then He saw the green-blue blur rushing towards him, and had just enough time to field the bounding mare girl as Kiora plowed into him, hugging tightly. Okay, where was this when I told you what I was doing? I have my dignity, Jace replied, stowing the memory stone in his robe. You didn't show them everything, did you, Shitagi-san? Jace had no idea what that meant, but guessed nothing good in estimation only underlined when he noticed the curious glances from the two Soratami now regarding him. But for now you get a reprieve. Kiora-san, please let go before Jura-san starts flaying me with more than just his eyes. She sniffed heavily, refusing to leave his embrace. You calm Zendikar, she breathed, shaking like a leaf. You got rid of the royal. Thank you, we can never. There's no need. Rivain-san, please stand up. And Kiora-san let go. The elf did, as she was bid, recovering from the kneeling pose of absolute abasement she'd sunk into, though the mare girl took a little more persuading, but eventually retreated off, shining in her eyes, as Naruto regarded the pair of them gently. Neither of you owe me anything. The mana of that plane was too dangerous. It might well have scoured the whole plane clean with a little ill fortune. I also felt terrible for the Eldrazi being put there in the first place. It was the least I could do. Now I mean it. Think and say no more about it. It is done. Done? How can you just? Venzer had his head in his hands. The memories he'd seen, even from people he knew were trustworthy, still refusing to grind through his mind. You calmed a plane. You make planes like this one. I recognize it now. This is Ilion, Chundra supplied helpfully, letting the artificer go on. Yeah, you made Ilion and several others besides, because the Eldrazi, the embodiments of the blind eternities, had a plan to unmake most of the blind eternities which were created when something happened to the universe, the aftermath of which was the multiverse. That's a concise way of putting it. So he went on faintly, so why are we even here? What could we possibly do to you? You're beyond us, beyond anything we can possibly dream of or achieve. We're ants less than that, but you sent those copies of yourself after us. I don't understand why. Do any of you? Naruto inquired, sighing at the collective shaking of heads. Well, it's for, I'd like to say it was for noble reasons, and partly it is, but mostly it's because of something I did without thinking, and by the time I knew what I was doing it was too late. What is seen can't be unseen, even by me. I said my spark merged with the eternities upon my ascension, didn't I? They all nodded. What I didn't tell you was what that meant. I merged with the eternities. I became part of it, just as the Eldrazi are. It's difficult to explain. I was everywhere and nowhere all at once. I sensed everything where it all was and where it all needed to be again. I don't even know how long I was there. The only thing I do know is that when I was there being told by the eternities what I needed to know, that was when I first saw you all. You saw us, Nissa repeated before her keen mind leapt to a guess, when we were planeswalking? Naruto nodded. I said, as I hope you were shown that the eternities are aware of those within them when they step between planes. When I was merged and began to understand what the eternities required of me, I became aware as well. I sensed you all, not even knowing who or what you were, and I was at your shoulder through your travels. I walked with you all forever, and for instance time doesn't exist there. I saw through your sparks who you were, and when you left, when you stepped out. He shuddered, as though remembering something terrible. I walked ahead a little way. I shouldn't have done it, but I didn't realize what I was doing until it was too late. I couldn't forget what I'd seen, and damn it, I couldn't just let it be. What did you see? Garrick was the one to ask, but Naruto was not the one to answer. Instead, Tomio caught her breath. The Soratami, horror-struck as she regarded the child anew. In the place where no reality existed there was but one thing he might know, walking ahead in time as well as space. You saw the future. No, the Planesmaker shook his head. There is no future, Tomio-san. There are infinite futures for all of you. His whole being radiated sadness as he faced them all. I saw trials you might never face, wars you might never be part of, deals you might never make, curses you might never fall victim to, children and families you might never have, and deaths you might not die. I saw you all, even you too, when I finally stepped outside the eternities again. He favored Vraska and Kiora with a tender smile. Even dormant sparks, I can sense the touch of the ether glows to my eyes. My clones followed each of you, just faces in the crowd, animals in the bushes, birds in the trees, to see who the strangers I had walked with were. I felt like I knew you all, and I knew what might befall you. I couldn't let it happen, not some of it, not the worst. He looked down, unable to face the victims of his crimes, so I meddled. The words were leaden their impact, even more so the planeswalkers, regarding each other as a terrible truth, began to dawn on them all. If Naruto had been all those other people they had seen before in the past, then you manipulated us. Any emotion was good, so good. After being bereft of them, Liliana reveled in her sudden anger and shame. We're here now, because you pulled the strings for all of us. What did you do? What have you done to us? You've already see what I've done you most of all. Liliana Vess. His gaze was cold as he regarded the necromancer, the souls of two madmen who would have destroyed my plane. I brokered with demons for yours, the chain veil I threw into the heart of a star, a trap you never fell into. And the rest of you, I was there in ways great and small. His eyes, though blue, were not those of a child, they were the eyes of time itself, impossibly ancient and weary, as he nodded to each of them. A lost book, and an assassin's blade, a drifting net in the tide, the stolen Azorius writ, the truth of the Eldrazi told before it caused pain, and most powerful of all, save removing the Eldrazi to the eternities, realizing a dream to give a plain peace. Tistakov's throat was tight, his fists clenched. Her second father is you? No. Naruto's voice was soft, his heart aching as he saw the impact of his revelations upon each of them, the magnitude of what he'd done sinking in. I'm not a god, Koth-san. I cannot create, and I very rarely destroy. I, in the guise of spikes, was telling the truth. Yawgmoth's dream was to create a perfect machine, and every Phyrexian at their heart was trying to do just that. What they did in pursuit of that dream was unspeakable, and their father deserves to burn in whatever hell he's in now. But the idea itself? There are very few evil dreams, but many evil ways to achieve even the noblest dream. On Mirrodin, I spoke to the praetors, told them how their dream could be realized within the eternities. Nothing is absolute. They gathered all of New Phyrexia, every drop of its oil, every iota of their father's legacy, and I thrust them into the maelstrom, where their overriding dream took form from all of them. Tista is what she is, and no more a machine that truly lives with the potential to planeswalk one day. Is that bad? He looked to each of them more than sorrow in his gaze now. Instead, it was a need, a vehement thirst for reassurance. Was I wrong to give Phyrexia life? The Volshok could only shake his head, the magnitude of what this child had done overwhelming him. He should hate, or should he? How could he hate someone who had given him his beloved daughter, saved his home? Even if he, then why tell us? It was Vraska who spoke, the Gorgon, less given to emotion than most present. I am less affected by what you have done, but I know you have caused pain. Why say anything, and reveal yourself to us? Had you carried on as you had been, none of us would have ever known. I don't care, Kiora said unexpectedly, wiping her eyes and side by side with Gideon, her hand engulfed by his. If he hadn't, Ihani was you, wasn't she? Yeah, a clone of me. When they disperse I gain all their memories. Well, if she hadn't caught me, I don't know. I don't want to know where I'd be now. Your net brought us together, she cried unashamedly, her last words muffled as she felt a warm hand on her head, holding her close as no one had since she'd swum from her mother with heart her rent in two. Without you we'd never have met. All present watched two embrace, looking to each other, and realizing the youngest of them spoke wisely. Whatever face they had seen the Planesmaker behind, had he ever truly done them harm? Hard to damn someone for having good intentions, Venzer said thickly, regarding the two he'd been introduced to and realizing that yes, overall, it had been worth the attentions of the false Nezumi to know both Soratami. But I think Vraska said it. Why this? Why reveal yourself? You wanted to help us find good for you and us, so why the books and this whole damned fight? Naruto smiled sadly, reaching for something at his hip, because what I did was wrong, but by the time I realized that it was too late to stop I'd already, well, you can never set the future, but I'd made some outcomes much more likely than others. I'd interfered just like the Eldrazi did with the older walkers, and I didn't even realize until I recreated someone I used to know. If anyone noticed Jace and Chandra shuffling backwards at the sight of the book he pulled into his lap, no one mentioned it as it began to glow red, and he told me how much of a manipulator I'd been. There was a bright red glare, and when it faded the book was gone, replaced by a small body that leapt off the Planesmaker and stood before them all, stretching off before cocking an ear at his name, Kurama. Indeed, there was a collective intake of breath at the voice as the small fox glanced up at the mind mage. Come anywhere near me, and I'll repay those 4 days I owe you. Jace looked shame-faced, his guilt not helped as Chandra failed to wrestle down a snort before speaking. So you're not just a book then? No, did you tell the rest about me? Damn it, we forgot those memories. No, everyone, this is Kurama. This is, well, he's the Eldrazi that was bound into Naruto when he was born. Remember, he was Gene something, I can never remember that word. The one you merged to when your spark lit? The Planesmaker smiled at Koth's question. I merged to the whole eternities, but he was the catalyst for it, the former Jinchuriki explained, holding out a hand. His former Bijou, now in his much more controlled form, sat by the side of him, not moving as the human scratched between his ears. My ascension turned him back into an Eldrazi, removed all the emotions your son Kagaya-san gifted to him. The Soratami smiled even as she wept that my children would do such things. They were always more than their father, so when I realized I needed a hand in what I was doing, I went and found him again, gave back to him what the spark had taken. Thing was, when I did that and told him what I'd done so far, he set me on the straight and narrow. Why, that might be a bad thing. Forward planning was never his strong point, the fox chipped in, drawing a nasty look before he went on. Though in a lot of cases I agreed with him. Still, it wasn't a total loss, and together we came up with a way to work around what he'd done. We could speak to you all. The first thing we had to find was a reason for all of you to come together, but it had to be a subtle one that would encourage curiosity rather than the paranoia you seem so fond of. You had to know you were known, but not by who, by, or for what reason. Hence V.R. Thus coming into being. Arrow Sanin was good for an idea or two. Memories of his perverted teacher made the ninja smile before he carried on. So you wrote a series of Eki books with us as the main stars? Tamio's voice was frigid. Several of the others, also regarding him, asked you, as the reminder rankled, why not just talk to us individually as you did Jace-san and Chandra-san? Naruto looked uncomfortable, staring at the ground, because I couldn't think of anything better. I don't know everything, and I admit that freely. I needed to find a way to talk to you all, and it had to be all together. If I'd tried to explain this individually, you'd probably have thought me crazy, and it wouldn't have solved anything. And apart from that, I needed a hobby given the job I do, and it turned out I had a knack for drawing. Then I remembered one of my teachers and wanted to do something in his honor. I was questioning the decision right up until the first draft of Beast and Beauty was at the publishers, and it was too late to stop. I made a mistake. Maybe he held his hands up. I'm not perfect, never said I was. And anyway, ramen's not free. I gotta eat too, you know. Just be grateful you ended up in Hirotica rather than my godfather's Ika. I got your anatomical details through imagination. He'd have used a telescope. That put a collective shiver through every spine, a few faces reddening before the fox spoke again. Regardless of the means this meeting was set in motion, you all found each other, though mostly that was down to you. Liliana felt eyes on her and reddened further. She was usually the spider in the center of the web, not a fly caught in one. At your meeting this deception was revealed, as was the other purpose for you all coming together. Naruto's old man mask said at best arrogance was ever your downfall. There was a knowing in the transformed Eldrazi's tone, an unsubtle jab as his eyes met each of them in turn. How could you planeswalkers be threatened by anything? You're the greatest casters and such like in the multiverse. What could be beyond you? Why didn't you wouldn't have believed him, and you know at the Bija side Nissa's question down without mercy. If he'd come out and said what he's saying now, you'd never have listened, or you'd have gotten irate and threatened to kill him, or otherwise take your vengeance. By doing what he did, showing you the varied authors you all knew, he gave you a chance to avenge your pride. The irony in the inhuman tone was caustic, and eventually you managed. Only after we were wounded. Koth grated, punching his hands together venomously as he glanced at the silent Elspeth. The night listening, but saying nothing. Some of us worse than others. There's blood on your hands regardless of how noble your motives reflect. I know that, accepted I'd shed blood the moment I put on this headband. Naruto wrapped the plate of metal he wore around his head, the symbol engraved within still shining brightly. I'm a ninja, Koth-san, a warrior trained to kill and fight. I swore to do what was needed, and I still hold to that, even after my ascension. I followed you in the worlds and beyond, spoke to those who knew you, wearing a multitude of faces. There is no one on the plains who collectively knows you better than I do. Yes, I brought you here to a fight, and yes, I wounded some of you, but you won. You beat my 6 authors, and then my aspect, a technique I modified from one of the strongest jutsus or spells of my plane. That I didn't expect, but you broke my aspect of annihilation by going beyond mana, beyond magic itself. How? The question caught them off guard. Naruto was saying no more, focusing on his former prisoner as the fox quietly prepared himself to step in if, as he suspected, the planesmaker refused to see the last part of his act done, until at last a gruff voice answered as a pack. Garrick had his axe grounded, regarding the child from under his heavy eyebrows. None alone could have done it. Yes, Naruto echoed his former teacher, though he could barely remember the copy name now he would never forget that lesson. To paraphrase one of the greatest of the old walkers, imperfect people can make a perfect team. How many of you knew each other before you came here? A handful, if that. He waited for a series of nods before finishing, and now given what you've done, how many of you will forget each other? As always, as it had been for him, at least when the curtain falls you kick yourself for not realizing it. He'd thought the bell test unfair and unpassable, but in hindsight realized how powerful its message truly was, something now sinking in to those assembled before him. So Gideon spoke first. You had us fight to make us work together? You at least would understand Jura-san. You already know about self-sacrifice, the Plainsmaker told him, a smile that had once graced a Kor's face now on his. Few others here do. Only in the face of danger up against other casters as strong or stronger than yourselves did you unite, and in doing so you proved me right as well. How? Most of you were strangers to each other, but when you had to you stepped in to save each other. Those cerulean orbs again seemed depthless as he looked over each of them, no trace of satisfaction in his face, more one of gratitude that a weight had been lifted from his soul. When one of you fell, another shouldered the burden. Any of you could have abandoned your potential rival walkers in the multiverse, but you didn't. You all some more eventually than others. Nissa couldn't meet his gaze, stepped in and altered each other's futures, just as I did. All I wanted to do was help a stranger. All was quiet, the only movement being Kurama moving out of reach of his Jinchuriki, preparing to end some of the suffering. The human he would have once slain without thought was undergoing something the rest here were ignorant to. None here. The fox's voice was solemn as he looked between the Plainswalkers and the Plainsmaker who had brought them together. Should judge my former jailer, out of all 13 of you only 2 have an idea how heavy his burdens are. Though I did tell him not to tell you, and I ignored you for your own good as well as theirs. The miniature Bija snapped back. Jace Beller and Chunder Naylor, you have felt the weight of the eternities, haven't you? All eyes were on them as the two stepped slightly closer together, Chunder shivering as she recalled that terrible blankness, the endless void pressing down. Yes, Jace answered slightly the faster, his voice far away. Alcohol and sleep deprivation hadn't dulled that memory. It's the weight of nothing, endless nothing, and the need for there to be something to replace it. The eternities want to be remade into what they were, the burden of the Eldrazi. It lessens as I work, Naruto admitted, voice hard, as he fixed his former demon with a gimlet. I will be having words later. The more I restore, the less that burden gets. And the greater the other becomes. No. Naruto shot to his feet, eyes flashing as he beheld his former prisoner. They have heard enough for now. If not now, when the smaller creature barked back, squaring up to the Plainsmaker, as their audience watched on mystified, I will suffer the honest liar no more. Naruto. You've done all you could to help them. It's time they repaid the favor. Wait, what I gave? No. You give nothing to anyone if you can help it. How does it feel to feel again, or did you forget that little detail already? Liliana was forced to look away under the fox's cutting comment, shame writhing in her belly like a pinned snake. So you know what, Naruto, is the power he controls to remake what was. This plane you stand upon is a testament to his goal, and some of you even know part of the burden he labors under. But none of you, even those who have hunted our works, have seen the truth. This place, Ilion, what do you see when you look upon it? Several glances were swapped, confusion apparent as the Plainswalkers tried to work out what the small creature meant. 1 or 2 muttered conversations took place until eventually one of them spoke. It seems as much as I know of these things, normal Vraska admitted, the Gorgon still sad as the pain in her leg prevented her moving much. Is there something we are unaware of? The fox, as much as it seemed able to, smiled, not unaware of something you don't acknowledge. You don't look beneath the how did that white-haired human say it, Naruto? Underneath the former ninja sounded weary as his former prisoner went on. Yes, but what do you think, Naruto? This plane is as the eternities wanted it. Is it what you want? You already know the answer. They don't. You tell them, or I do. I won't let you keep this in anymore. All right. The words seemed dragged from the Plainsmaker, as though by hooks. Damn it, you walking fleabag. All right. This plane, Ilion, is like all the others I've made. It's nothing. It's worthless. His voice rose into a shout, thick with loathing, as the Plainswalkers took a collective step back, unsure how to react to the anger of a being that could ultimately undo everything. I would not call it that. Naruto-san. Tomio tried to pour oil over troubled waters and had to bite back a shiver as his eyes found hers. The suffering in them was like a knife grinding into flesh. Why not? Jace-san called me the Plainsmaker, a title I don't deserve. I make planets, not planes, houses, not homes, Ilion Lustria, all of them are jewels, tiny jewels, suspended in the eternities, and they were never meant to be that. Look around you, he gestured to the sea behind them, the sky above, there's nothing here apart from us, and when we're gone there'll be nothing again. It'll be empty, a perfect world that was never meant to be perfect, it should be alive. A sudden wrath and grief made his eyes change, the planesmaker looking at his hands, and the creation they had made, as though he could tear it asunder, and it is not, it will never be. Why not? Vraska sounded honestly confused. Why don't you, Phil? Someone caught their breath nearby. A sound soon echoed as by the Gorgon. As she saw Naruto's face fall, his expression destroyed, and she along with the others realized Yuchandra's voice was a hoarse croak. The firebrand, both desolated for his sake and furious with herself, almost a year following him, and sometimes succeeding, and I never asked why there was no one there. Damn it, that was how this started. You can't bind to anything, you can't summon creatures? No, Naruto's voice was misery incarnate, his head bowed. I can remake everything that was, but I cannot repopulate it. If left in my hands, the universe will be barren, as bad as if it were never remade. So everything, O Kami of the sky and moon, Kagaya looked and felt ill. Every plane you make you cannot people? But you have your Kami, or a god? I get that a lot, but it's not true. Naruto cut her off bitterly. I don't even know what I am apart from a fool, a meddler caught in an impossible bind. I must remake what was. It's the only purpose I can have, but every time I do I see another empty vessel, an opportunity wasted. I said I brought you here for noble purposes. In part one lied, there was another purpose here, my own. I cannot do this anymore, and you who I've meddled with are the only ones I can turn to. He swallowed, brought himself up to face them all, and then let himself go. His knees bowed, his hands hitting the floor and forehead, following his supplication complete, as he whispered, I ask no, I'm begging you as someone who deserves nothing but your scorn for what I've done. Please help me make my houses homes. I make the planes, I need you to make them live, because I can't. None spoke. What could they say? A god, or a being as close to it as made little difference. On his knees in apology and pleading for aid, it was truly beyond surreal. Each of the 13 glanced at each other, seeing only their own disbelief echoed back to each other. Was he truly asking what they thought he was? The profound silence was so quiet and so engulfing, one of them only realized who he was missing when he saw her stepping in front of him. Kiora, she looked over her shoulder at him, her eyes wet but determined. It's all right. The mare girl stepped forward, gills pulsing in embarrassment as she realized all eyes were on her, but she stayed the course until she was mere feet from the bowed planesmaker. What do I have to do? He glanced up. You calmed Zendikar, and you made my stream cross with Gideon Jura. The mare girl continued, reaching down to haul the boy to his feet. There is nothing I can say or do that makes up for that. What do you need from me? The earnestness in her face made Naruto work his jaw, whiskered cheeks reddening. I see a flaw in this plan. I don't know. What? She spluttered, expression dropping off a cliff. What do you mean you don't know? I've never peopled a plane before. Naruto explained hastily, his embarrassment not helped by the fox he could see visibly sniggering behind her. I was hoping one of you would have an idea. But you, that you're hopeless. Hopeless? I'm putting existence back together. Oh, you can make planes, big deal. I found the temple of Ula. Beat that. I stole a top secret scroll from the leader of my village before I left school. I beat a Kraken. Kiora riposted, so lost in her bickering she didn't see those behind her looking anywhere other than at the argument. I had a demon shoved in my belly the night I was born and carried him for years. Naruto cut back smugly, the mare girl stumbling. Yeah, well, I'm taller than you. Naruto's jaw dropped and he stepped forwards, measuring up before stepping back, disgruntled. Damn it, all right, you win, he admitted. Kiora hissing in triumph and sending a celebratory spray of water into the air. Don't make me do a Hani and throw you into the sea. I'll use a weighted net. You could try, the mare girl muttered, pricked by the reminder as Naruto looked past her to the remaining dozen planeswalkers, many of whom were stifling laughter with varying degrees of success. Listen, I know this has been a lot to take in. You two have a mastery of understatement. Great, all the Gorgons in the multiverse, and the sarcastic one gets a spark, he complained, favoring Vraska with a scowl before seeing her leg and flinching. Sorry about that, but well, the clones do get into character, and that cultist really is completely out her tree. Seriously, who keeps trying to invite the person who melted their hand off into your club? Chandra blanched. Wait, Xava keeps inviting me into the Rakdos? Did you K and Jace? Sorry, the guild pact couldn't meet her eyes. It was the best pain she's ever survived, apparently. I wasn't sure how to tell you, and well I thought it was amusing. Inside I'm dying of laughter, the pyromancer assured him acidly, and you're going to die in a fire later. As are you, if you don't do something about Vraz Naruto. Out of all of us she didn't deserve this. No, there's no need. The Gorgon hadn't looked away from the Plainsmaker, starting to have an inkling of how he worked and extrapolating it. Because of this wound, Nissa and Garrick both came to my aid as others would for injured in the swarm. Naruto nodded. Yeah, not sure if that was the clone's intent, though I get their memories, not an explanation of why they do what they do. Still, it got Princess to help you out, and after the jam you pulled her out of, you deserved every help she could give you. Seeing the interest on the faces of the others, Nissa cringed. Please don't call me princess. I will not. No, I cannot be as I was. Glad to hear it. Naruto faced the elf directly, understanding in his eyes, but a hard edge to them as well. I've seen what arrogance can do, Nissa Revain-san. It's partly the reason my spark lit. Nothing that can't be cured with a punch in the face, though. Actually, now I think about it, that solves quite a few problems. Anyway, as I was saying, a lot to take in. I don't expect anyone to say or do anything now, and I won't blame anyone who decides they never want to see me again. I'll take you back. You can't walk to Ravnica from here, it's too far away. Follow me. You coming? Nah, I'm going for a run. The fox stretched out a vulpine grin on his face. I'll catch up later. Just don't wreck anything, the Plainsmaker told his one-time prisoner. Come on, let's get out of here. Fox needs a bit of space. What for? Never seen a bijou in the flesh before, have you? Garrick-san, the wild speaker, shook his head, intrigued about this new prey. Well, give it a minute, and a bit of room you will. Follow me. They did, everyone trekking behind the Plainsmaker, until a sudden burst of mana behind them made them look back and see with horror the dreadful shape rising above the shore, its deadly tails whipping as it let out a deafening howl. The sound of its paws were thunder as it raced away, the earth shaking as the true form of the Kyuubi loped across the quiet, empty plain. Go free, old friend. Funny how we hated each other once. Naruto remembered those memories fondly before noticing the expressions of those around him. His bark's worse than his bite, honest. Jace watched the terrible shape recede with dread. He thought he'd seen the horrors of Zendikar before, but that was leagues beyond them, and it was only a fragment of one of the titans. You carried him? Yeah, and he was a pain in the ass. Still, he's better now. He gets a chance to stretch his legs every so often. Anyway, we're not too far away. We should be back on your plane in a little while. Oh good, the Guildpact said faintly. Really, he should have been used to these bowel-loosening shocks by now, but somehow he got caught out every time. Please tell me you haven't trapped anything. I don't think I could stand any more today. No, I've done nothing, but you might need to undo the traps you set for me unless they've expired by now. The reminder made someone speak up. Gideon, breaking from his introspection as a sudden question bothered him. How did you move us out of there? Naruto, my mana should have undone any attempt at abjuration, and I know mine was far from the only binding in place. I can answer that it was teleportation. Venzer chipped in. That undermines the use of mana entirely, making most wards useless. Though how did you get us off Ravnica without us knowing? Oh, that's easy. I just moved the Guildhall. Indeed, he had moved the Guildhall, the Ravnican structure now looking complete out of place as it came within eyeshot. After a brisk walk, damn, Liliana whistled as she took in the evidence of their earlier battle. I didn't realize we were off Ravnica until we were out of eyeshot of this place. Did you know, Beast Mitch? Garrick shook his head, his mind on other prizes such as the mighty fox he had seen race away. A true hunt that would be, though it is not a beast. But how did it get here? You couldn't have teleported it, could you? Not easily, Naruto assured the artificer. I had a bit of help to carry it here. Gideon pulled up short, suspicious. I thought you couldn't summon? I never said that. Naruto clarified the hieromancer's question. My spark is bound to the eternities, only those within heed my calls. There was a second of silence, then another. Then you summoned an Eldrazi in Ravnica. Chandra sounded half horrified, half amused. That'll stir things up. Jace, are you crying? They'll be rioting in the streets, the Guildpact moaned. I'm staying here, I'm not going back to that mess. The fire mage put a reassuring arm around him, but failed to look too sympathetic as she led him along. A few of the others regarding the building with some trepidation and some awe, especially when Naruto stepped forwards with a shining blue ball in his free hand. Give me a little credit, I've got clones back there hiding the loss. No one will be any the wiser. Anyway, inside everyone, time for us to go back. The shining sphere flew into the air above the squat Boros building, and then seemed to explode, tearing a hole in reality as they had seen in either memories or through their own eyes. From the revealed mists came ropes, tendrils of being thick as tree trunks, questing, reaching, oozing down over the brickwork, wrapping around it as a snake would crush prey. Naruto watched and stepped forwards a few paces only to realize he was alone. "Oh, come on, this is how we got here," he explained, though oddly enough none of the assembled seemed willing to take him up on his offer. "Look, this is one of Ulamog's brood. They're perfectly safe and straightforward. I will not let you fall." Ulamog, Nissa repeated in a faint voice as visions of the memory stone came back to her mind. "Or the Titans, they are the Planesmaker," cringed. "Ah yeah, sorry, I forgot you guys are from Zendikar." "Yes, I'm afraid the Titans are where your gods got their names, just their names though. Trust me, Eldrazi don't answer prayers." "That's fine, been an atheist ever since that damn temple." Kiora tried to put a brave face on it, though her hand stayed resolutely in Gideon's as he approached the constricted building. Naruto ushered them all in, casually absorbing the mana of their spells from the doorway and accompanying them to the main room where all this had begun. When all were seated and semi-comfortable, he smiled and spoke. "Right, we should be back in Ravnica in a little while. I'll be up top steering Jaeni." He left, feeling all eyes on him and keeping up his pretense until he closed the door behind him. Then he leant against them heavily, breathing hard as it hit him what had happened, what that damned fox had made him do. They might well hate me, and he wouldn't blame them. If he'd found out someone had messed around with his future, he'd have been out for blood, but I had to tell them. It was nice of Kiora to say what she did, but if she or Gideon-san later thinks it's a bad idea, if any of them do, it's up to them. I'll have to think of something else. At least I tried. It would be cold comfort, but a comfort nonetheless, as jumped out the nearest window, the bricks under his sandals easily adhered to as he moved up towards the top of the building, tapping one of the Eldrazi's tentacles nearby and watching the mists approach as slowly it dragged them into the blind eternities. The atmosphere could have been cut with a knife. It wasn't denial, it wasn't even trauma or disbelief, it was just sheer and complete loss of words. Even those previously exposed to the Planesmaker were lost in thought, looking from one to the other before looking away again, wanting to speak, but having no idea how. The suffocating silence endured, pressing down on them like the eternities outside, until at length one of them found a topic related to the terrors of the day, and wet her lips. "You have found the Temple of Wula, Kiora?" The mare girl looked across at her fellow Zendikarian. "Yeah, I did. We did. Take it from me, don't do it." "Why?" The reminder pricked Chandra's memory. "What happened in there? You mentioned it before. I know well," he said, "about the different ones you got to the end." "Yep, and it wasn't worth it. Bloody waste of time, and I don't care if I have to write out a list. That place deserves a swear." She glared mutinously at her guardian, only for the hieromancer to shrug. "I personally thought it was a good lesson, if a little harsh." "You would. Just because you ended up, don't say it." Embarrassing their child is a guardian's privilege. Now where was I'll. "By all means, continue to stutter." "Ah yes, it was a series of temples, and I'll cock-block you." The silence didn't break, it didn't shatter, it was atomized. Some accidental jokes just ignored tiny considerations like species, language, and dignity. Anything Gideon might have said was drowned under helpless hysteria at the sudden shriek, enough to infect even those the line had been aimed at and the innocent one who'd aimed it. For a long time there was only laughter, the unreality of the day earthing through the sudden release, and helped as someone else took a hand in reducing the hieromancer's pride to a battered husk. Hero Liliana managed, hugging her aching stomach. Please let Meihei know when you're giving her the talk. I'll see hell tickets." Careful Kagaya looked over at the necromancer just long enough to gasp, "He may take you over his knee, he." With the lash, Garak held the table, juddering under his fist worse than the pan. "Stop," Venzer pleaded, his gut in spasm as nearby Chandra fell to the floor, dry, heaving for air. "Please, Stohop, I'm gonna die." Fortunately it didn't come to that, though in several cases it was close. His hand appeared over tables and people eventually straightened up, tears of laughter drying and faces hurting from grinning so hard. The one who had caused such chaos found herself glared at by the one who'd borne the brunt of it. Gideon's face crimsoned as Kiora tried very hard to think herself invisible. "You know, I said I'd never hate you." Just as she looked stricken, he put a hand on her shoulder, pulling her into his side. "I meant it difficult as you make it sometimes." There was a brief pause before Vraska felt obliged to make certain. "So you too?" My father. Kiora's voice was set in stone, though at Gideon's correction she looked up. Guardian father raises far too many questions. You're still my child, for better or likely worse. The mare girl hugged him, trying hard not to cry, as a wave of emotions thrust aside earlier finally surfaced, patting her back softly. Gideon looked over the assembled, as though daring any to challenge him, and finding only softness in every expression. The mood summed up when Koth stood with respect in his visage. The strongest bond you will ever forge is between family, he quoted before feeling a tap at his side, and seeing Elspeth looking up at him, her expression troubled, but resolute. Why would Vaguely remembering something she had been saying just before the battle had ended, he adhered to her request, the two of them standing and moving towards the closed doors until a voice brought them to heel. Working on the sequel already? There were several snorts at this. Venzer, not even trying to look innocent as a pair of gazes sought to burn him alive, before Koth jerked a thumb over his shoulder. You two, old man, leave the younger ones free of your lechery. A crossover. Liliana smirked. So daring. Daring? Venzer ran a hand through his hair. Warm up compared to what I used to get up to. Now you have trouble getting up at all. Koth took great pleasure in flattening his sometimes insufferable friend's ego, where Elspeth worked off worry in practice and prayer, and he forged iron. The older walker was a ribald teller of tales and jokes. Come on, we won't be long. No comments, and none. Follow us, please. Elspeth was already crimson, glaring at the necromancer, who merely waved back the three of them, retreating into the hallway, as someone else, a scroll unfurled over the table and brush in hand, looked across at the two who held her interest. So Jace San Chandra San. The two glanced over the firebrand, still rubbing tear tracks off her face. How do you know Naruto San? Settling against the wall, Koth glanced over at the knight, his expression hardening. I'm annoyed with you, Elspeth. No, he held up a hand as Venzer made to interject. You know I do not tolerate lairs, and you lied to me. You swore. I know. By lost Bant, I know what I swore, the woman said, the laughter from earlier draining away as she prepared herself, and I can hold to it no longer. She fell to her knees and drew her blade in the same motion, placing it against the side of her neck. The movement, so sudden neither of her comrades were ready until it was done. Elspeth. Venzer only just remembered to keep his voice down regarding her position in shock. The stance of the fallen. Elspeth had told him some of the strictures of Bant, and this one he remembered. If a knight was judged to have lost their honor, they would adopt this stance and confess. If their confessionals thought them guilty, the aggrieved party would slit their throat with their own weapon, the knight regaining their honor at the cost of their life. But why would she stand? Koth's growl brooked no argument, but she was unmoved. No, for what I don't care. Venzer was forced back a pace by his rage, heat searing from Koth's exposed veins. Whatever you say as the blood sister who stood with us against Phyrexia, not as a stranger on your knees. I swore you into the hammer. Now stand before me as one. The two locked eyes, unbreakable determination against steely resolve, and Venzer caught between them, grateful when the blade quivered and was returned to its sheath. Elspeth, coming to her feet to face the Volshok squarely. It was after the night Spikes told us of Tista. The confession came slowly, stutteringly, as Elspeth almost lost her courage several times. She had almost murdered the child of the man before her, a friend who had offered her his home and family. That she had fought and promised for the same child afterwards was immaterial. He had a right to know, and she granted that right, telling both her friends what she had lived through under Jace Bellerin's hand, the choice she had made. Venzer wouldn't have been able to listen, but for Koth's presence. The Volshok inscrutable as she spoke about her thoughts, recounting each detail without pause, and only the barest hint of the sentiments that must have been tearing her apart the whole time. The artificer could see how much telling that story cost the knight. By the end, only her willpower was keeping her upright as she stood tall, not flinching in the face of possible death. I can only say nothing. Koth's voice was almost as cold as Spike's had been. You are sworn to the hammer, and as hammer you are judged. Venzer, you are witness to this. Koth, wait. The Volshok glared at him, and he fell silent, wanting to step between them, do anything to give the Volshok's temper a chance to cool. Elspeth had done nothing wrong, and even if she had, it hadn't been real, just a dream or an ordeal. Surely he couldn't, but his fist came up, a terrible weight that could break the back of a juggernaut with one punch, and Elspeth's gaze was calm, her conscience clear. Please don't do this, Venzer pleaded, but he too, as a sworn member of Koth's tribe, could not step in. Not only would it lead to the punishment being extended to him, Elspeth would never forgive him. So he watched, forcing himself not to look away as the blow fell. The Volshok's fist, a blur that stopped an inch from the forehead, it would have shattered like chalk. Even as the artificer's breath caught, there was another blur, the knight grimacing in pain as the hammer leader flicked her forehead hard, leaving a mark that might bruise, but no worse. It is done. Koth breathed heavily as Elspeth looked at him confused, before remembering Volshok traditions. A blow means all is over, the crime not spoken of again. The physical one was less powerful than the emotional one that followed it. She was kept upright only by the iron hand that held her cloak clasped as she sagged. I trust Tista in your arms more than I do my own. You are my honored sister, you will always be that, and I will hold you to your promise. Elspeth Tyrrell, if my daughter decides to take up the blade, you'll be her teacher. I have witnesses who remember your words. You won't need them, she said, faintly clasping his arm with her own. I am so sorry, Koth. I really thought. Forget what you thought. Venzer stepped into the conversation, tone hard, as he held her other shoulder. This is what I know. When this is over, we're going back to Mirrodin, all of us. I'm sure Tamio would be fascinated, and Kagaya would be at home in the tangle more than any Silva, and you are going to tell the two of us everything, Elspeth. I mean everything. We'll find a way to fix it together. Do you understand me? I said, he repeated, boring into her eyes with a harsh stare. Do you understand me? Only when she nodded did he drop his tough attitude and step forwards, embracing the knight as hard as he could. You call me a fool, and you're right to. She chuckled, her free arm around him, as the other stayed clamped around the back of Koth's hand. Last thing you should be doing is taking after me. You're supposed to be the one with sense. Use it in the future. I'll try and remember that. She breathed, feeling like a terrible weight had been lifted from her shoulders. We'll return to Mirrodin, we'll reforge it as it should be. We will, Koth assured her gently, before looking to the door behind them. Come on, they're probably missing us, and we don't need awkward questions now. Typical. Despite himself, Venzer smiled as he saw the parchment unfurled over one of the desks. Give her a minute, and she's making notes. That was fast. The artificer glanced over to see Vraska hailing him, the Gorgon with her wounded leg resting on another chair to keep it straight. Perhaps it is for the best. Nothing could happen between us. I at least have an excuse for making reproduction swift. Nissa sat on the table to give the Gorgon's injured leg her seat as the two conversed, looked away with bitten lips as the artificer squared up to that challenge. Nothing to do with me, I assure you. He's married and out of practice. Okay. He always forgot exactly how long Koth's reach was. That was below the belt, not somewhere you've been recently. Please don't murder him. Getting rid of the body would be time-consuming and tedious. The swarm would have him not helping Vraska. Despite herself, the knight smirked a little at the Gorgon's offer, as did Koth as he finally let go of the suffering artificer's ear. How have those poor ladies not strangled you in your sleep yet? Never met a Soratomi before, Koth? The Volshok shook his head. Well, let me introduce you both. Oh, just be aware, he lowered his voice. Kagaya, the one with white eyes, it's nothing against you personally. If she's very formal, it's not my place to say why, but she has good reason. The two of Mirrodin shared a glance before nodding, and the artificer smiled. Excellent. Come on then, pull out a few extra chairs, you lot. The old man needs to rest his weary bones. With tension eased and barriers broken, the planeswalkers conversed, and the gathering settled, so much so that the 14th arrival went virtually unnoticed until his whistle drew all ears. Well, this is a surprise. Naruto was stood in the doorway, Kurama still absent, as either a fox or a book. Half of me was expecting blood on the floor. What? Don't ask. Chandra cut across Liliana's question, insides squirming with curious warmth, as she recalled the images that had come from her. Asking that you won't like the answer. Are we there yet? You still have no idea how a dramatic pause works, do you? And no, not yet. I have to do this more carefully than I did on Iliond, so it might take a minute. And don't worry, he glanced over at where Jace was regarding him earnestly. I've got a crew on the deck making sure it goes back as it came out. You won't be able to see the join, and no one can see us either. Thank all the gods. Last thing I needed was more paperwork, the Guildpact grumbled before regarding the Planesmaker again. Thought that's what I was going to ask. Where did the sword come from? You didn't have it last time we saw you. Ah yeah, that this bodes ill. Instinct told the Ravnican. That kind of grin, and the way Naruto was scratching the back of his head, was likely the precursor to nothing good. Okay, funny story. I kind of borrowed it when I was opening diplomatic channels with the Phyrexians. It's a Mirrodin blade, Elspeth exclaimed, shooting to her feet. They gave you it? I borrowed without asking, the shinobi explained delicately. Just as well, or it might have put a kink in the negotiations. I was going to give it back, then I realized what it did. No chance after that. Trust me, I've met more than a few people who'd end a plane to solve a problem. Naruto-san, it was Tomio who asked the Soratami, looking somewhat worried as she remembered as few legends she'd investigated since her spark ignited. What sword is it? I can never remember. Hang on, they engraved it on the blade. Before anyone could stop him, he drew the short, ordinary-looking weapon, peering near the hilt. World Slayer. The what? Naruto looked over and couldn't help but chuckle. I shouldn't laugh, but you look really funny with your hair stood on end. A few people snickered at the sight of the Volshok's erect bristles, but his eyes were fixed very firmly on the innocuous weapon. Just, he said, gently raising his hands, put the sword down before anything explodes. Nothing's going to explode. I do know what I'm doing. Hard as that might be to believe, it wasn't possible for a Volshok to blanch, but as the lethal instrument from the legends of his world was casually swung in a small fist, Koth came pretty close. It's just, well, who doesn't like making boom every so often? Dare I ask what it does? Clues in the title. When you absolutely positively got to make an asteroid field, except no freaking substitute. Naruto answered Gideon's question, casually, seeing Jace turn as pale as the moonfolk. He was sat opposite from Tomio, trembling as she clutched her scroll like a talisman, and prayed still. I never, well, once, but I put it all back together when I was done, he assured them, sheathing the weapon to a collective sigh of relief or disappointment from those who considered themselves connoisseurs of boom. And at least with me, if it does slip, it's more likely to blow up a world no one's actually on. Still, there was a faint tremor. Touchdown, welcome home, weary travelers. Chapter 14. Return to Ravnica. It didn't sink in at first, the whole idea that the entire trip might be ending outlandish, until the one who'd brought them here spoke again. Don't go anywhere, I'll see you to the door, assuming you don't mind company, Jace-san. Company, the mind mage repeated blankly before looking around and realizing what he meant. No, that'll be fine. Can you? Have they ever stopped me before? Seriously, you need to get your security looked at, the shinobi told him before exploding into smoke. A plethora of orange in the guildhall, breaking apart a copy of the Planesmaker, approaching each of those he'd affected by both his words and drawings. No need for you to walk back this time. Shunshin no jutsu. Technically it wasn't, but Naruto had mastered the art of dropping into and out of the eternities over short distances so well it made few odds. Each of the planeswalkers felt only a brief second of dislocation, a blurring around them before they were back on solid ground. Bright sun and falling leaves around them, and the elves Aurea had once numbered amongst looking up from their labors in fright at the new arrivals. Just me. Luckily, Jace saw his staff first and stepped forwards with a smile, hoping this didn't start another rumor in the neighborhood regarding his eccentricities. Thanks for all your help, Elrith Ener. Take the rest of the day off, full pay. They didn't say no, circumventing the strange group and departing without another word in case he rescinded the offer, as he breathed a low sigh of relief. One knife dodged, won't they? Not everyone around here knows he's insane. Another knife landed right in the shoulder blades. He spared his houseguest come friend the nasty glare, even as the Naruto that had transported him vanished in a plume of smoke, leaving only the real Planesmaker standing with the walker he'd helped to move, holding Vraska's hand and looking mournful. I'm sorry, didn't know you couldn't be healed. It's not a secret we share widely, the Gorgon assured him. You saved me, and many others, from the Azorius once, and I suspect you've done more besides. I consider this a small price to pay. I said I'd wished I'd had someone like you when I was younger. Vraska, the smaller being's tone was soft as he allowed her symbiotes to flow around his arm. I meant that sincerely. My plane, hell, all planes are better for having people like you on them. The Gorgon tasted his scent with her forked tongue as he stepped back and regarded them all. I regret what I did, but I don't regret meeting any of you, he said sincerely, glancing from one familiar face to another. If I had to, I'd do it again, unless I could think of a better way. I don't expect any of you to help me, you've got your own lives to lead, but anything you choose to do I will be grateful for. If you want to drown Illustria in cockroaches, be my guest, at least it's life. Nobody dare, that's my plane, Chundra said possessively before her gaze softened a little. So, after Gate crashing into our lives, rewriting everything we've ever known, and making soft-core denouement models out of us, what next for you? Denouement? Oh, he just caught Jace's shake of the head. Well, first of all, I'm taking some of the proceeds of that denouement and treating myself to an all-I-can-eat slap-up ramen binge, then it's back to the day job. No rest for the wicked, and all that I'd best be off. Wait, he paused as the eldest planeswalker present pushed forwards. Before you disappear, I've got a question. It was needed to take control of your debt. Your bargains were sealed with your pain, and only by your pain could I take them from the fore and onto me. Luckily they left the nature of that pain up to me, and I don't think anyone here would say you didn't deserve it, no offense, but you're kind of a bitch in the same way water's kind of wet. As soon as this is over I'm torturing something small, furry and helpless. Liliana's face modeled, not helped by the choked snorts she could hear behind her as she added a few more names to her mental blacklist. It wasn't about that. Really? I thought you'd be desperate to know why you got panhandled. Surprisingly, it was Elspeth who cracked the night, heaving with laughter and not able to face the necromancer, as she shivered in barely suppressed rage, before breathing out a long slow breath. No, I wanted to know two other things. Firstly, why did you give me back what you bartered for? I am grateful. She was quick to make that clear as his eyes hardened, but why? If you needed help, because I know what it means to be bound to a fate you loathe. I was Jinchuriki, a human sacrifice, and hated for it, Naruto said, harshly, dulling her ire with his razor-sharp denunciations. Out of everyone you were by far and away the one I was most cautious of, not because of your age or power, but because you made those deals of your own free will. There are none here who haven't known tragedy or mishap and paid for it, but you willingly sold your soul. The last person I knew who took a bargain similar to yours was my one-time best friend. I see a lot of him in you, or vice versa, given the age gap, skilled, strong, of noble lineage, and haunted by the past, but my sympathy for him ended with his hand buried in my chest and me ascending into what I am now. Believe me, had you tried to fulfill the request I made of you on Ilion, I would have ended you in an instant. Then Liliana's shame seared her anger away as her flaws were brutally laid bare. Why didn't you? You know what I am, what I've done, but I don't and will never know what you will be. Only you can decide that. Naruto broke in more gently, the necromancer jolting at the warmth of his hand as it took her slender one. You made a choice on Ilion. A lot of others made choices there too. It was your plan that undid my aspect when the others gave you their mana, and even after that you decided not to murder for power or to continue your life as Sasuke tried to end mine for that a chance to live once more seemed a fair bargain. She swallowed, but she would not cry. Her restored soul was beating at the bars she now held it in, but she did not heed it. Not yet. There was something else gnawing at her, something she alone of the assembled should have had an inkling of, and that she didn't was a constant irritating torment, an itch she couldn't reach, a splinter she couldn't pull free. What was it like before? He hadn't been expecting that, and while he reeled she pressed on, trying to curry what favor she could. I remember the mending, and before, when planeswalkers were as gods, I thought we all thought there was nothing before and beyond that. Now you come along and resculpt history, saying there was a time before the multiverse itself. You're not working blind, Naruto. You must have a grand plan, an overall vision of what you're recreating. What did it look like? She was proud, and she was haughty, but her next words were likely the most sincere she'd spoken in many years, as she faced the Plainsmaker fully. What was, or is, the universe? She could sense the question rippling behind her, the curiosity of the others awakened by her query, and it seemed Naruto did as well. The Plainsmaker, looking over her shoulder before letting her hand go, and stepped backwards, a calculating look on his face as he talked half to himself. There's a reason they called one of the Titans the Butcher of Truth. You know, that was what he tried to show people, the way things used to be. Never ended well, but let me guess, you all want to know, right? A quick swapping of glances brought a dozen nodding heads. I think yes, I can give you a glimpse, no more. I cannot show you all of it. Gather round. He backed up a few paces as they did so, the now familiar ripples that broke up his blue eyes still perturbing to most, but still all would agree infinitely preferable to what came next as he closed them and removed his headband. Only Liliana, who was closest, still noticed the strange crease that ran down his forehead before it split open, the sight making them all start, but more crucially ensnaring them in the gaze of something else, something that began to swirl the movements of its strange pattern, dragging them all inwards. Unable and curiously unwilling to resist the flow as they were pulled, no, they were guided into its endless depths, straight back to the very garden on which they were stood before. Nothing changed, and not a hair out of place, until the law of gravity was suddenly revoked. In an instant the metropolis was a sea of grays, greens and browns under them, the instant after it was lost beneath a sea of wisping cloud. Those who thought they were within the eternities were proven wrong, as the curvature of a world appeared beneath them, the entire planet receding beneath them, as other phenomenon rushed past, a spray of rocks, another sphere dwarfing the other as Ravnica disappeared, gone into the distance beyond their sight. All scale was lost, random pieces and sights flying past, until at length a pattern emerged, a large tendril of blues and purples, studded with flawless beautiful jewels, the light of countless suns, and as they rose still further, even that became part of something else, something greater, a disk. a great shining circle of slow-ordered chaos slowly rotated in the eternal blackness, and even that was shrinking, the lifting from beneath not stopping, as behind and around the shrinking circlet other lights were seen. As the mass containing Ravnica was lost to distance, more and more of its distant cousins were revealed, the blackness alive like a cloudless night sky, specks of dust scattered across the cosmos. Even as the pushing from beneath faded and they were held aloft for an instant, Naruto's words came back to them, whispered across the void of time and space, "This is but a glimpse. And no more." He was looking away from them, all pulling the armored cloth back down over his whatever he had, as those released from it gasped, some staggering, as they tried to absorb even some of what it had revealed. He waited patient, rubbing a spot of grease off his former mark of allegiance, and not regarding them until eventually the silence was broken. Nissa stuttered, her eyes wet even as the memory began to fade, trying to hold on to it like snatching at mist. "Only a vague impression left. You would remake? No, that cannot be done, not by a thousand. Naruto's chuckle cut her off. "Funny thing about the impossible, it always seems that way. Until you've done it, then you wonder what all the fuss was about. I once thought it was impossible to throw a kunai straight. Every time I tried I still thought it was impossible. Then I hit the bullseye one time, and I'd done it. Every journey seems forever. You take a step, and it still seems forever. You take another, and another, and another, and before you know it you're where you want to be. Like learning a spell, mastering a kata, growing a garden, or raising a hearth and home. The road goes ever on and on, but you can pick up some useful things along the way. Like anything." Naruto shrugged at Koth's croaked question, tapping the hilt of his sword. "A useful tool." He patted his other hip. "Absent its usual burden, a good friend. Happy memories, sadder memories, plain shaking secrets, useless trivia, everyone learns as they go. For instance, before today, I never knew how sensitive elven ears were or how flexible a tied-up Soratami could be." Tomio colored and laughed together, dabbing her eyes, even as she refused to reach for her parchment and ink. "Some things could never be properly recorded. Or just how much I hate trinary stars. My apologies, but here we must part ways. That ramen binge is going to have to go on hold for a minute. There's been a cock-up. How bad can we help?" "And no, I'll handle it. My clone's messed up again," he sighed, waving off Gideon's concern as his form beginning to effervesce, the blind eternities opening behind him. "You'd think they or I would have learned by now. Oh well, one more step along the road I go. Maybe this time I'll master 5-dimensional thinking. Good luck to all of you wherever you go from here. We'll meet again if you want us to." He stepped through the portal and was gone, arguably the most powerful being in the multiverse, leaving those who had thought they had a claim on that title behind. All remained where they were, lost in their thoughts and trying to recall the glimpse they had seen in his strange, terrible eye, but none, not even Jace, could truly fix it in his mind. The Mind Mage was, however, the first to recover his past experience with the Plainsmaker, giving him an idea of what to do next. He was halfway to his door with his key in hand when someone noticed his absence. "Where are you going?" "To my cellar." Vraska's brow furrowed. "Why?" "Alcohol," he called back, fitting his key into the lock, "copious amounts of it." Of course, remembering the last time they'd met the Plainsmaker, Chandra followed him, glancing over her shoulder as she did so. "Anyone helping? We got wine ale, and that mushroom slop he goes through." "I'm sorry, we have?" "Yes, we some of that wine I brought." 2 bottles. Odd. The Mind Mage grumbled through a slight smile. "Everyone wait here, I'll bring some of it out." "We do not. Now's a good time to start." Chandra cut down the taller Moonfolk's protests. "Trust me, when Naruto's part of the equation, the answer always involves booze and stroke or violence." "Interesting. I had a similar theory about pyromancers." Gideon smirked before frowning severely at her answering gesture. "Don't swear. She's got more than enough bad habits already." "Not yet. She doesn't." Chandra's grin was wicked as she looked down at the hieromancer's new daughter. "Tell me, Kiora, did Gideon ever tell you how we met?" "On a balmy summer day in the City of Guilds, after a council, a minor war and a revelation, 13 planeswalkers were gathered together in a single garden, taking stock and simply talking about the day, the battles they'd taken part in, and as more alcohol was delved from the cellar and familiarity bred fellowship, other stories came to light. Revelations of the Plainsmaker and those who knew and had met him before, the admissions, tinged with humor as hindsight, brought different views to what had been excruciating circumstances. History was recounted though as Venzer stole his companion's calligraphy brush with a promise that if she complained he'd break the story of Splaypaw's best trap. It went unrecorded save to memory, even if as the sun sank lower and a pervading chill made most of them retreat indoors. Tamio eventually told that humiliating tale herself after the Koth Elspeth and Venzer's thrilling account of some of the days of the Phyrexian War. I have never been so embarrassed, the moonfolk admitted, usually chalk skin tinged pink, as she took another sip of wine, even more so since Venzer was incapacitated and could not cut the snare. What happened to you? I couldn't breathe, the sojourner admitted, trying not to laugh. Even now it was just the yelp she made. Right after the rat left, she took a step forwards, whoosh into the air by her ankle. Parchment everywhere, ink over her face. Kimono askew, where's that stone? You will not dare. Tamio denounced him fiercely. You do, and I will hire a true Nezumi to deal with you. And we wonder where he got his ideas from? Garrett grimaced, looking into the ridiculously tiny glass he was delicately holding before a feral cunning gleamed in his eyes. What about you? Were you panned in his book? No, I was not, Liliana declared, knocking back the rest of her drink, having been quiescent for most of the evening. And just for the record, Viviana Les is one of the most popular characters, a princess smart enough to trick her kidnappers, get back her magic and escape from them. Then she runs into the blundering Tarut Wildshrieker, and it all goes downhill. You really did your research, Closet Fan. The look the geomancer was given should have shriveled him to rust, but he refused back down. You'd not be the first to have hate bloom to respect, especially on the battlefield. Nissa scowled at the sly dig, topping up her mushroom wine. Everyone had chuckled at her admission of what Mel had done to her, but then everyone had taken their turn on the ducking stool, and to her surprise she found shame shared was a much lighter burden than that held within, though that doesn't make it painless, or beyond the reach of vengeance. At least it wasn't love on there, she shot back, Koth wincing. He conceded the blow before another voice cut in, Chandra, poking her head in from outside, a hint of fire around her hair keeping out the chill of the fallen night, as her expression told of horror. Damn it, we forgot those books there at the Guildhall still. Jace, for the love of the gods, tell me there's no one there tomorrow. There is, but the Guildpact raised a finger to forestall the coming riot. The Aharotica pre-releases aren't. I can only assume Naruto picked them all up as he delivered us here. Where are they now? Where do you think Chandra? The mind mage redirected Koth's question with a smirk. Where would you put volumes such as that? How would I? Oh, he didn't. Afraid so. Your shelf just got a lot fuller. He is a complete git, the firebrand declared, the denunciation undone by her smile as she thought about the library above them and the texts she had helped fill it with. Oh well, at least my denouements outnumber his. Denouements? What she calls novels, Jace explained to the confused-looking Venzer. Since we were, or should I say since Naruto forced his way into our lives, Chandra's been busy hunting him down. Yeah, but that's boring, the firebrand complained, coming inside and squeezing past Garrick the beast mage closest to the door. I want to hear something fun. What were you going to tell us about the temple earlier, Gideon? Before Kiora, put the brakes on your womanizing. The hieromancer glared as several people looked away. Venzer, the most obviously affected. I admire your sacrifice, Jura. I truly do, as my good friend over there discovered a while ago. As soon as kids come into the picture, your love life goes straight out of it. If you want to kill him, feel free, the Volshok grated, glowering. I might even give you a hand. I'd take the offer, Gideon. I've seen what those hands can do. I'll read about what they can do later. I'm feeling exceptionally picked on, despite himself, though Koth couldn't help but smile a little. It was more than the drink and the unusual food. Jace, having kindly opened his larder as well as his cellar as the day wore on, it was the company, the people who'd stood shoulder to shoulder with him, just as it had been when hell was knocking at their door during the Miran fight back against the Praetors. Still, what were you saying about Ula's temple? The light mage opened his mouth, then paused, smiling. I hope you know Kiora might kill me for this. Not until tomorrow, Jura-san, said a soft musical voice from the hallway. Kagaya, regarding him softly, with a delicate hand around the shoulders of another. For now, story time is over for one of us. I'm not tired. If Elspeth-san had not caught you, you would have toppled from that chair. The Soratami gently overran the protests of the child she was guiding. You have the heart of 10 samurai, but the body of only one. You must rest. Was a samurai? Later, Gideon assured his new charge, looking outside and starting. Didn't realize it was so late. Is there a place we can stay around here? Even as he made to ask the question, Jace chortled a distinct feeling of déjà vu in his mind, as he looked over the assembled, as saw the deep blue sky overhead, as before so again, though this time, there's more than just the one stray to take in. Not that it was a bad thing. He flicked a glance towards the firebrand, wondering if she was thinking the same thing he was. Not this evening, Kiora. Do you sleep underwater? If I can, she answered, drowsiness banished momentarily by the question why. Well, there's a water, but outside. I'm joking. It was funny to see her fins flare like a startled cat, but he hastily overrode both her concerns and those of the man, now taking a very close interest in his words. I've a bath upstairs. You're welcome to hot water and all. Really? Thanks, I'm getting kind of dry, not been under all day. Gideon cleared his throat, bracing himself to act as the villain again. My thanks for the offer, Jace, but we can't impose. We'll find our own lodgings. Can't? The Ravnican snorted, looking up at the taller man, a word I've become reticent to use recently, along with impossible. Think about what we've done in the last day, all of you. We called a council without bloodshed, fought a god's damned war hell. We repeated something from the annals of legend, literal legend. One of the crowd glanced away at the reminder, the mind mage inadvertently grinding salt into a recent wound, and discovered, well, we were offered a chance to, I don't know, help repopulate creation. We managed all that. I'm sure we can all fit under one roof without murder being done in the night. Or worse, if someone gets hold of one of those novels. Venzer chipped in, grinning at the groans. Hey, it could be the next bestseller, and there are worse things to be remembered for. If you're offering a bed, Jace, I won't say no. I'm too refined a vintage to go gallivanting off after a day like today. You don't look that old. I'm well preserved. Certainly well pickled. Kothcut, eyeing the bottles around where his friend was sat still. It is a long way to Mirodan, and I told Nerthu I might be a few days. I can't rest on your beds, though. I need a hard surface, no blankets. I have a cellar. Stone floor, yeah? Jace nodded. Perfect. Now put the Fleck to bed before she falls over. I won't, Kiora told the geomancer, though she was unable to stop her yawn as her guardian came over, thanking Kagaya for looking after her with the others, as he led the mare girl gently towards the stairs. The Soratami watching them go, so strong for such a small one, and noble of him to guard her. She was so lost in thoughts of how her family might have been, she almost missed the sigh behind her. Chandra with her hands on her hips as she looked past the moonfolk. No prizes for guessing who I'm bunking with. Better get some blankets down. I don't think Cuddles' leg is up to stairs yet. Garrett coughed, amused. Cuddles? Oops. The firebrand slapped a palm to her face as she realized her admission. She's going to kill me. All right, having a clean conscience had worked before. We walk a lot together. Vraska suffers the cold. The nights are cold. I'm warm. I'm sure you can draw the rest yourselves. And if we cannot, I know one who can. Nissa put in, smirking. It sounds an excellent sequel. Snake and fire? Chill and flame? I hate you all. Warmth and tenderness? Venzer half drowned in his drink. You need to warn us before you come out with something like that. Tammy-san. The Soratami should have been annoyed as he used her detested short name, but was too at peace to feel it, instead nodding as he wiped droplets of wine off his face as the target of their jibes scowled at the lot of them. If you're not careful, it'll be rip and tear, and it'll involve all you sods, Chandra threatened. As opposed to just me. When Vraz finds out I let that slip, she'll not kill you. You'd be amazed what the Golgari can have you live through. The pyromancer riposted the elementalist's assertion with a shiver. Still best wait for Gideon to get back. I'd like to hear one last story before I meet my untimely and doubtless agonizing demise. Thanks, that's just right. No need to thank me, Jace assured his guest as Kiora withdrew her fingers from the filled vessel. It'll get colder though. Just like home, she said fondly, the mind mage pausing as she hugged him briefly. Thanks anyway, even if you don't want them. Despite himself, the Ravnican smiled as she slipped away, glancing up at the man filling the doorway behind him. You realize she's going to be a heart thief? Don't, Gideon groaned. I'll tell you when you're older, a lot older, the hieromancer assured the confused mare girl. Jace squeezing past him as he stepped forwards and embraced the one-time irritation that had become a pearl in his heart, mind and soul. Have a good night. We're heading to Zendikar in the morning. Why? Fond of the place? It grew on me, Gideon admitted, before turning a little more severe, but also we both of us need to follow the rules. Blood has a stronger claim than any other. Blood, but I understanding flashed in her eyes. My mother? But she and none of my school need me. They think I think a woman who'd abandon everything for her child is a woman who should know that child is safe and well. but I told her I was swimming away. She didn't want me to go, but it was best neither of the new family saw Jace edge away, knocking the door shut behind him to grant them privacy, have to tell the others to use downstairs. He was quite surprised how deeply their interplay had touched him, a sudden warmth flooding through him as his sharp intellect cut to another point, and it only or most likely happened because of the Plainsmaker. How much does he actually see, and what was that strange eye, for want of a better word, he hid under Jace? The sudden voice broke his chain of thought, and he leapt up, as though scalded, whipping around to see the owner of the voice with, if not contempt then certainly standoffishness in his voice. "What is it, Vess?" She glared, her eyes alive with that dangerous blend of spite and allure that had ensnared him once before, but time had dulled its cutting edge, allowing him to weather it until she unexpectedly looked away. "I need you to help me with something." "I've heard that before." "I'm serious," and he could tell from the slight tremor in both her frame and her voice. "Have I put a foot wrong in your house, didn't I?" "Spare our lives?" "Spare me," the mind mage spat, ushering her down the hallway so their whispered conversation was out of earshot of the bathroom. "You gave up the rest of us. Living or dying played no part in that decision. You made it for your best interests, like every other decision you've ever taken. What do you want, an apology?" A tear-jerking begging to be taken back, and she spread her arms looking upwards as though inviting salvation. "Send down an angel, let me confess my sins." "It won't happen, and you know it as well as I do. As I told that sun mage, I am what I am and I won't be pitied or patronized for it." The Ravnican snorted. "You're certainly whole again, ready to take another gamble for immortality? What will you sacrifice this time? Even demons would be hard-pressed to find your heart." Shadows covered her face, crawled in her hair before, to his slight surprise, vanishing. Liliana again looked, if not beaten then certainly discomfort, as she stepped back down the darkened landing. "Never again. I'll not serve another master, no matter how tempting the bargain." She swallowed harshly before looking at him again, and Jace was amazed to see tears glistening in her eyes. "Even I can learn that much. So what do you want from me?" His tone was softer now, though still firm, something that drew a small smile from the necromancer. Before she looked away in the past, she had hurt him terribly. She had no right to ask him anything, but at the same time, if there was a chance he could let her see what she was missing, she had to take it. "When I was lost," she began, "you don't know what it was like. You'll never know. I was trapped, a prisoner behind my own eyes. I've been close to death before, but that was the first time." His shadow looked more inviting than carrying on. "Even when I try to remember, it's like I can see everything I did, but that's all. When you all focused your mana through me, I can't even explain what happened, what I saw. It's in my head, I can see it, but I can't touch it." "Naruto said you," and the hothead knew some of his burden, "and with that so do I. To know something so perfect, and have it so far away." She clenched her fists, so lost to her loss and Jace so absorbed in her story. Neither of them heard or saw Gideon leave the bathroom and then slink away, recognizing something between them. He had no place in its torture, like being blind and given a glimpse of the world only to be returned to darkness. "I need to know more than what I saw, more than her ripped dress or her tangled hair." The sight of outright pleading in her expression undid most of his resistance. Not even she could fake sincerity that well. "If you want me to beg, I'll beg on my knees here and now, but please, Jace, give me the meaning to what I saw." He should have said no. It would be fitting for her to know what it meant to have something you thought was your last hope turn its back and walk away. How delicious would it be to leave a knife in the heart of his former backstabber, to have her cast aside her vaunted pride, crawl like a worm, and then simply step over her, and he was tempted. The bad blood between them wasn't easily forgotten. But she had saved them. Naruto's aspect could not have been undone by any save her, and she had foregone her own life to spare all of them, and more than that, the mind mage was tired of nursing old grudges, picking at old wounds. He wanted to let go, move forwards and out of her shadow. "With this, our business is done, Liliana." He stepped forwards, the dark mage catching her breath. "We are neutral strangers to each other. We do not speak of the past. It never existed. Do you understand?" She nodded, hardly daring to speak, and trying to calm her mind as her one-time lover stepped forwards, a trace of blue upon his fingertip. It rose, there was contact, and there was then nothing beyond the memory. Liliana had felt the mind mage's magic before, though never in anger, for her his touch always been gentle, as opposed to the brute force destruction she knew he could cause. He had cared for her so naively. She'd at first been secretly scornful, then somewhat touched, but petty feelings had never come between her goals and his strength and control had only grown since then, so much so that she didn't realize the awful truth until he lowered his hand, the blue mana fading. "I'm sorry." She had to look away. And he gave her privacy. He could only see what she had seen. There was no feeling behind it for him to extrapolate, so for both of them it had been like watching an enthralling picture show, but she lived it. She was within the mana itself. That I can't replicate without feeling, and neither can she, though impartial by necessity of his new role within the city of guilds. Jace wasn't heartless. The necromancer had come within. No, she had seen beyond mana, to the truth behind something perhaps even Naruto didn't know, and that was all she could remember, the sight of it, not the effect it should have had on her mind. A dreadful loss. He should have detested her. Instead, he commiserated to be enlightened, and not know what that means. Heart-rending, especially as even together we couldn't. A sudden thought seized the mind mage. As Liliana regained her composure. Erase them, she asked softly. Better to not have a sight than be tortured by it. Remove them, Jace, please. I've no right to ask you, but would you help a suffering stranger? No. So you learned to be cruel. Her smile was bitterly sad. I taught you too well as well. And you didn't heed your lessons well enough, and you were the one who asked to be shown what? Her confusion must have shone through her watering eyes, as Jace regarded her. You've already done the impossible once. What's stopping you doing it again? Impossible? What, that spell? He nodded, and she was left grasping for speech. But I have a long road ahead of you, but like Naruto, you can see what lies at the end of it. The Ravnican finished for her, smiling slightly. You can treat it as a torture or use it as inspiration to see it again properly. You'll need to learn the different colors of mana though, and how to channel them all. That will take years, decades. It had taken a long time to master the mana of the swamps, even with infernal aid, but he's right. I've done it before. I know it can be done, and I've other things to do first. Don't we all? I cannot and will not tell you what to do, Liliana. I don't waste breath, but you've a second chance. Don't squander it. Also, if you run into an empty plane on your travels, it might not be a bad idea to liven it up somehow. Ironic, though, that might be for a death mage. She snickered slightly despite herself as Jace folded his arms, trying and somewhat failing to look severe. And if you come back to Ravnica at all, remember the procedures for meeting the guild pact. Lavinia gets very upset when people try to circumvent protocol. Upsetting young lady, she smirked, her voice low. An unfortunate habit with you, Jace. Bellerin, the mind mage, quirked an eyebrow until she gestured behind him. Someone else was at the head of the stairs watching them both, and his pulse raced as he realized what she was seeing. Chandra, we've sorted out the sleeping. Her expression was somewhere between stoicism, resignation, and heartbreak, and he never wanted to see her wear it again. You can catch up when you're ready. We were becoming strangers to each other. Liliana's formal tone made him look back at her, trying frantically to disassemble her game before it did any further harm. I've a lot of old ghosts to lay to rest, but I'm not in the habit of apologizing, especially not in public. Goodbye, Jace. It'll be a long time before we meet again. She stepped past the Ravnican, so flabbergasted he forgot to say anything as she sashayed down the short corridor. He did see Chandra regarding her approach impassively, the firebrand not backing down an inch even as Liliana paused alongside her, and Lenten crimson and black hair overlapped for a brief instant before the fire mage's eyes went wide. Really? Worse than tangle wire. Jace had a sudden sinking feeling as his housemate glanced at him quizzically before remembering something and turning back to the Shadowmancer. You're bunking in my room? Yes, you are. Don't argue. Trust me, the inn down the road is a complete dive. Even I wouldn't be caught dead in. Liliana might have wanted to argue, but thought better of it. Instead, Jace caught the very edge of her smirk as he followed in her wake, cursing the witch's name. How long had that pledge of strangers lasted? Dare I ask what she said? The pyromaster regarded him with a contradictory look, as though she were drawing a conclusion that, though amusing, was still somewhat questionable. Tangle wire? She suddenly snorted. Actually, yeah, I can see it. Chandra-chan, damn it, she was just too quick, her arm slipping from his grip as she descended in the necromancer's wake, echoing her smirk. Damn it, they're going to drive me mad. Oh well, she'll get hers tomorrow when the rest have gone. If I make it to tomorrow, I'll be very, very grateful. Oh come on, it was an honest mistake. The flat accusing gaze didn't change the fact its owner was prostrate on the living room floor, not toning down its potency. I didn't mean to do it, just a slip of the tongue. The Gorgon continued, giving her the evil eye for a moment before she mercifully looked away. I suppose it couldn't be helped. I know how slippery your tongue can be. Vraska. Golgari, humor cut to the quick. That ugh, and we've got company. I'm hardly a blushing maiden. Venzer saw to that. Elspeth told the slightly younger woman, meticulously folding up her tunic atop the armor she'd placed in one of the lounge seats, following doffing it. I put up with far worse from him during the battle for Mirodan, and Koth's compound keeps trying to set me up with others of their tribe. They're a passionate people. The Volshok you, and your tongue would get on well with them. You two are no friends of mine, the pyromancer declared, trying to scowl over her smile. If you wake up wondering what the burning smell is, don't expect me to put you out. Fortunately, I don't burn easily, the Gorgon reminded her, throwing off the covers as both other women stepped closer, glancing at each other before Chandra approached first. I'll be in the middle, I'm more used to this. She lay down next to the Gorgon, not reacting as the symbiotes flowed over her, attracted to her warmth. Don't worry, Elspeth, my body is a shield between you and the terrible tentacle monster that didn't come out right. Say nothing, we'll never speak of it again. I certainly hope not. The white mage looked over the two of them, half amused, half concerned. You do this often? Especially if the nights are cold, Vraska said, glancing up at her. It is one of the greatest fears of my kind. The death slumber has taken many of us. If they're like you, that's a terrible shame. Elspeth regarded the prone Gorgon fondly. How's your leg? It itches, but I should be able to hobble tomorrow. If you can't, you stay here another night, Chandra told her, feeling Elspeth slide under their shared covers, the floor beneath them hard but blocked out by a thicker blanket under them all. Everyone comfortable? Elspeth nodded. Mirrodin's made of metal. I've had far harder floors. It's Koth I feel sorry for when he's off his plane. He can't sleep on anything softer than granite. What's so funny? She felt the blanket shake. Chandra trying to hold in a sudden bout of giggles. He's married, isn't he? Compounded, it means more or less the same thing. The fire mage shook harder. A quaver of mirth in her voice brings a whole new meaning to the phrase break the bed. If he comes down covered in rock dust, you know he's had a good night. Elspeth snorted, nudging the other woman with her elbow. Don't be vulgar, and more importantly, hope Nerthu never finds out about today. If she discovers you propositioned her compound, I wouldn't give a copper bit to your chances of escaping alive. The blanket sloughed away as Chandra scrambled to sit up, regarding the smirking knight with horror. What? I'd never. Give it to me, Koth. Elspeth mimed, Chandra's jaw dropping before her palm covered her forehead. She hears about that, and the only thing between you and a painful end is a good head start. I could just burn your tongue off, you know? With those cheeks, I don't doubt it. All right. She held up a hand as Chandra glared volcanically, trying to cool her furious blush. I'm sorry, but it's funny when you look back. I'm sure I'll laugh one day, the fire mage muttered, flumping back down. Can I rely on your silence, or am I doomed to death by a jealous wife? Your secret's safe with me. Good. Now, assuming everything's equal, and no one's going to take any more jabs at my pride, good night. I'm tired, and I'll see you both in the morning. With that, she fell silent, Elspeth rolling over to give her back to the other woman and staring at the far wall, realizing, as she did, that if Vraska feared the cold, she'd been wise in her choice of bed partner, though I suppose it's to be expected from a red mage. Is she asleep already? A strange noise like a stuttering whistling hiss pierced the silence, the knight cocking an ear and wondering if the Gorgon had already succumbed before the body beside her shifted again. Bloody wormhead. There was a noise suspiciously like knuckles hitting snakeskin before the blanket sloughed away. Chandra sitting up again. Sorry, Elspeth, we're even now, right? Right, Vraska replied, snickering as the fire mage stood up and stepped over her. Elspeth heard the lounge door swish open a few seconds later and looked over at the Gorgon questioningly, her ears linked directly to her bladder. Elspeth was confused for a second before hastily stifling a snort. That's cruel, she declared, realizing the purpose of the Gorgon's hiss. Amusing, but cruel. We Golgari are fond of passive revenge. The bland statement didn't help the white mage hold down her laughter. Elspeth just about managing to control her snickering as the pyromancer reappeared, a flaming orb above her to make sure she didn't tread on them, even if I owe Cuddles a swift kick. I'll get her later. Retaking her place, wishing all a good night, and punching the smug walking wallet one last time, Chandra snuffed out her flame and lay back waiting for sleep to take her. She had the strangest sensation of being rocked, then a dim pain blossomed in her shin. Fortunately, Chandra had never been a heavy sleeper and quickly rose through the mist of slumber, her journey guided by pain and sounds of struggle nearby. There was an instant of confusion as she opened her eyes to darkness, hearing only stifled snatches of breath, and another impact on her leg before she quickly reached forwards, throwing an arm over the shaking figure and whispering fiercely, "Shoo, shhh, it's all right." The thrashing didn't lessen, so she clung on, speaking in an undertone calmly, "Relax, relax, you're all right, shhh. Are you awake?" The convulsing had stopped, but the shivering continued, her arm overlaid by another as she sensed something in the darkness move. Yes, the firebrand's chest, constricted. That wasn't the voice of the night she'd lain down beside. It was trembling, as tremulous as hers had once been, as Elspeth breathed in ragged harsh rasps. "In 2-3, out 2-3, Chandra soothed, pulling herself in closer to the suffering woman, remembering how important human contact had been for her. "Slow and gentle, just catch your breath, you're safe." She heard the night move, felt hands on her arm as slowly her breathing calmed, though she still shivered, as though stuck by a bad flux. Fortunately, the firebrand couldn't smell anything other than sweat from the leaving nightmare. "I'm sorry, I'll sleep elsewhere." "You won't, I've had the terrors before, come with me." "Don't worry about Vraj, she sleeps like a log." Even as she spoke, she felt symbiotes slowly slither off her back, the Gorgon's breathing unchanged as she faked the sleep she'd been woken from. As she had confided in Chandra, she no longer dreamed, and was easily spooked awake. "Once she's gone until sun up." "Come on up, you get." Chandra rose to all fours, then her knees helping Elspeth to her feet and steadying her as she swayed. "We'll talk in the kitchen, no one's sleeping there." Steadily, and with a small ribbon of fire making sure they didn't trip over the reposing Golgari, they made their way through the silent house, distant snores the only noise, as Chandra pulled out a stool and eased her friend into it, igniting her hair for light, and to take the edge from the chill. The firebrand couldn't help but wince at Elspeth's gaunt appearance. It seemed all vitality had been leached from her face to leave a hollow sunken skull that regarded her through haunted eyes. "Damn it, what did Gideon do when it was me?" She could barely remember those memories now, so went with her gut, shocked at how cold the other woman's hands were as she took them gently. In her own eye dreamt of fire, she admitted, slowly hearing the screams from her burning village, her family condemned to the flames for her mistake by soldiers serving a supposed higher purpose. "Sometimes I wish I'd died, that the spark hadn't saved me. I wish I'd not been born." Elspeth matched her confession with her own. "Even now it won't stop, I can still hear them. We won, but I fought too late. I'm no knight, I've no honor, don't deserve any." Chandra told her, biting her cheek, to stop herself tearing up at the wrenching laments. "Don't talk like that. You fought and you won. Hell, you broke that dark steel stuff Koth said couldn't be broken." Elspeth sniffed, then laughed wretchedly. "Even a shattered blade can murder the innocent." "You couldn't. You don't know me." "I know you enough to know that," Chandra said fiercely, crackling hair reflected in Elspeth's tear-stained eyes. "I heard you. I don't know what Spikes was on about with Yawgmoth, but you swore to defend Koth's daughter. He told us about her. What did Naruto have to do with it?" "You know of Yawgmoth, Phyrexia, and the Dominarian War?" "Vaguely, yes, but he's been dead a long time. I remember you and Koth, and that artificer told us they were reborn on Mirror, wherever, and you beat them." "We beat nothing." The realization was surprisingly bitter, even that faint pride extinguished by the Plainsmaster's words. "Naruto removed them. Without him we'd have lost. Whatever he did created Tista, and when we fought, and he told us I couldn't take it. I lost one plane I loved, I couldn't lose Mirodan Jace." He showed me memories. It had been one of the more disjointing things to reconcile. Once she'd had time to think, she recognized every memory the mind mage had duplicated and compressed into that trial, in effect living them twice. "And I tried to kill her." "Who, Tista? You thought she was Phyrexian?" "She's a child," the knight hissed, her tone thick with hatred for herself. "Even the most honorless dog of Bant wouldn't harm the defenseless, and I wanted her dead. I'm no better than the bastard Phyrexians." "The scabied dog has the slap," echoed softly, but it still echoed around the still kitchen. Elspeth, bringing a hand to her stinging cheek as Chandra glared her gaze steely. "Say that again and I'll really lose my temper." The fire mage threatened. "Did you kill her?" "What? Tista, in your mind, did you kill her?" "I know guilt swamped the pain. I couldn't." "Would a Phyrexian have even paused?" Elspeth's working jaw gave her the answer. "Do you think you're a goddess, Elspeth?" The sun mage recoiled. "Of course not." "Then stop thinking like you should be one." Chandra drove over her denials. "Sometimes we get our choices wrong. Welcome to life. You make mistakes, you're human. What you do wrong doesn't matter as much as how you put it right. Listen, I was stupid and reckless. When I was younger I almost ended up using one of the most destructive spells I knew back then to get rid of a pursuit in the middle of a crowded street. If Gideon hadn't been there, yeah, I knew him back then. Apart from Jace, who I'd had one fight with, he was the only walker I'd ever really met. I shudder to think what the death toll would have been. Once I realized, and he told me what I'd nearly done, I swore to rein it in next time I had a choice between fighting people I'd pissed off or getting innocent people killed. I went quietly. I wouldn't put them at risk. What about you, Elspeth? Why did you fight on Mirrodin? A sudden suspicion seized the pyromancer, and she crossed her fingers hard, hoping she was doing the right thing. Was it because of the other plane? The white mage was rocking on her seat, shivering so hard Chandra almost missed her nod. Bant, she managed to croak. I found peace there. It took me in and trained me, made me a knight, but when it needed me, she looked up, the agony in her face so vivid. Chandra's harshness collapsed, and she hugged the other woman again, conveying her support through the most basic and visceral human contact. I couldn't do it. I found out later the plane Ilaria was fractured into shards. Bant was one of them. At the conflux they merged again, and Bant was invaded by the shard of death and destruction. We fought and we lost. They overwhelmed us, and when the spires fell I lost control, wiped out their forces, and returned my squire to life forbidden. When the battle was done I left. I didn't try to restore what had been. I couldn't face the hope I saw in their eyes when they looked at me. Koth found me later. Well, we found each other in the gladiator pits of Urborg. Somehow a laugh bubbled up from within. No love on that battlefield. I followed him after we found Venzer. We went to Mirrodin, and I fought reluctantly at first, called a coward with good reason, until I found fighting meant I couldn't see Bant anymore. And when the war was over you started thinking about it again, didn't you? You idiot. Chandra squeezed the knight hard as she felt her nod. We're all idiots. Me with my fire, you with a death wish. Jace gets obsessed to the point of madness, and I dread to think what some of the others have wrong with them. You're just lucky we caught this before it was too late. Elspeth caught her breath, pushing out of the pyromancer's embrace to regard her. Too late? Chandra nodded sadly. I lived under this roof on and off for over half a year before Jace and I properly spoke about anything, and we only did that after we were in a worse state than we are now. He nearly broke his mind and I nearly broke my will, because something, pride, stupidity, fear, I don't know, stopped either of us opening our mouths. It's pathetic now I look back, but I don't look back beating myself up. I either laugh or think how the hell do I, or we make sure we don't end up in that mess again. It's a problem with the spark. Sometimes it's easier to run from or bury things you should say or do. The knight looked at her for a long moment before looking down, regarding her knees and speaking. I see your point. Chandra resisted the urge to hiss in triumph. Ren have been running forever. By the sigils, I'm tired. I'll hold to my oaths for Malira and little Tiz. If she takes up the blade, help Koth and the others reforge Mirrodin. Now Yawgmoth's pets are gone. After that I don't know. After that the pyromancer's voice cut over her, but Chandra herself seemed far away. Elspeth, regarding her curiously as she suddenly snapped back to reality, her eyes as alight as her hair. Elspeth, tell me about Bant. Don't say it's gone. Tell me about the place. It was having spent so much time trying not to remember her former home, she had to think hard. It was unique. There was no red or black mana there. It was peaceful with fields and rolling hills. They were gentle, perfect for riding on. I stayed in the barracks or monasteries a lot. Wait there. Chandra slipped off her seat and darted away, the glowing trail of her fire fading with the distance. Elspeth heard her swiftly ascend the stairs, before catching her breath, rubbing her arms. Without the firebrand there was a definite chill in the air. I can only hope Vraska's not suffering. She stood to get a glass of water, the liquid chilling her further, but washing away some of the tightness in her throat. Swilling down the last of the drink, she drained the glass just as she caught a glimpse of orange turning as Chandra reappeared, looking serious, but somewhat elated. I don't want to rake up old bones, but do you think if you went back to Bant, or whatever it is now, there'd be anything left? Anyone who'd follow you? Anything you'd want to save? It was such an emotive question she couldn't answer it. I don't know why. Find out. Chandra's voice was soft, but with an undercurrent of excitement, as she offered something forwards. At first Elspeth thought it was one of the damned novels that had started this whole thing, until she saw the cover was blank. After you reforge Mirrodin, you can remake it. Hope rose before she could control it. It took a lot of effort to squash down. It's gone. Chandra, the conflux destroyed it. So make somewhere new, somewhere better. This is one of mine, the red mage claimed, trying hard not to sound proud as she held out her book. It's actually the reason I know the Planesmaker at all. I found it before I even knew who Naruto was. It's a plane near Zendikar, Kiora, or Nissa, or I could walk you there blindfolded. I called it Illustria. It's empty. Elspeth, a blank slate. She pressed it into the knight's hands, feeling none of the reluctance she'd feared as she felt the other woman's cold fingers close over it. It'll take time, and a lot of effort, but you can rebuild. Bant Naruto said he won't mind what goes on his planes as long as something does. Keep that book, it's all right. Chandra embraced the other woman again, her last words a soft whisper. You can cry, if you want to. I'm the last person who'd judge you. Teardrops dotted the denuma's front cover as she held one hand around Elspeth's back, the other gently at the back of her neck, her fingers tickled by the knight's short hair as she felt strong arms loop around her, in turn harsh breathing in her ear that became speech. You'd give this to me? I'm not using it. She rubbed the other woman's back comfortingly. I have no idea where you'd need to even start, but gods damn it, it's something. It'll take years, but who cares as long as it's right in the end. If it's not Illustria, we'll find somewhere else. I'll still be looking. I can't, there's nothing I have. This isn't a trade, you fool. Chandra half snarled, forcing her lips close to the knight's ear. Bloody hells above and below, don't tell me you've forgotten yesterday? When we were on our knees, Kothkagaya and I, against that armored grim reaper, you broke his scythe and saved us all. Something the half-metal man said couldn't be done. I've no idea how, though I don't know if I could do it again. Stop talking yourself down, or you'll get another slap this time, a flaming one. Chandra warned, glad to hear the other woman snicker a little rather than sob. Before that, when you were hurting, I know you're our partner. He was right. He's got a habit for it. That's why they gave him the fancy title and his office, and the reason he's infuriating to live with half the time. And the other half? Oh, he's just annoying. Chandra managed off the cuff, suddenly pressing the knight in tighter so Elspeth wouldn't see her, caught out by the question. I wonder, but I wasn't talking about Jace. When one of us fell, another stepped in. When did? Oh, the firebrand, recalled the speaker and shook her head at the memory. Life lessons from someone I've likely 10 years on the eternities taught him well. Thank you, Chandra Naylor, for everything. I'll help heal Mirrodin's scars, then go on to this Illustria. Good, look back, but don't live there. I learned that the hard way, and don't worry about it. Elspeth, it begins with a T, doesn't it? Tyrell the knight introduced herself fully as she broke their embrace, smiling as she remembered one of the sayings from the home she had lost, but one I could see reborn. When hell comes knocking, everyone on your side of the door is your friend. We said that a lot in training. I'll bet you didn't get the skills that put spikes on his knees without practice. Oh, for a sudden realization made the fire mage snort with laughter she only just managed to suppress. It wouldn't do to wake either of the life mages sleeping outside. I've no idea if Naruto planned this, but if he did, he's got a twisted sense of humor. Last time I went to sleep next to a white mage, they coaxed me through my nightmares. My turn to repay the favor. Elspeth thought about this before laughing herself. So it would seem another white mage? A sudden revelation seized her. You slept with Gideon Jura? Chandra's mirth was strangled by a horrified hiccup. No. Well, yes, but nothing happened. She defended against the Sun Mage's knowing smirk. We slept, that was all, and both with one eye open. I was protecting his virtue from an amorous vampiress. It's a long and horrible story. I'm sure he was grateful. Goodbye, pride, probably forever. If Jace finds out, mind you, he had Liliana, so he's not got a leg to stand on, and I am too. Thank you. Chandra shook her head. I wouldn't be here without several people picking me up and brushing me down or shaking me by the scruff of the neck when I needed it. Just promise you'll do the same if anyone else needs a shoulder or a boot in the arse. Anyway, keep that denouement. I'm sure my pet bookworm can rattle off another copy when he's skiving off work. Do you feel all right? Much better. The new leather in her hand was as much a comfort as the pyromaster's words. Let's go back. Hopefully Vraska's not succumbed to the cold yet. Chandra kindled her braids into flame anew. She's tougher than she looks, hard as that might be to believe. Come on, follow me. Minutes later, Elspeth inhaled as a blanket flopped over her, pressing backwards into the warm body that draped an arm over her side as she clasped the book close, a possible guide towards brighter days. That night, surrounded by two strangers and with the monster kept at bay, Elspeth Tyrell slept deeply. Chapter 15, Cards and Hearts. The morning dawned clear and reasonably cold. Jace was up earlier than he'd have liked to be, as the bench was sleeping on was less comfortable than he was used to. Trying to remember exactly what had happened and where everyone was to avoid walking in on anyone, the mind mage came to his feet and stepped over the man he'd spent a fair amount of time conversing with the previous night. Patting the parchment now folded in his pocket, the Ravnican was hopeful Venzer's expertise would help him to sort out some kinks he'd been working on in his limited free time, hopefully finishing a project that could become more important than he'd first realized if things panned out correctly. Entering the main landing, Jace noticed nothing amiss and ticked off a mental list before snorting 7 humans, 2 moonfolk, 1 elf, 1 volshok, 1 merfolk, and 1 gorgon in a house sounds like the start of a good joke. The idea put him in fair humor as he set off downstairs, starting to clear the worst of the detritus away before realizing he wasn't on his own. "Oh sorry Koth, hope I didn't wake you." "Ha, I've slept in working forges before now," the Volshok emerging from the stairs below assured him, flexing his arms. "Not a bad bit softer than I'm used to." So their gazes met and Jace found his own question reflected back at him. "What in the name of all 5 of Mirrodin's sons do we do now?" It was a question repeated, albeit with varied reflections and incanting the names of various gods, especially from Kiora, who was determined not to let her guardian write any rules down out of fear of copying them out herself later. In the end it was summed up most succinctly by Vraska the Gorgon, speaking with her usual sense. "After digesting all that had been said, we have between us a broad desire to help Naruto in his goal." There was a collective nodding of heads as she went on. "However, we all or mostly have other issues going on at the moment, and likely will for some time. Homes to rebuild, guild and tribal business and such like. Again there was general agreement, so we must resolve these issues as well as try to study how best to even begin creating a functioning world, especially as Naruto himself has no idea." "Useless so and so," Kiora muttered, Venzor hiding a snicker behind a sneeze before waving Vraska politely on. "So that must be our first aim," the Gorgon concluded, able to move around. "After a peaceful night, albeit with a limp, we must have at least an understanding of how this all works. I know a little from the swarm, but any further information will be gratefully received, especially as Chandra, and I know from experience no 2 of his planes are alike." "Couldn't make it easy for us, could he?" Liliana chipped in, remembering the crude map of the plains above the bed she'd slept in the previous night. "So we resolve our other matters and meet back at this place. Do you have a time or date planned?" "We'll have to have a pre-arranged time. We've no method for contacting each other across the plains for now," Jace explained, and feeling the plans in his pocket. "So when would be best?" "I'm virtually always here save for catastrophe, hence why this works as a meeting place." Time passed as exact dates were haggled over, but by the end of the morning a broad consensus had been struck, some 4 months being enough to either write or get a much firmer handle on any ongoing businesses. With this agreed, the 13 began to break apart, the largest group being made of 5 that were set to depart to Mirrodin. Jace reminded of one last thing before they set off. "And if you're wondering why the eternities seem less fraught recently, thank Naruto," he told the collected walkers, Chandra nodding as she remembered they'd omitted that revelation from the previous night. "Something else we owe him, for though we've at least got a way to repay him now, since his merging with it, the whole thing is calming down, making it easier to travel." "Similar to Zendikar," Nissa answered, inclining her stave, "and thanks to the Plainsmaker, he has done much, and will likely do much more for all of us. We can hope. I certainly would not want him as an enemy," Kagaya admitted, bidding Kiora a last farewell as she prepared to join Venzor and the others, "though I am glad he considers us more than mere tools, as others might in his situation." "Got that right," Chandra admitted, raising a hand in farewell as the 5 gathered outside, then closing her eyes as their connections to the ether triggered, and they were gone, walking away towards their distant plane. "Damn, forgot to ask them to annotate my map. A minute too late." "Always the way," Garrick counseled in his soft tone, his axe newly honed, as he too prepared to go. "I may see you on the hunt. Small claw eye track game on the violent plane for now." "It's not as violent as it used to be, thank the Eldrazi," Kiora told the bigger man, fingering the charm at her neck and thinking how to thank the hunter for it. "By Garrick, we'll see you there, with any luck." The hunter raised his axe and salute the rest, waving as he too was gone before the mare girl felt a hand on her shoulder. "We'll not leave yet. We need to pick up a few essentials, and we can do that here far more easily than we can elsewhere." "My thanks for your time, Jace." The mind mage inclined his head, missing the glance the hieromancer flashed towards his housemate, and her shallow nod. "Stay close to me on the streets. If I lose you, I might never find you again." Kiora laughed. "You're not that lucky anyway. We can't go yet. Be a minute." She darted back into the townhouse, skipping past Chandra as the firebrand watched her go, amused. All was still for a while before she returned the way she'd come. "Gideon's eye on her the whole way, dare I ask?" Just said goodbye to Vraska. The Gorgon was at her ease in the lounge, her leg still tender, but healing well, and Nissa too. "We might see her as well while we're tracking down my school." It's another friendly face to look out for, he agreed, taking her hand and giving a last farewell before shepherding the mare girl onto the streets of the metropolis, Kiora waving until he dragged her around the front gate and heard for several seconds after that he's doomed. Jace turned at the announcement, Chandra with her arms folded as she followed their course. I'm still not sure what to make of all this, but if Naruto did bring those two together, I can't believe he's got truly evil intent, or if he does, it's aimed at Gideon Jura, which makes it okay in my book. That's cruel, the Ravnican denounced her despite his smile, but he is doomed, especially when she starts noticing the opposite gender. That'll be worth a denouement on its own. Got that right. Still, the red mage led the way inside. 8 down, 3 to go. Let's see how old Hop along's bearing up. Actually, there were only 2 to go, Liliana having slipped out when no one was looking for reasons only she knew, but Jace was grateful for at least she hadn't left with any great fanfare or upsetting the churchgoers of Ravnica. He would have been perfectly happy for Vraska to stay another night to ensure her leg was well, but the Gorgon waved both his and Chandra's concerns off, pointing out that the swarm had conditions more conducive to her swift healing. And I don't travel alone. Nissa, within earshot, nodded, stowing her weapon in a manner that didn't show its blade, as that would have attracted the arresters. I know several ways to the swarm from here. There is little risk, even in the day. If you get any issues, scream, and we'll come running, Chandra said semi-seriously, embracing the Gorgon with her eyes closed, proof against the sinuous lengths brushing over her face as Nissa laughed. If you hear screams, they won't be ours, the elf assured her, patting her stave. I'll see her safely back to the Agio Elgari. Jace bowed in the manner of the Zendikarian elves, or as close to it as he could manage, to signify his thanks. It will likely be different to what you are used to, Lady Rivane. It likely will, but this is not Zendikar, the elf reminded him, offering her hand. Here, I consider us equal, and I will when I'm back there as well. The Jiraga requires its shaman to lean the ways of the others, the supposed lessers. I believe they'll want to learn this lesson as much as I did, and they'll have no Vraska to save them from their folly. Jace took her slim hand in his own, shaking gently and smiling as she stiffened at the contact, not used to greeting in such a manner. I'm sure you'll be more than enough. Slightly buoyed by his reassurance, she echoed his smile, similarly saying her farewell to Chandra before helping Vraska beyond the threshold of the main door, the Gorgon still limping slightly, but otherwise able to move relatively freely. Remember, you're welcome anytime, the firebrand called after her friend, staying on the doorstep until the duo were out of eyeshot, as Gideon and Kiora had been the sudden absence hurting more than she'd expected. Vraska I've known a while, and I'm her teacher in a way, but the rest she could remember them all far more clearly than she could most others. Oh well, next time I'll know what to do. If I need to fix a face in my memory, drag it into a war with me. She stayed where she was a moment, feeling the cool breeze in her hair as the sun began to truly sink. Vraska delaying her departure until a time where it would be more difficult for most on the street to recognize her and Nissa as inhuman. She was always thinking cautiously like that. A sudden gust of wind made her shiver, snapping from her reverie and stepping inside, seeing her housemate as she closed the door and recognizing what was on his mind, easily washing laundry. Though they'd had many offers of help for clearing up, Jace hadn't taken any of them up for the same reason. He had few of his staff into work when he was on Ravnica and not snowed under with guild business, because he enjoyed it. In a world or multitude of worlds where he was constantly besieged by other minds, queries, concerns, and the odd life-threatening situation, the sheer mundanity of household chores was a cherished tether to a reality he often felt only tenuous connections to. He was also used to living alone, and therefore fairly competent at most of them, though he had to admit the extra pair of hands did help, especially when those hands made sure the water for the washing up never went cold. After pegging out the last load of laundry, the sheets Vraska had slept on being the hardest to wash due to the mud plaster the Gorgon had applied starting to shed overnight. It was truly evening, and he shut the back door with a small bang, leaning against it for a second before straightening and looking around the kitchen. All was as it should be, and in the right place save the dishcloth, something that made him bite back a snigger before it was flicked at his head. Don't laugh, Chandra demanded, wiping her hands before throwing it onto the side, a speck of disorder amongst the cleanliness they'd restored from the wreckage of the 13 being crushed the previous night. Not unless you want me to dry that linen out quick style. You'll be sleeping without. If you do, we've nothing clean for the beds until that lot comes in. Still, that's all the beds made and towels changed, the bathroom cleaned, though Kiora helped with that before she left, bless her, and Gideon for likely teaching her how. On your side? The red mage swept an arm around the kitchen. See for yourself, washing and drying done and the cellar and larder picked clean. Both'll take some restocking, but if you want to sweep the cellar out you're on your own. Too many spiders? Too much mushroom wine, can't stand the smell, never mind the taste, she complained before stretching. Still, I reckon we're done. Good, I'm going to treat myself to a well-deserved collapse. You're welcome to join me. Best idea I've heard all day. His favorite chair was like an old friend, and Jace savored sinking into its embrace, letting out a groan, suffused with all the stress, worry and concern he'd had over the past day or so. And it wasn't as bad as it could have been. As his legs splayed out in front of him, he glanced over to see the firebrand mimicking him in her seat. Actually, hey Chandra, he waited until she glanced over before carrying on, remembering what she'd told him privately during their cleaning spree. I'm impressed how you handled last night. What, thought I couldn't be sensible? She scoffed light-heartedly, hoping to disguise a little worm of pride. You wouldn't be the first. I'm serious. I don't know what Elspeth told you, but I saw terrible things. Mirror Dan wasn't even the worst, he admitted, the night's memories making him shiver. Even now it was a big thing stepping in like that, especially with Illustria. I know it was dear to your heart. She needed it a lot more than I did, and if it works good for everyone, she gets a home back. Naruto gets a plane full of life, and we all of us can get an idea just what we're supposed to do with this whole thing. Bloody hell, Jace, it had been coming. The housework had only staved off the inevitable and lessened its impact marginally. I said it before, and I'll say it again. What the hell? I know, in fact, no I don't. That's the worst thing. The mind mage chuckled, surprising even himself with his reaction to everything yesterday. We knew about the Planesmaker, fine, I can accept there's something in the multiverse bigger than me. Accepted it the day I saw Nicol Bolas face to face. What I'm finding a bit tougher to digest is that not only did he do his best to help us as he saw it, he hatched a scheme that caught not 1 or 2, but 13 of us, and none of us had any idea what was going on. We were actually on Ilion. The aspect was made on that sea cliff, and we didn't see it. I didn't see it at all. Then worst of all, when he explains what's going on, his friendly Eldrazi, no sorry, his Bija tells us he's being torn apart because he's got limits we never even thought about, and to top it all off he asks us who we could destroy without really thinking about it for help. But for my dignity, I'd scream. I can cover my ears, Chandra offered with a smile, before the expression fell and became pensive. You know the thing that gets me the most about all of this, how much did he actually plan? How do you mean? This all of us, the firebrand went on. If he saw the future or futures, as he claimed, how much did he sculpt it? Am I sat here in this chair because he willed it, because he set a course for me to walk, and I'm following without realizing it? Are we just pieces to him like those pawns? She gestured to the small table between them, a chess set and a deck of battered cards atop it. The firebrand had accepted Jace's offer to learn how to play and eventually gotten a hang of the rules, though she still had cause to be grateful for the learning stake he'd made for her. She could never quite remember how the night moved. In return, he was now a sharp at several tavern games with both cards and dice, though her special set of knucklebones had come as a nasty surprise when he tried to disguise the numbers with illusion magic, and they'd screamed bloody murder at him. She was so lost in the memory she almost didn't hear his reply. I don't think so, Chandra, not for any logical reason, but because I just can't see it, the mind mage admitted, shaking his head. I've met schemers, hell, I've been a schemer, and Naruto, no, the picture just won't form. And anyway, a sudden thought occurred to him, one he instinctively knew was just the start of a threat. Assume the worst, that he preordained everything we've done so far. What's to stop you getting off that chair and leaving, forgetting everything he told you, and going to, I don't know, learn how to channel black mana? Chandra regarded him amazed before understanding. Dawn slightly nothing, but she paused, but eventually met his eyes. I don't want to. Something hot rose in mind mage's throat. He had to swallow before he could speak again. Exactly, that's the way I feel as well, and I'm almost certain the way Naruto is, he's not dangling us like puppets, though gods know he could. I think Venzer said it best, if wanted to manipulate us we'd never have seen him. He could have stayed hidden forever, but his conscience wouldn't let him. I don't think he can be dishonest, especially not to people he thought he'd hurt. Just as well could you imagine someone like him being callous? Because I think he does care. Chandra was oddly touched by the realization as Jace looked on, intrigued if he saw what might happen to us through the eternities, but thought he couldn't warn us directly because we'd laugh or curse him. At least he did something. It's like, if you saw a stranger walking in front of a Rakdos procession, you'd pull them out the way, wouldn't you? especially if Xava was leading it. Jace shuddered before grafting flesh to the bones of her deductions, but I think there's more to it than just that he had an overall plan, not just a one-off pull to safety. What he did was I'm trying to think of a way to put this. A sudden memory of an elven girl saying goodbye flashed up in his mind, and he seized on it another finger length along the thread. It's like if we were selecting guilds to petition for. Guilds? Just hear me out. Imagine you've never been to Ravnica before and you have to decide which of the 10 guilds to go into. You have no idea about any of them, Jace elaborated, seeing more and more as he pictured the scene. A schemer like Tezzeret, or even me, would be right onto you, cajoling, bullying, or blackmailing you into the guild he wanted you in. No ifs, no buts, that's where you're going. Naruto didn't do that. He's there for just long enough to put a word in your ear. I think that guild would be best for you, and that's it. You don't see him again. You're free to ignore his advice and carry on as you would have, but since you know no better, why not have a look at them first? That stranger could be right. And apart from you and me, no one knew who he was, which was the whole idea. That's why he had the different authors. He saw us all under different guises. That sneaky, conniving. The firebrand thumped the armrest of her seat, both aggravated and impressed despite herself as she extrapolated Jace's reasoning. It was a 2-trick shuffle with only him in on it. A 2 what? Remind me to take you to a proper tavern sometime, not those fancy places you dragged me to. I don't recall you protesting being dragged, he replied, archly recalling the few times they'd dined out in Ravnica to celebrate a new plane being found, though he had to adopt a disguise to avoid potential spies tailing him and making trouble for them both. She snorted, wafting a hand idly. I'm not turning down a free meal, and the company's nice. A 2-trick shuffle's the oldest con in the multiverse. Everywhere does it. Someone pulls you to a gaming table where someone else has just finished and you start a new game with the tavern deck. What's really happened is that the person who just left is in on the con. He stacked the deck and left it for his friend, and your coin purse is going to get a lot lighter. Naruto did the same. How? No, don't answer that. Jace knew almost as soon as he asked the question. He said it himself. He followed us in the eternities, and outside them learned what we were like and who we were from afar. That was how he stacked the deck? Chandra had already picked up the cards from the table, shuffling them, as only one who'd lived most of her life on the road could. Hearts and knives one hand. I'll do what Naruto did. She quickly rippled through the deck, the mind mage watching as she shifted a selection of cards onto the top before dealing them each a hand of 5. The first heart, but plenty of blocking cards to shelter it, so he looked up from his cards to see Chandra glancing to the table between them. Your move. Sizing her up, Jace laid his first card, Chandra mimicking him, and within a few moments the hand was over the mind mage, slightly edging it as the first heart remained unpierced. I think I see, Jace told her as she scooped up the revealed cards. You knew how I'd play and judged what to do from there. Naruto did the same for all of us. Yes, and here's the clever bit, really clever, he put a hell of a lot of effort into this. It wasn't just a passing fancy or a prank. One more hand. 10 more cards were dealt Jace, this time coming off much the worse until his opponent played her second to last card, and he realized. You reversed our cards. I've got the hand you were playing last game. Chandra grinned, flicking her last card around to show the first heart, and you didn't play it as well because it's not suited for your game. I know you too well. You try to shield your hearts rather than go for your enemies. That's why there were the different authors. Jace Xava, the knight Hani, he stacked the deck differently for each of us. Because what worked for one wouldn't, of course. The cards were scattered as Jace clapped a hand to his forehead, remembering some of the stories that had been told last night, and his phenomenal mind ran along the thread. Look at Gideon and Kiora, the drifting net. All Naruto, as Hani, had to do was introduce them. They could have got off that boat, said goodbye, and never seen each other again, but Gideon wouldn't do that. I don't know him as well as you, but I don't think he'd abandon a lone child, least of all one throwing herself head first into danger. But that wouldn't have worked with Liliana, for instance. As Timothy, he took a chunk from her pride, but made sure she and Garrick met without bloodshed. Even damn it, the mind mage smacked his arm rest, but even as he did he was laughing, looking from the seat to the fire mage, who sat enthralled as he made connections and drew lines most wouldn't see. Naruto didn't put you where you are now, Chandra. I did. You? How? Before all this, before you came to me with news of a plane with nothing on it, how many other places did you go to first? Not too many, Chandra shrugged. I was never keen on libraries, and well, no criminal record here that they can prove. Couldn't resist it, could you? Ever since she'd admitted where her gauntlet and armor came from, Jace had been threatening to rat her out to the guild responsible for their creation, a threat they both knew he'd never follow through. Meeting his interruption with a scowl until he nodded in apology, the red mage carried on. And you were likely the best chance I knew of finding a lead. But he showed himself to us both and told us everything because of what we'd done with the Eldrazi, right? She ventured, not entirely sure where he was going with this, but emboldened by Jace's nodding, and after that when he brought us back, and after all the traps he left. By the way, Venzer was a big fan of that mirror, heard him chuckling about it earlier. It turned his hair green, and Tamio's jet black. She was going to kill him for pouring ink in it again, before I told her. But anyway, we got through the traps, sat down, and then what? It seemed so long ago, it took a few seconds for her to remember. We got all sloshed, or you did, and didn't I say something about stars? Then Jace couldn't hold his smile, as he saw understanding illuminate her face like sunlight. The tavern you put me up for the night. I couldn't throw you out half-cut. Jace carried on for her, explaining his thought process, and how it had led them here, partly because of what we'd been through, and partly out of fear of what you might do. No offense, but at the time I thought you were a time bomb sober, so you got the guest room. The day after I thought you were gone until I heard you in the library, which you started clearing, because you hate feeling beholden to anyone. Then I came up with the offer, because well I wanted to know about the Plainsmaker, but didn't want to leave Ravnica. Everything else fell out of that. Son of a rot-crotched thrall, he didn't make us do anything, we all did what came naturally. He shuffled the deck and stacked our first hands. Everything that happened afterwards was up to us. When's a choice not a choice? When something seems so right and so obvious you just don't think about doing it. Chandra was left astonished before something else flashed up in her mind, and that damn denouement of his was in on it. I'm going to skin that fox next chance I get. Think about it, either Naruto or Kurama or both knew us well enough to set a challenge I'd pass, but you wouldn't. Jace grimaced, not liking the reminder, but nodding at the sense her words made. It can't have been coincidence. Naruto appeared so soon after the fox gave us a bit of insight into his life and his burdens. It must have been a weight off his mind to tell someone something of the truth, but he could only tell us, because the others had no idea he existed. Even if they found one of his planes, they'd have no idea where it came from. Even when he reappeared, she blushed despite her grin, mentioning romance, and the two of us. He cued you up to kiss me, but you actually did it. You even admitted you wanted to. Jace also pinkened, not able to face the woman for a moment, before moving on. Yes, well, I did. The Pyromaster felt a trickle of heat in her veins at the admission, though Jace carried on before she could ponder it. And when he was gone, you played a joke on me to get even. All those different things happened, and we ended up, well, I was broken, or felt like it at least. All from that first nudge, and we'd never have even known, but for his conscience forcing him to come clean. Arg, the next time I get hold of that little orange bastard, I'll do something he'll regret. And stop laughing. Chandra tried, she really did, but even so it was a while before she could glance at him. That was a pathetic scream. I wasn't trying, Jace told her sniffily before sighing, but he found us all, and did the same thing. Learned about us, introduced us in some cases, but he didn't make us do anything. We weren't forced, we weren't even guided, and you know the worst thing? The firebrand shook her head. It's still our choice now, you or I could throw our cards and back away from the table and stop playing, but I don't want to. We've been given an opportunity to do something beyond what we dreamed possible, and regardless that he stacked one or two cards, it's our decks that'll make it happen, and not just ours. The others, in the excitement, the Pyromaster had almost forgotten the other players. The Plainsmaker had shuffled with gods. I can barely believe that we met 11 other Planeswalkers. We were all under the same roof, and nothing kicked off. That's got to be some kind of record. Probably is, though I never knew how big the Infinite Consortium really was. Jace mused before snickering, and it didn't even matter that Liliana caught onto his scheme first. If you'd spotted a copy of his novels on the shelves during your travels, what would you have done? What, his hero novels? Chandra seemed stumped before mulling the problem over. Well, if it was our one, I'd have been worried, especially if I saw it somewhere other than Ravnica, or if it had shown Vraz or Gideon, and I recognized them. Her eyes widened. I'd have tried to find them, warn them. I'd have done exactly what Liliana did, or almost. They had to know there was something after them, or if they were responsible, they'd need dealing with. So would I? Jace shook his head. If all the shinobi of his plane are like him, that's one place to never set foot. I'd be swindled blind before I got past hello. Any one of us could have found the books he wrote, and we'd have all or mostly been intrigued and insulted into finding out what the writer knew. Liliana arranged the council because she thought one of us must have been the culprit. I'd have wanted to know to avoid potential bribery, but the end result would likely have been that conclave. It just made sense for everyone affected to be in the same room. After we came together, he answered the call. As his author's people, we each knew and mostly hated. We had a fight, and when it was over he explained it. We could have run, not helped each other, but we didn't. We helped strangers, just as he tried to, because hell, it was the right thing to do. When's a choice not a choice? Chandra echoed his earlier words, head in her hands, before they smoothed down her hair, and now we've got another one as a group. Do we help him? Not really a choice either, is it? He even said he's not expecting us to drop what we're doing, so it's not like he's shackling us to a chain gang. We can do it. We'll have to do it slowly, and we'll start on Illustria. Remind me of that in 4 months or so. Why? Because it's Elspeth's. We're going to make that world as a surprise for her. It'll help everything she's been through. The firebrand declared, Jace nodding in agreement as he realized how much of a tonic that could be for the suffering woman. Hey, I'm beginning to get a handle on this helping strangers thing. Somehow I doubt you're the only one, Jace snickered, before sobering, reaching a hand across to the other planeswalker, and honestly, regardless of how he stacked our first cards, I think we played the hands thereafter pretty well. I know I did. Chandra stilled, regarding his outstretched hand for just long enough for Jace to feel nervous before, to his relief, she took it in her own. Bereft of the glove it was usually encased in, the fire mage's skin was surprisingly soft, though the feel of her fingertips made Jace smirk a little. Dishpan hands? They were your dishes, she muttered caustically, though she didn't pull away as she returned the cards to the table. A companionable silence fell, the two mulling everything over in their minds and happy in each other's company, before the red mage glanced over as the fingers under her own trembled. What's so funny? Just thinking, Jace managed, stilling his mirth. I wonder how much we didn't hear yesterday. Naruto knows all of us. He knows what would make us think something was a good idea. I wonder how he found out. Hopefully not with a telescope. The pyromancer shuddered. He'll be cooked to the bone if he even thinks about it, she said seriously, before her face morphed into an expression of impish mischief. Biting her lips, she shot him a wink, stood up, and quickly departed. Jace, wondering what she was up to before the thunder of her going up the stairs made him leap to a guess. She couldn't. They'll kill us if they find out. I'd better stop her for both our sakes, or should I? A glimpse of the battered deck on the table made him think again. Will it do any harm, really? Nah, a stacked deck is one thing, but an ace up the sleeve need never be known about. With a canny bit of balancing she managed all 6 in one trip, glancing over at the mind mage as he watched her arrive, his shaking head undone by the grin creasing his lips. You're really losing your ability to look innocent. I don't have the best influences either here or in the guild meet, he riposted, Chandra sticking her tongue out before carefully depositing the stack of books on the table between their chairs, and then, as he'd half expected, standing directly in front of him. There was a stare down for a few seconds before he budged over with a theatrical sigh, letting the pyromaster take a seat half beside him, half on his lap, her legs thrown over his own. It had started as a way of annoying him, Chandra making a terrible nuisance of herself when he took work home, but had evolved into something else, a melding of togetherness and irritation they both equally suffered from and enjoyed. Blowing out a breath, Jace relaxed into her, the coolness of her metal armor a stark contrast with the warmth of the arm around his shoulders as his own snaked around her back, cushioning her from the arm of his seat and starting to gradually fall asleep. You need a bigger chair. You always say that, he remarked, looking up at her, missing her normal goggles, gauntlet and armor. Chandra looked as much a different person as he did out of his guild-packed robes. If 11 guests are becoming the norm, I need a bigger house. It was her turn to smile, her closest hand ruffling his already spiked hair. We managed, didn't we? Bit of a squeeze, but no one died. Only because we had 2 living out and 1 in the bath, though. Having said that, Garrick and Nissa both have my respect for surviving out there. The mind mage put in, resting against her ribcage. Content and cough could have been more comfortable, the cellar's a bit soft for his liking. Yet Elspeth mentioned, suppose it comes from growing up on a world of metal. What a horrible thought. How hard it must be to burn things on Mirodan. I'm sure you'd find a way, Jace assured her, feeling her answering chuckle before lifting his head away as she moved, not wanting to risk getting his hair trapped in the steel links. So which one first? I can hold it, but you'll have to turn the pages. I can live with that picking blind. Her long hair brushed his cheek. As she looked away from the table he heard a heavy thump, and resigned himself to hunting down rogue chess pieces later before the spine of a tome landed in his outstretched palm. Glancing at the title and illustration he snorted, rolling his eye towards his co-reader. Sure this was blind? Jace, you doubt me? She looked away as though hiding tears. I'm wounded. And you say I can't look innocent on no fair, no free hands, he complained, the fingers now gripping his ear like a pair of tongs, slackening slightly. I'm sorry, and you'll pay for that later. Scary, Chundra said dryly, releasing her prisoner before gently opening the front page. So Beast and Beauty, let's see what Naruto made of the wild speaker, and you're old in all senses of the word. Squeeze. What the Plainsmaker had made was a tale very different to theirs, though still with a definite tang of sauce running through it. It was also far from the traditional story of the princess damsel in distress as well, something Chundra picked up on as she leant forwards and relieved Jace of his burden, letting the mind mage flex his numbed arms. I can see why Viviana's popular, she's true to life, the fire mage commented, taking in the ink-bound semi-heroine. Dangerous, but playful, if that's the word. Something like it, though I imagine her kidnappers didn't feel the same. You keep a dagger in your garter? Yes, thunk, one in my muffler as well. Funny, but damned effective, and as you said, true to life. You'd be the expert on what's in her garter. I walked into that one. He was left to cringe, revenge limited to a slight poke in the small of the back as she retook her place, though Tarot's a great foil. That he just wants to hunt on the king's land as a reward is great, and you can see it grating on Viviana the whole time. Why doesn't he bow and worship me like everyone else? Naruto got her right. She never minded hate or anger, it was apathy she couldn't stand. Jace chipped in, seeing the echo of the woman he had once lusted after in the drawn girl. Best way of getting her attention was to ignore her, which might put Garrick at risk. When I think about it, I doubt he's hunted prey as dangerous as she can be. He's too smart to go looking for that kind of trouble, unlike others I could name. Jace was left wincing again as the pyromaster reclined onto his arm and put the book back down on his open palm. So they've just escaped the kidnappers' Cerberus by diving stroke, being pushed into a river. I pity the man who'd try that in real life. So moving on, Jace had to look away at the full page spread, the two main characters emerging dripping from the water, and the clinging properties of Viviana's courtly dress, already ripped from harsh travel, graphically revealed, and I pity the man who saw that in real life as well. I'm pretty sure Liliana would make it the last thing he ever saw. Time snailed and soared past the two, ignoring its passage as they made their way slowly through the novel, breaking for refreshments and relief from cramp as required. By the time they closed the final page and started scanning the back of the book, it was late, though how late neither knew. As they began dissecting the Plainsmaker's work, you can tell it's his first. Jace began skillfully turning the book over in his single free hand to see the front cover again. He hasn't quite got the drawing style down. It was a little cleaner in Ice and Fire. Still, that's a niggle. It was fun, and he got the characters absolutely nailed. Too right, especially Garrick. I thought some of those lines, Chundra snorted, letting Jace pull his arm free again. You think with your loins, and I'm still smarter than you. I could just see him saying that to someone like her. And she'd react just like Vivi did. Trust me, I know. The fire mage stifled laughter at his long-suffering sigh before he went on. The ending was good as well. He helps her back to her castle, and she has him thrown in the dungeon, then lets him escape with a knight to get his hunt done. That really sums Liliana up, doing her a favors as risky as kissing a viper, even more so if she repays it. Though he got her back as well. I'd love to see how she covered up the love bite, and you could tell she was expecting more. Chundra pointed out, flicking to the back of the book and pointing out a few of the last illustrations. Even without the thought bubble he drew it well, and her face when he drops her to run out the escape tunnel. Jace nodded. Lucky for Tara she's not a Gorgon. Lucky for her as well, or she'd have topped herself at the end, he sniggered, flicking towards the end pages and drinking in the sight of the raven-haired princess, seeing the huge discoloration on the side of her neck in her vanity mirror. I'm surprised the glass didn't crack. Taret better be out of her kingdom before sunup, or he'll be back in the dungeon for a lot longer. If he's lucky, Chundra put in saucily, bad huntsman, send him to my room. Fate worse than death. So was it better than ours? It took Jace a few seconds to regather himself, but eventually managed, considering the question seriously. It's not quite as well drawn, though some of the forests are gorgeous, and I think the story's a little more basic. The reveal in Ice and Fire is brilliant. He builds it up this huge treasure Sandra's, after he's going to show her then, he pulls the curtain down on that portrait, and you can see she's pregnant. There were tears in my eyes, never mind hers, especially when Nebril says she can never take Nadiha from him. And when Kaput explains he meant his tower to be their home, the fire mage swallowed thickly when she passed. He couldn't bring himself to leave. I can put myself in Sandra's shoes, I couldn't stay, but at the same time it'd be awful watching someone lock themselves away like that. I could understand why though, Jace said solemnly, not just for the memories, and just for the record, I have no idea of anyone named Nadiha. I'm pretty sure he made that one up. Nebril's a powerful mage, he wants to be left alone, because he's afraid people will just want his powers. Been there and done that several times. That's why I liked the ending though. You can't hide in a hole all your life, however tempting it might seem. Least of all when the best thief in the world is on the case. Chandra grinned, the mind mage, trying valiantly to resist the infectious humor, but failing. Sorry be Nebril, but you had no hope against the scarlet sash, the painted rose, the twisted ankle? She scowled, remembering how her novel counterpart had been captured in her infiltration of the mage's sanctum, a simple raised stone catching her just as she was almost away. Though I'm glad you reminded me, is the painted rose real? I know you said not, but it would suit you too well. The curiosity's killing me. She sized him up for a long couple of seconds, and he worried he might have been too bold before he felt her shift as much as she could. Next to him, points for subtlety too low, and you'll not get your fingers back, she muttered grudgingly, trying not to fidget as she felt the hem of her leggings roll down and butterflies kipped up in her stomach. No, Rose. Then Jace's tone was flippant, but laced with respect, the red mage having to hold in a gasp as a small icicle traced down her exposed hip. But I remember you saying about that scar. Dare I ask where it came from? His voice was gentle as he recovered the skin that in print was adorned with a rose petal birthmark, hence one of Sandra Naylor's titles, giving Chandra time to answer, though leaning forwards to hide her face with her hair. This is likely a story she doesn't want to tell. Goblin assassin, she mumbled, Jace only convinced she wasn't pulling a fast one when she looked away from him. Completely, really? Her mane of auburn bobbed, and despite himself he shook with suppressed mirth. This I've got to hear. It's embarrassing, she wheedled. Promise not to laugh? I'll do my utmost. The best I'm going to get, she thought reluctantly, preparing to dredge up the unedifying memory. Actually, it wasn't long after our first duel, she recalled with a laugh, Jace not gloating about his victory, as she was now far more accomplished in battle magic than he was. I got into a bit of trouble with some local uffs, burnt down part of their forest, and they put a contract out on me. Didn't realize it until I woke up one night to find a pair of goblins in my bedroom, and one of them got lucky, a lucky hit. You're disgusting, and you promised, she declared, folding her arms and looking away disgruntled as Jace's giggles shook through them both, almost dislodging the erotica book in his lap. Goblins in the bedchamber? I'm sure they were playing that as a farce not that long ago. Oh come on, you couldn't expect me to keep a straight face, and I know what you meant. Look on the bright side, at least you've still got all your extremities. I sometimes wonder where my toe ended up. It was Chandra's turn to laugh. I dread to think. I do too, the mind mage confessed, banishing the dark memories with a smile, still ready for another of the Plainsmaker's interpretations. I must admit, I'm intrigued after Beast and Beauty. Chandra scooped the novel out of his lap, and he heard a thump as she deposited it with the others, though when she turned back to him her hands were empty. Maybe tomorrow. I'm sleepy. As though the words were a charm, the mind mage found himself having to stifle a yawn. What time is it anyway, apart from late? Bedtime, this time without a rasping gorgon or snoring night. Seriously, Elspeth was rattling the chess pieces. Don't let her sleep on her back. I doubt that'll be a problem for me. If we're ever sleeping in the same room, it'll mean either things have gotten truly desperate or I need a white mage to shield my innocence. Chandra scowled at his teasing before stretching exaggeratedly, draping her closest arm around his neck. Doe, I'd know. Her lip quivered. I would, Jace affirmed, giving her only the corner of his eye to prevent his threadbare resistance, snapping. The gods gave you legs. They gave you arms too, she shot back before sliding over his knees to stand. Forgot to give you a working heart though. Ow. At her yelp, Jace half shot to his feet, then fielded her falling form as she collapsed backwards, pain shooting up his tailbone as she fell ungainly onto his thighs, and he fell back onto his chair. What happened? I think I twisted my ankle. UWH, really a line from a penny dreadful? It's not dreadful and it hurts, Chandra whined, rubbing her supposed injury with a pout. I can't walk, and you can't keep your face straight. You can and so can I. He regretted the boast as soon as he'd said it, and the fire mage pounced 5 heartbeats. Says you can't. He nodded and got to about 3 before cracking, snorting helplessly as Chandra clenched her fist in triumph, before belatedly remembering her pain. You lose, Nebby. Carry me upstairs. Never call me Nebby again. Jace shuddered as her arm snaked around his neck. A second time she wins this round, but only this round. Everyone forgot that the lowest depths of a plane were found under the sea. Something the devious plan that infiltrated his brain proved. Luxuriating in her victory, the pyromaster was caught completely unawares, as after being lifted in his arms she was suddenly thrown upwards and back, so shocked she forgot to struggle as she saw the back of his chair and felt pressure in the pit of her stomach. All she could do was complain about the change in circumstance. Not quite what I had in mind, she stated irritably, blowing a lock of hair from her face. Oh, but it's in the small things where the thief falls to the mage, he quoted sagely. Chandra, having to fight hard not to snicker as he quoted their novel. You said carry you never said how. Ha ha, very clever, she retorted caustically, watching the floor sway beneath her as he moved off. So you decided Garrick style? I'll tell him that. Shall I remember what happened to the last brat who crossed his path? Jace said warningly, gripping across the back of her knees with one arm to make sure she didn't fall and screwing up his courage. Either this works or I die. Medium rare. Still, I've almost suffered worse ways to go. His hands are as big as saucepans too. He wouldn't dare. And you'd defend me, right, Jace? How exactly? His axe weighs more than I do. If I hit him he probably wouldn't notice. You're smart. I'm sure you'd think of something, she said encouragingly, counting off the stairs as they ascended. And if he's eating you first, he might choke to death before he got to me. I feel so appreciated. I'd mourn, Chandra told him, patting his back from her semi-horizontal position. Though you'd have to go to the swarm after the funeral. Vraska would see you. Got pride, Jace? Jace. Feather-edged lightning shot through her, only the tightening grip on her legs preventing her squirming off his shoulder as her entire body jackknifed. Where are you going? She already knew the answer and felt the internal butterflies take off again. My room's over small things, Chandra, he declared gleefully, moving towards the opposite end of the hallway to the one she'd been expecting. You said upstairs, not where upstairs. You know where I meant. But that was likely a moot point unless she did something quickly. Alive with nerves and excitement, the firebrand snatched at the first glimpse of salvation. For a horrible second she thought she'd missed, but then there was something hard under her fingers, and she clung on tight, the corner of the stairwell stalling their progress. The word stalemate flashed across her mind before she found herself racked as he tried to press on. Regardless, let go. She tried to kick and writhe free, jangling nerves adding a semi-hysterical note to her voice, though she wasn't scared. Not really. You're stretching me. You let go. You're stretching yourself. No. She hung on tighter, overriding the faint whisper in her mind that listening to him might not be such a terrible thing. I'll catch fire. Call. What? The answer was so unexpected her grip almost slipped. Chandra trying to look over her shoulder at the man carrying her. She daren't think about it. I'm calling you. She could all but taste his smugness. That's what you do when you think someone's bluffing, isn't it? Your move, oh scarlet sash. He was mocking her. It would take an instant to embrace the flame and get out of this mess, so why was she still holding on with aching fingers? He dared her. She never backed down from a challenge, and there had been a time when he'd have been a torch as soon as she'd set eyes on him. Why was nothing burning yet? For the first time in her life, Chandra Naylor was invited to use the intoxicating strength that had consumed her since birth and wasn't even smoldering. However much he deserved it, she just couldn't bring herself to turn Jace Bellerin to ash. Not anymore. The realization only made the struggle to hold on harder. The butterflies in her stomach weren't shy of catching a light. Traitors. Stop pulling. You saw it. I'll have 8-foot arms by the end of this. Weight. Her thrashing was reflexive, legs flailing from the knees down, but doing little against his stronger grip until for an instant the bar just above her knees slackening, though it tightened again before she could capitalize. He changed them over. Is he getting tired? Good, keep kicking. I'll tire him out. Get free, then kick his arse. Still feeling cool here. The end of her braids smoked involuntarily. Bad enough he was safe from her flames. Did he have to rub her nose in it? I take it you check? Fine, I'll raise. Oh no, dread flooded over her as she suddenly guessed why he'd changed arms. The other one wouldn't reach. Don't you dare, she shrieked, fighting harder than ever. You promised. 1 only when we're dueling, 2 that's rich from the girl with the motto rules were made to be broken, and 3 at the touch on her side the firebrand swore, bracing for the worst. My nose, ear and forehead send their sympathies, the rest of me says revenge is sweet. Caught in a quandary, Chandra could only endure spitting curses and wriggling frantically to try and throw off the fingers drifting feather light where her mail had ridden up. A small part of her mind accepted it was karmic retribution, the rest fought with everything it had to avoid both losing her hold and giving him the satisfaction of hearing her break. I'll tip over every shelf in your library, she threatened, squeezing her eyes shut and recounting every mantra from Carol, keep every line of her denouements she could remember, anything to drown out this exasperating torture. Your lab's getting trahaha, stop it. No, he eased up a little, just enough to make the crushing masterstroke irresistible. I remember asking a pyromancer to stop annoying me when I was helpless, and funny thing, she didn't. What comes around goes around, as they say. It was pointless and likely to make a bad situation worse, but it was all the vengeance she could muster. He had an unfortunate habit of misquoting old sayings, and Chandra wasn't going to let a chance to trip him up. Slip wrong way around, no. The spidery strokes had suddenly danced towards her ribs. She'd instinctively hunched to defend one of her most vulnerable spots, and the stalemate was broken. Her loosened grip was torn from its mooring. She was too far away to recover her hold, slightly too slow. Catch his retreating fingers and left, fuming. What do I do? I can't. Well, I could know. There's got to be a way out of this. The sides of the hallway were too far apart to give any traction. There couldn't be much time left. The butterflies were in full flight as she thumped the mind mage's back. I'll get you for this, Bellerin, she threatened, trying to drown her rising mirth, both from his underhanded attack and somewhere deeper with wrath. Put me down. In a minute his breezy voice assured her the burning butterflies, making her face ignite as she heard a handle turn, a door swish open. Watch your head. The words and the glimpse over her shoulder was the end. Her resistance dissolved by sudden memories as Jace bore her triumphantly into his room. That was easier than I'd guessed. He'd expected a hellish fight to drag her through the doorway. That she'd come quietly was worrying and exciting on a multitude of levels, and I didn't get to hear her laugh again. She had a nice laugh. One of the reasons he told anecdotes, even personally embarrassing ones, was to hear it when he had the chance, but that she was quiescent was so concerning he nearly forgot to take sensible precautions before releasing her legs. Cross them. Remember what her feet are parallel with. Luckily for his bloodline, Chandra seemed not to notice her semi-freedom. In fact, it wasn't until he spoke her name she reacted at all. Feeling her squirming backwards, the Ravnican gently took hold of her hips, helping her slide to the ground as he caught a glimpse of her face. What is it? Just thinking you're not the first man to carry me like that, she smiled wistfully. I was a mare as a girl, never went to bed when I was told Mama was all for giving me the switch, but Pa never did. He'd chase me, catch and carry me there. I shared with my sisters, and he'd tell stories to settle us. You reminded me of him when you said mind out. Jace saw the pain these bittersweet recollections were causing. Why just once couldn't things go well? Even when joking, he ended up hurting the important people in his life. Earlier joy withered by her candor. He regarded the firecaster softly. I'm sore. He was cut off gently. Chandra's fingers, covering his lips. Don't be her forgiveness, only twisted the knife, leaving him bleeding inside. As she went on, I remember the kind man he was. I'll always remember him that way. Still a playful edge honed her voice as she placed her hand back around his neck. Jace, belatedly remembering he'd yet to move his own. He carried me to my room to settle me for the night. Dare I ask why you carried me to yours? Mama was strict, but sensible. She always told us be careful who sweeps you off your feet. Ironically, the mind mage's mind was blank, completely wiped clean, as he was lost in the firebrand's face, her eyes, her teasing smile. It wasn't until he heard the fluting laugh he treasured the spell broke, and he chuckled with her chagrin. Honestly, I didn't plan this far ahead. I half expected to be charcoal by now. There was silence for an instant before she snorted, his arms sliding around her out of instinct as she tucked her chin against his shoulder, her crown chafing his stubbled cheek. Didn't think I was that scary, she mused, unable to see the expressions flashing over the Ravnican's face, the certainly crystallizing behind his eyes, as he thought hard for a way to convey it. I think it was Vraska I said this to first. But it goes for you too, Jace. Don't change, you're priceless as you are. The word was the missing link, forging his sudden influx of ideas into a workable whole. If he didn't owe the Plainsmaker before, he did now. Relaxed against him, and considering learning to purr as he caressed her back slowly. Chandra almost didn't hear his answer until she tilted her head to listen. I'm not priceless, but if you were trying to find it in this house you're in the right place, huh? She took half a step back intrigued as Jace echoed her and spread his arms welcome as one cage Nebril might say to my inner sanctum. All else is just trinkets and toys, some more expensive than others, but all replaceable compared to something in here. I do hope the thief in my lair won't try and steal it. I'm not a thief anymore, she tacked the last word on under his quizzical disbelief, before smirking. Fine, if you want to play that way I'll play still. I assume it's well hidden? Forgive a little boasting, but as a powerful mage I have many illusions and snares to protect what's dear to me. If anyone were to take it they'd have to be a master criminal, and I would never stop hunting whoever did. I see without his gift of telepathy Chandra was unaware of his mental oath as she glanced around the small bedroom unchanged from the last time she'd been in here not that long ago. Actually, it's not like he can ban me from knocking on him for something when I live down the hallway. Well, it's been a while, but I reckon I can unpick the Master Mage's defenses. I wonder. Jace smirked before turning slightly more serious. Okay Chandra, here's the deal. I'm not giving you any clues what you're looking for, but it is in this room somewhere, and it's not under the carpet or in the ceiling or anywhere obscure like that. I'm not going to interfere. He sat cross-legged on the end of his bed. I'll stay right here unless you want me to move. Look where you like, move anything you like, as it doesn't tear the place apart. You can have 2 minutes. 5. 3. Chandra was longing to wipe that smirk off his face, but wary he always had some kind of trick and she'd take every advantage she could get to ferret it out. 3.5. She pushed, unable to disguise a slight relieved breath as he nodded after mulling it over. Fair enough, you trust me to keep time? Unless you can conjure up some kind of water clock? Rats, she cursed as he shook his head. Looks like I don't have much choice. Promise you'll be honest? Jace traced an X across his chest. Okay, then I find it, and it's mine, right? If you find it. And if I don't? The treacherous butterflies were stirring again as he regarded her levelly. Only they weren't butterflies anymore, they were phoenixes. Don't blush, please gods, don't let me blush. I'll think of something. Several birds of fire exploded in her midriff only to be reborn again as he held out a hand. So Miss Naylor, we have a deal? Had the multiverse stopped spinning she wouldn't have noticed. Only his hand mattered, an eternity of promises held within its open palm. She should have stepped back, considered all the options, and supping with the devil he'd become instead. She felt cooler skin under her own. Heard herself say, deal Master Bellerin, don't cry when I waltz off with your treasure, and it was done. Impulse overriding logic. I can deal with this, just find whatever he's hidden and everything goes back to normal. Luckily Jace seemed oblivious to her turmoil and how her fingers tingled as he let them go. There might be a few tears if you manage it. Do you actually know what waltzing is? Some kind of mincing walk the posh knobs do? Though you'd have to, given the dresses they wear. I'd need wheels on the hem to even move in one. Believe it or not, I've seen that done, and remind me to show you what a waltz is when all this is over. Still 3.5 minutes, she nodded, determined, as Jace looked up at the ceiling as though seeing beyond it to the stars, attuning himself to the heavens to count time starting now. If he'd been expecting her to tear off blazing a trail towards this mysterious goal, and not caring of the devastation left in her wake, he was going to be disappointed. Hard-headed she might be, but Chandra did learn from her mistakes. There would never be another sanctum of stars or purifying chamber, justified though the latter was. Through trial and tribulation she had mastered her mana and the emotions that channeled it, though she still preferred brute force and ignorance. Thinking through and following a plan of action wasn't as alien as it had once been, and ironically enough the main trigger for that had been the man she was now competing against. On her second respite stop in the City of Guilds, she had been impressed, enthralled, even that her landlord had created her first denouement, and made it such an interesting read. However, after a few days mulling it over, that first impression curdled somewhat. She hadn't seen a quarter of what he had, and that rankled. Since then she'd tried to keep her eyes open, understand all of what she saw rather than skim over it, and pick out the important bits. It was the reason her later discoveries were better documented than her earlier ones. That habit of taking a look before starting fires had helped in other areas as well, but as she ungracefully scrambled out from under a low-slung bed with an impending sense of time slipping through her fingers, that old temptation of rushing headlong rose in time with her heartbeat. Nothing but dust under there, and comments like that didn't help. Chandra glaring at the passive planeswalker as she hauled herself to her feet. Thanks for that, she grated, rubbing a smudge off her face in frustration as she looked around the raided room. She'd methodically searched through his wardrobe's drawers, and even the pockets of his hung robes, his bedroom floor a mess as haste left no time for tidiness. She'd feel guilty later. On discovering a small sealed box tucked away in the back of his bottom drawer, she thought she'd struck gold, only for Jace to dash that hope, unlocking it with a flicker of mana to reveal a small amount of jewelry, mostly rings, some of which glimmered with mana, but were not the elusive trinket she was desperately seeking. The box had, however, did hold something precious. With his self-mutilated memories, Jace had little recollection of his past prior to Ravnica, and within the small clasp locket he'd shown her before was his only portrait of a family he could barely remember. Knowing how important such keepsakes were, she'd been exceptionally careful to put it and his other treasures back where she'd found them before, appending his sock drawer all over the floor. From there she'd had to get a bit more creative, thinking where she'd hide something important, but under the bed, and its disappointing lack of hidey holes was burning a hole in both her ideas and her confidence. Trying to keep her cool and fight off a panicky excitement, she looked around the rest of the room for any kind of inspiration. How long? She asked more to break the silence than any other reason, but his answer of 2 minutes gone did nothing to settle her nerves. You're enjoying this, aren't you? No, as the guild pact, I am studiously neutral. To his credit, only someone who knew him as well as she did would have caught the very faintest edge of self-satisfaction, but catch it she did as she beat a tattoo on her temples. Gimme a clue. I'm not breaking our deal. He made less of an effort to hide his enjoyment this time, though the sight of her straightening up suddenly did drain some of his confidence, as did the finger she thrust towards him triumphantly. You empty your pockets, huh? His confusion must have been evident. Chandra's glee building as insight mercifully wiped her brow. You said it was here, not that you kept it here. You've got it on you, haven't you? Jace glanced down, and she felt the heat in her stomach sublime right through her. This was the second time thinking outside the box had solved a puzzle, and this time it was one he, not the Planesmaker, had set. The euphoria of her victory drowned out the slight tang of disappointment. She'd never know what her fate would have been in Jace's hands had she failed. As reluctantly he reached into his tunic, she came forwards a few steps, curious despite herself. What would a man who was virtually the fulcrum of an entire plane, and a populous one, at that, consider sacred? When she realized it was a folded sheet of parchment, she thought it must be something to do with his work, his formal certification as the guild pact, maybe, until his voice answered her. A good guess. I never thought of it, but not quite right. This is something that might be very important, especially if I can get it to work within the next 4 months, but for now it's just an idea. He offered it forwards, and intrigued she took and unfolded it, mystified at the symbol scrawled over it before realizing they weren't just in Jace's handwriting. Who else worked on this? Someone from the Is It? No, hilarious as that introduction would be. I was talking with Venzer last night before we bedded down. Did you know he ignited just after the mending? No way. He looks younger than Nissa, should be, relatively speaking. He reckons his spark was mutated by the time rifts around Dominaria. He's from Urborg, originally, right in the eye of the proverbial storm. He knows he looks a lot younger than he is, and feels the mind mage smirked before turning more serious, but apart from that he's an artificer skilled too, and he was kind enough to give one of my ideas a once-over. Recognize any of those runes? Chandra scanned the paper again, this time more closely to her surprise. Some of the mystical marks she had seen before, but couldn't remember where. I know some, can't picture where from though. Really? We've used them today at least once. I carved them on Pyronia's first stone. The pieces fell into place, of course. Transfer, storage, mana conversion. She ticked off the runes she knew. So why did you need Venzer's help? Your stone works, doesn't it? Not as I'd intended it to. For some reason Jace was looking uncomfortable as he wheedled out his answer. My original aim with that stone was that it would link to my mind and transfer a thought at near instant speed, but halfway through carving it I realized the matrix I'd tried wouldn't do that. I managed to convert it into the memory stone as a consolation, but I've been trying to refine the runework, since hopefully with Venzer's insight I should be able to get it right next time. Transferring thoughts that quickly. The idea was bold, and potentially plane-shifting spells of communion were usually rare, highly sought after, forbidden, erratic, or some combination thereof. Inventing an artifact that could do it would be an achievement to rival his becoming the guild pact. You'd be a sought-after man if you could do it, Jace, for good and ill. Why invent it though, and why link it to your mind? Because I'm used to telepathic contact. If I linked it to someone else, how do you think they'd react when a sudden memory popped into their head? They'd think they were going mad. Still, it's something for me to work on, and actually something I needed to talk to you about. Venzer and this is may need more raw materials in the near future. More of the stone? At his nod she shrugged. Yeah, I can get that. Might need some help lugging it about though, it's heavier than it looks. Why do you think I ground it down before I carved it? Oh, and Chandra, his grin was evil personified times up. The realization smothered her in sudden horror, before indignation pierced red holes in that cloud. That doesn't count, you cheated. How? He queried, infuriating smile, not shrinking one iota. Did I have you in an arm lock, forcing you to talk to me? But you distracted me. I told you it wasn't what you were looking for. You could have looked and talked. Frantically scrabbling for a loophole, Chandra just about resisted the urge to stomp her feet. She hated losing, always had and always would, and losing from wandering attention was salt on the pill, you bloody hell, but she couldn't deny it, much as she both did and didn't want to. She did, however, have one card left to play. If she couldn't win, she could at least stall for time and score a minor victory before Jace claimed his prize within reason. If he asks some things, I'll just say no. If I want to, can I at least see what I was supposed to be looking for? Actually, no inspiration struck. I might not have found it, but I can trade you for it. Oh, Jace's curiosity was as much a vice as her impetuousness. He'd never be able to resist that kind of bait. Color me intrigued. You show me, and I'll tell you what Liliana told me last night about the tangle wire, she drawled, trying to hide her amusement as his eyes flared. You know, and I know you can't ignore it forever, and you can't erase it from your mind while other people know about it. Sounds fair to me. You get rid of a niggle. I see this supposed treasure, and gods have mercy on you if it's not that important, because I will have none. It's important to me, and thank you for the reminder. The mind mage sulked. I'd not thought about that all night until you turfed it up. All right, but you first thinking about it's going to drive me mad. That's what she said. I don't doubt it, swamp-addled cow. No, literally that's what she said. Despite the axe hovering over her neck from her failed challenge, the firebrand couldn't help but smirk at his agog expression. Look amazed, then ask me, really brooding over what he thinks I've told you will tie him in knots. So I asked. She mentioned that metal grass, and I understood when I saw your face. She sniggered at his agog expression, hoping against hope he wasn't going to take this out on her later. Sorry, I would have told you before I left. I'm sure. I mean it. So do I. His sincerity stopped her feeling hurt. If it had just been Liliana, I'd have been a lot more concerned, and for good reason. Still my turn. It's in that wardrobe. It is not, Chandra declared hotly, looking at the state of the floor around it. I turned that thing inside out, upside down and back to front. But you didn't look underneath the underneath, and yes, I'm adopting that one covers a lot of different situations, and even you can't misquote 2 words. The pyromancer cut him down, already checking for subtle traces of mana, as she had before. Nothing. There is just nothing here. If he's lied or tried to joke, I've got a lot of fire in my belly, and he's getting the lot. I give up. Show me, or I turn this room into a smoke box. You're almost looking right at it. His voice seemed to be closer, but before she could check, he surrendered the answer. It's hanging on the door. She glanced at it reflexively, saw there was nothing there, and was about to truly let rip before his words echoed in her mind. Underneath the underneath. She looked again, suddenly burning inside, as she realized the door wasn't blank as she'd first thought. Affixed to it was a small mirror. Chandra's pulse pounded thickly in her temples, the heat rising from within making it hard to catch her breath, a task then made impossible by the arms encircling her waist, as another face appeared in the glass next to her own. You had me worried when you thought I had it on me. Jace's words filtered through her curtain of crimson hair. 5 or 10 minutes ago, you'd have been right. Her mouth was dry. She was only dimly aware of her hand rising to the back of his neck, with her brain reeling. Only instinct was guiding her. That's just, she wanted to say 1,000 things, but through the flock of phoenixes on the wing, all through her only a single thought persevered. You've got Ravnica. Ravnica, he chuckled, the puffs of air against her neck almost buckling her knees. Gods, how was he doing that? And I've got 8 books, well 7 until I get Illustria reprinted showing the planes you have, and even if I didn't, it doesn't matter. You've seen more than I ever will, and you gave those memories to me freely. There's nothing I could have worth more than that. You don't need anything, Chandra. She was coming apart, silently begging him to say no more while telling her everything. If you're going to call me priceless, you'll have to live with me calling you perfect. The fire roared, the last and hardest person to convince she wanted to hold it no longer, finally admitting as much when she turned and smothered his lips with her own. Warnings from her mother, the elder sisters of Carol Keep, and everything else vanished as he overcame his shock, and she was swept away, lost in a flame she'd never touched before as the kiss deepened. Though they'd kissed to commemorate grateful reunions, melancholy goodbyes, thanks teases, and 100 other things since that night in the cellar, this was different. She didn't know or care how, as long as it didn't stop. She didn't realize how closely entwined they were until something gripped the back of her raised knee, and she pushed upwards, leaving the ground, and held aloft above him as finally their lips parted. They caught their breath, and Chandra Naylor was left with truths smelted pure by the furnace of her being shining in her mind. Jace Beleren thought her perfect. She knew Jace Beleren was priceless. Let everything else burn. Their eyes met, his questioned, and her hands raked his hair, pulling him in with back and neck arching convulsively as butterfly kisses stitched across her collarbone. A keening moan of want reached her ears, and she didn't recognize her own voice. She recognized nothing beyond what he was doing and her reactions until suddenly he pulled away. Descending slightly from a plateau of delight, Chandra had a vague sensation of tilting and dropping quickly before agony exploded in her jaw and everything flashed gray and white. She flopped limply onto something soft, teetered on the edge of unconsciousness for a second before a strangled gurgle from nearby snapped her back to herself. Jace, she tasted blood, but swallowed it. She'd hurt when she knew he was all right. He didn't answer, and her internal fire, banked by sudden pain, turned cold. She seized it, forcing herself to her knees, and a flame onto her palm, trying to see through slightly blurred vision. All was confusion, vague shapes and colors shifting like a kaleidoscope until a hand found her knee, and she grabbed it, relief flooding through her as she followed his arm towards where the mind mage lay. What happened? Tripped, he managed, his other hand pressed hard over his face. By the shadows of her fire, she looked down his body and saw his legs caught in something, a robe. The realization reignited her cooled flame in a different form. Something. Jace's next words didn't help her as he looked up, an eyebrow swelling from where her chin had slammed into it. Why cloaks? Why not tunics? They wouldn't have tangled me. I hate fashion, and it's not funny. She had no hope, the flame in her hand winking out as she fell to all fours, unstoppable hilarity screaming out of her, and Jace left shouting indignantly into a hurricane of mirth. It's not, oh bugger at all, and it infected him as well as they'd once broken in sorrow, so they did again in joy. Hysteria draining the strength from her arms, Chandra felt the mind mage shiver as he caught her full-throated mirth belting up his chest as she fell partially onto him, almost sobbing with laughter. Thinking about it made it worse, trying to rationalize it even more. So they were in the dark, in the detritus of a bedroom more thoroughly ransacked than if half the Demir had carried out a house call, battered, bruised, and with nothing but each other. It made no sense. It didn't have to. More than once Chandra thought she'd pass out, only the ache from her stomach and jaw keeping her conscious until she finally rode out the storm and lay in a swoon, heaving down deep breaths and ignoring the last few sniggers. Gradually sense filtered back to her jaw ached both from the laughter and the fall, but she'd lived through far worse. The night was cool, but only part of her was. As Jace began to recover himself, the fire mage rolled away, propping herself on an elbow and smiling fondly as she pictured him in the darkness. How do you do it, Jace? That's the second time you've pulled something like this, and both times we ended up in a heap, crying or laughing together. The inferno that had consumed her moments ago was now a gentle heat suffusing her. She wasn't sure if she knew what love was, but if this wasn't it, she'd live without. As something in the gloom moved, she said nothing, letting the mind mage find her. His fingertips met her elbow and traced upwards, brushing through her hair as she lifted her cheek from her fist to meet his palm with hers. In silence and darkness, they held on softly, neither saying anything until he pushed up to mirror her position. That's odd, she commented, voice slightly hoarse. You don't usually make the first move. I'm not usually lying on my rolled up socks. Her breath hitched. Please don't make me laugh. I can't take any more. First woman who said that to me, damn you. She convulsed, her stomach begging for clemency. Are you all right? She managed to contain herself to a squeak of mirth. Just, I was the one with the cushion. Yeah, I'm fine. Her lip had already stopped bleeding, and from what she'd seen he'd come off much the worse in their clash of heads, not for the first time. How are you? Embarrassed, they say. If you look to giants you'll trip over ants. Trust me to prove them right. Still not the first time you've blacked my eye. The guild meet is going to be interesting next week, I can tell. It should have gone down by then, she reassured him, a candle flickering on the end of her fingers showing his war wound. I've seen and lived through worse, and so have you, hard as that is to believe. And what does that though forget it? The long-suffering Sai couldn't disguise his affection as he let her hand go to pull himself to his feet, making sure not trip on anything. She'd pulled out his wardrobe this time. Just keep that sparkler under control, or we'll go up like a bonfire. We're surrounded by my attire, and not much of it is flame-proof. You think there's clothing out there proof against my fire? She teased, looking up at his silhouette as the moonlight from the window framed him. Tell the is it to give it their best shot. No, just know the last thing they need is encouragement. His shadow shuddered at the thought before he reached down. Come on, it can't be comfortable down there. An imp of mischief, never far away, bit into her, and she let herself fall to the ground, placing her hands behind her head. Speak for yourself. No socks on my side. His shadow quivered with strangled snickers before he regathered himself and looked down at her, imperiously grateful once more for his excellent memory. Chandra Naylor, I carried you up a flight of stairs to get you here in the teeth of your opposition. I might add, she bit her lip, pulling something over herself childishly before a thrill ran through her. Whatever she was holding, Jace considered it worthless compared to her. If I have to pick you up again, I'll actually no, unlike you, I don't need violence. I'll just find the nail scissors and give you a short back and sides. You wouldn't want to call me? She was seriously tempted, but in the end was too content to argue any more, least of all with the man who'd all but bared his soul to her. And he doesn't know about me that almost killed him before. Not this time. She accepted the help and came to her feet. Jace might have been surprised as she embraced him again, but it soon wore off. The pyromancer, convinced her blood had turned to warm honey as he held her, and she reciprocated, each the other's bulwark against the madness of the multiverse. She could have stayed there forever. She would have had she known any magic to do so. Instead, the silence was broken by a quiet voice in her ear. Chandra? Things aren't the same, are they? No, they've been changed a long time. Good. His voice was choked, his hold tightening. Glad it's not just me. It was never just you. Damn it, you're going to make me cry. Too late for me, he sniffed, and she relented in trying to hold back her tears, wondering how joy could be so acute. It hurt. Cha, never mind, I mind, she whispered, fiercely pushing back to look him full in the face. No more of that crap, Jace. I've seen what happens when you hold things, and I won't see it again. You tell me everything. I'm not going to laugh or think you're stew, he said something. She heard it, understood it, and remembered nothing more. It was so warm and comfortable she didn't want to wake. She refused to open her eyes despite the light streaming through the curtains. Slowly the memories came back, and she smiled at them all. Swaddled in the thick covers, she snickered at the book they'd shared, scowled at the way she'd been tricked by the mind mage's games, caught her breath at its aftermath before wincing at a phantom pain in her chin. She smiled through the laughter that came after that fall and the tears that fell when they stood back up and then sat bolt upright, covers flying everywhere as she looking around wildly. Where was he? Where was she? Jace, she shouted, the vague smears sorting themselves out into a sort of pattern just as there was a sudden commotion over to her left. Like a breaching whale, the aqua mage's head emerged over the side of the bed, his tattoos glowing slightly before he realized there was no threat and dismissed the mana, regarding his summoner blearily through a slightly swollen eye. Morning. Her mouth worked once, twice, and then a third time. The mind behind it scrambled as she tried to take in this new impossibility. She was in his room, she was in his bed, so what the hell are you doing down there? He rubbed his eyes before trying to tackle a terrible case of bedhead, something that made the pyromancer both snort in amusement and wince in sympathy. It seemed like the safest bet. After a how much do you remember? Everything. She let her face fall into her hands at the reminder, only just realizing she was wearing her usual clothes, minus armor. He must have removed that prior to putting her to bed. You idiot, what possessed you? You told me to be honest. I wasn't expecting that. Yes, passing out kind of gave that away. That goes no further than these walls, she told him, glowering through her fingers as her face flamed. Jace, look, I love you, all right, have since I don't know, since before I started calling this place home. That was so easy. She wondered why she hadn't said it before. Was it Naruto who'd said something about doing the impossible? But I can't answer. Hold it, he cut her off, his eyes sharper now. He'd rubbed the sleep away. I thought about this after I got you settled in. I don't think you heard what I meant. I should have explained it better. Explain? You asked if I'd be your wife. What explanation do I bloody need? This one I didn't propose. He tried not to smile at her gormless expression. He really did, but his heart wasn't made of stone. What I meant was, could you see yourself as my wife one day? I know you, Chandra. Freedom defines you just like logic does me. I've never loved anyone like you or loved anyone like I love you, but I know if we try this it will be fraught, things will be strange, but I'm willing to try. I wasn't setting a date or thinking what flowers to order. I had to know if it was a struggle, but he managed to meet her eyes. If you see me as I see you one day in the future. The red mage didn't reply. Actually, what she did was very strange, even for her. From her sitting position she reclined back onto the bed and slowly rolled face down. Jace would have asked why had she not snatched the nearest pillow and stuffed it under her head. The muffled scream that rang out a second later echoed by his helpless mirth. He thought she'd been joking when she went limp against him. Only when a dash of summoned water failed to rouse her did he realize she was truly away with the fairies. Panic had warred with desperate hysteria, as he deduced the most likely cause of her faint. The long battle yesterday had taxed her to the limit, especially as she'd been more involved in the actual fighting than he had, and after that a combination of Naruto's revelations, a night of interrupted sleep on the lounge floor, Elspeth's nightmares, and all that had happened since had completely undermined her. She had been physically, mentally, and emotionally exhausted, and his question had been the card that sent the whole house tumbling. He had no idea how she'd react when she woke up. His best course of action was to let her rest and stay somewhere close by, though not too close in case she woke, got the wrong idea, and toasted him before he could explain. Out of sight, but not out of mind. Good tactic, then possibly a good tactic. Now he tried to iron his face straight as the woman he loved, and he did love her. This wasn't like it had been with Liliana. It never would be. Slowly exhaled, looking up from the pillow and favoring him with a basilisk glare. I swear, if it were anyone but you I'd be sweeping them up with a dustpan right now, she declared, undone by her grin as his words made her tingle all over. Jace loved her. She could never hear that enough, but you're wrong on one count. We're not going to try, we're going to make this work, whatever it is, even if we have to smash it to bits and rebuild it piece by piece. With the fire glittering in her eyes, the last of his worries was consumed, and he had never been more grateful. As she reached over, he softly kissed her palm before holding it to his cheek, regarding her with nothing but truth etched in his face. His next words, the most sincere he'd ever spoken. Thank you, Chandra. Thank you too. Come on. She pulled her hand free and patted the edge of the mattress, a teasing lilt in her tone. I'm getting cold, and you're a prettier sight than you were last time you were down there. You're getting cold. How do you keep beating me at cards when you can't bluff? And just to set the record straight, for days awake and still standing as opposed to one question, and he pressed the back of his hand to his forehead, pirouette and flopped backwards onto the bed theatrically, his dying swan drawing a furious hex from his audience. That doesn't leave this room, she demanded, Jace chuckling as he rode the soft punches and slid beside her, lifting his head to let her slip her arm under it. The two faced each other, glowering, shame abrading insufferable smugness, until both artificial skins shattered. Chandra slightly the faster to speak as her free hand traced his facial tattoos. So any idea how we start? Odd you should ask. You've always got a plan. Once him always being a step ahead had infuriated her. Hell, it was the reason she'd lost her first fight against him. How times changed, how much they'd both grown. I actually started last night. Weren't you sharing your lab with Venzer then? And he helped. Do you remember what I originally intended that memory stone to do? Send thoughts to you. Her fingers stopped circling his cheek, clenching into a fist as she went still in realization. It was for me, wasn't it? You designed it for me. In case you needed help, he confessed, holding her stilled hand in his own. She wanted him to be honest. He was starting now. Don't think for a second I thought you weak, Chandra. Hell, you've thrashed me around my own dueling circle enough, but knowing you could reach me if you needed to would have been a weight off my mind. He felt her squeeze his fingers tightly. Once she'd have been scornful, trying to see what angle he was working to slip a collar over her neck. Now she was not only grateful he'd spend such time and effort on something for her, but proud of his ingenuity. Mine too. Being able to talk to you would have been nice when I was away. Vraska's great, but she's not you. Plus it could be invaluable in the right circumstance. Jace, there's a huge rat throwing black spiky things at me. What do I do? Same thing I do when paralyzed in front of a mad witch carrying grenades. Pray to whatever god you believe in, someone's crazy enough to get in the way. They both shared a laugh at the reminder before Chandra carried on his line of thought. But Venzer's helped you get it right. You reckon that's a major bonus for us, all of us, if we can coordinate across planes? It'll make working on Naruto's worlds a lot easier. For a start, I'd be useless on a plane of ice or water, but if I could tell Kiora about it exactly, and he's got a few old plans for a planesfaring ship knocking about somewhere, so we can have a look at that when our 4 months is up. I've got until then to work on the rune matrix. And I can get you the red stone you need. You really put a lot of thought into this. Jace was humbled by the pride in her tone. Before something clouded it. I need to ask one thing though. I meant what I said last night about Ravnica. I've got the clothes on my back and half of them I stole. Why me? Why not Emra? She's really nice and you get on. Or Lavinia. Their first kiss had frozen her. The kiss last night had driven her into some kind of frenzy. This one, soft as silk and strong as steel, made her melt, exiling her from reality until she caught her breath and beat off a vacant smile as Jace spoke teasingly. Let me think. He held his hands, as though weighing something out. Chandra Naylor, we've fought and she's spared me. She's stood side by side with me in the face of a virtual god, seen my worst, and accepts it as it is, shares with me memories of places no other human being has been to, and literally saved my life twice against the same death cultist. And yes, I do count Naruto's mask, or any other woman in the multiverse. When's a choice not a choice? She had to drop her gaze. How could he reduce her to ooze with just his words? And as for the two you mentioned, Emra's my friend, always will be, and the thought of trying anything with Lavinia, and having Tajik get hold of me afterwards is so horrible. I'll lose sleep over it tonight. Yes, it's that obvious. Chandra gaped and then bit her lip, shoulders heaving as she pictured the slow brewing office romance he often described in lurid detail. Even Rurik's figured it out, and I know for a fact Zarek's been hitting on her more just to rile Tajik up. Pot stirring, is it, bastard? Says the kettle. Weren't you planning to add a few herbs to their drinks during the guild meet? They make very good tea. They're aphrodisiacs. A minor side effect, Jace claimed, not even trying to keep his face straight. And you know I wouldn't really do it. Ral would, hence why I've sworn the Celestia to silence. Can't you just swear him to silence permanently? My powers aren't infinite, sadly. Anyway, back on topic, I could ask you the same question. Why me and not Agi? Don't even say it. During their desperate adventure together she had relied on the white mage, come to respect a lot about him, and even found him physically attractive, but looking back it was for the best. Nothing had come of it. Like Jace with Liliana, there was just too much distance. I hadn't seen him in years and we didn't part on the best of terms. And he's a hieromancer, don't forget. He honestly believes, or used to, that people need to be ruled for their own good. Even now that's never going to fly with me. Wait, sudden suspicion seized her. Did you ask that hoping I'd kiss you? You devious git. Jace looked like he'd been caught with his hand in the sweetie jar, an expression so out of place and endearing on his usually stoic face she felt mean. Not one of my better schemes, he mumbled, ashamed. Then he blushed as the firebrand leant forwards and did just that. Don't stop trying, but you can just ask sometimes, she advised, beaming at the color in his cheeks highlighting his white streaked tattoos. So what now? Well, he drawled, recovering from her boon, using what happened last time as a reference. He hitched forwards a little, Chandra watching him approach with a mix of trepidation and excitement. I played my trick last night. Another hitch. We had our heart-to-heart straight afterwards, and another. He was so close now she could see the individual blood vessels dilating in his cheeks, hers no better, as she felt herself flush at his closeness. He can't after last night, can he? He's really that close to me? And we've just confessed we're more than true friends. So he drew her forwards, the firebrand wrapping around him tight, her breathing quick as he rested his cheek against hers, trying to clamp down on her nervous excitement and closing her eyes as she heard his first sweet nothings, murmured softly, I'll have unsweetened tea quick as you can. As he felt Chandra's face grow hotter, her shaking more violent, and her hands form claws in his back, Jace bit his lip. He'd taken his life in his hands, but if this was his last moment, he'd die happy holding her. You ass. Get off me. She tried to throw herself backwards, and he fought to deny her, laughing even when she forced her way free, and latched her hands around his neck. I'll murder you, mind mage. Promises, promises, he managed from under her thumbs, his insouciant grin all but catching her hair aflame as she swore aloud and pressed harder, love and fury swirling through her together. Die d no, oh sweet irony. Better idea. Wah ah. Ow, I'll leave my chest hair alone. As the two planeswalkers came to playful blows, dawn broke, or days began again on the infinite worlds of the multiverse, and some days dawned brighter than others. On a plane circled with 5 suns of concentrated mana, 2 compounds rose together, their daughter watched over by a knight at ease with herself. Upon her arrival she had gone upstairs to see this special child, and only hours later had she descended with the child asleep, her eyes wet and her heart restored. She had made the right choice before, and she had done so again. Today this family was joined by 1 old and 2 new friends, all pitching into a discussion on the bright future awaiting both their home being rebuilt and the homes yet to be created. In the slums of the city of Guild's wide eyes were more open than they had ever been. The visitor had believed herself and those of her ilk untouchable beyond compare. Now she knew they were blessed and spoilt. She saw what it meant to have and be thought of as nothing, and as she swore to her host as a sister in tribe unheard of for one not of her kind, and bade the other woman farewell, she silently swore to herself that as she had changed so she would change all those like her she could reach. And if she could help those not like her along the way, so much the better. A world once at war with itself was at peace. The morning tides were gentle as a man rented a small fishing boat and pushed it off the jetty, his assistant diving in alongside him after throwing some charts and hand-scribbled maps into the vessel. As he rowed and she swam towards the mere trade lanes talking about what to do, they may have fancied they could hear the distant roar of a beast, or a man who lived as a beast would make staking his claim on his new territory. In a decrepit graveyard filled with overgrown tombs and worn headstones, a woman laid down an offering of fresh dark roses, the flowers watered by teardrops, as she stood and regarded the faded writing on the tablet before her, illegible after more than 2 centuries whereby the elements. She stood there for a long time until her tears and regret were spent. Then she thought over the grave of her long-deceased brother. She had been a healer once. Surely there would be somewhere she could quickly find a mentor in the manna of the tundra. It would be a first step along the road that stretched before her, but the star that hung overhead at its end, a kinder light than a demon's bargain, was illumination enough to break away from the grave of her past and take the first step towards a future she'd never considered or known. And somewhere far away, a single figure stepped from a place where there was no day or night, only chaos and the possibility of everything. Recollected the time that had just passed, patted his oldest friend on the spine, and was content. Epilogue: Never walk alone. I still don't like this. Come on, you've done it before. I know, but not to find him. Shouldn't we just wait? No, we can't rely on them forever. It's our turn now. You want to see him again, right? We all do. All right, let's do this, before I have an outbreak of common sense. I'll be in the middle. I'll need all of you who can to channel the mana I can't control enough on my own. Everyone hold hands and pray Hyrant distracts. 'Tis long enough. If she finds us out here, it'll be our necks. I think she'd aim lower. All hold hands. A rough but close circle was formed between 7 beings, surrounding the largest of them in the center as she wrestled down nerves and focused the spell invented by her father clear in her mind as she carefully assembled the mana her friends collected, framing into a workable whole. Her mind was racing. She had cast this spell before, but this was a step into the unknown. It was a big risk, but at the same time her brother was right. It wasn't fair to expect the adults to carry all the burden if they could help, and it wasn't fair on the one they were seeking to miss the start because of his sketchy sense of time. It was justified recklessness, the legacy of both her parents, that let Jaya Bellerin speak the last few syllables of her spell, grip the barrier around her, and pull it apart. Her friends and brother disappearing into nothingness as a small pair of eyes, watching unnoticed from the corner of a doorway, looked up at the legacy of her spell and, showing remarkable sense for one so young, toddled off to find help. She opened her eyes, saw mist all around her, and felt her heart leap into her throat as she realized something had gone wrong. Did it work? Where are we, Jaya? Can I open my eyes yet? We're in the eternities, she gasped, dread clawing as her mother's stories of this place filled her ears. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Her panic was infectious. Several of the younger children sharing looks before one of them, third eldest, after the firstborn Bellerin, took charge to squash it. Quiet, all of you, we're going to get out of this. Keep hold of each other, Jaya. Hold on to me. With both his hands occupied, gripping onto the children at his side, the boy held out a foot. The sitting girl latched on to no one. Let go. If you do, you might get lost. I've been in here before. We all have. Just relax. Someone will. Before he could finish, everything rippled. One or two of the children crying out, the impression that something was coming, overwhelming as the mist swirled around them. It's like a river. Don't fight it, Jaya called, closing her eyes. Keep hold of each other. We'll wash up somewhere. Tiz will be able to find us. Just stay calm. She wished she could fight her own hammering heartbeat, and only hoped she sounded confident as the sensation of the primordial chaos pushing them hither and thither like a cork on the ocean threatened nausea. Here and there she took glimpses, the endless mists just as disconcerting as she remembered them. As the current picked up speed, she could only hope they were flowing or being pushed to a safe destination. There was a sudden brightness on her closed eyes, a few of her friends crying out in shock. At the light she opened her eyes, just in time, to see the brilliant whiteness of a breach in reality. Before, with a jarring thump, all 8 of them were cast back into reality. Jaya left gasping as her savior landed squarely on top of her, before pushing himself to his feet. "Are you all right?" She nodded and scrambled up, repeating his question. "Anyone hurt?" Jaya recognized her brother's voice. Karen, sounding somewhat squashed. "2 Volshok and a half-elf landed on me." "No harm done." "We landed on his head." A gravelly voice cut off his protests as a half-steel paw helped haul the youngest Bellerin to his feet. "Some friend you turned out to be," he glowered. Marthu not looked the slightest bit chagrined as his younger brother was helped to his feet by Carissa, the half-elf, the first one up. "What happened, sis?" "I don't know." Jaya was already reaching for a solution, glancing around each of them for inspiration. "Valm, you know that spell. Has this ever happened to you?" "No." The eldest Sarkhan shook his head, plaited hair swaying as his coal-black eyes surveyed the scene. "But I've not cast it with my father or mother being there, and only to find them. I know their sparks better than all others." Jaya nodded, belated fear crawling over her like maggots. "'Tis is going to kill me. Then she's going to give me to Mum and Dad, and they'll really kill me." "Right, everyone stick together." She couldn't change what had happened, but she could try and salvage something from it that might keep some of her hide in one piece. "I have no idea where we are or what's out here. I hope we were pushed here by an Eldrazi." "You read Mum's books all the time. Anything look familiar?" Yep, thank goodness, some good him. I'm popular today." With age came experience, not that he truly aged any more. Still, as time had passed and more work had been done, the secondary effects had become more pronounced for those affected by them, or so he was told. The eternities, and though them the Eldrazi, were all but quiescent, entering the space between planes like pulling aside a curtain, when before it had been, to use the colorful parlance of the father of 2 of the children before him, like breaking through a stone wall with your body. The Titans and the broods themselves were aware that things were changing, and having no concept of time, accepted this their realm as a consequence, becoming less hazardous, if still difficult to navigate. Some were even becoming curious to the interlopers, observing as he once had, and when needed putting a helping tentacle in. Still, they don't need to know that, and I think they've just seen me. Kerr always had sharp eyes. Now what did I said to that? Was it, well, isn't this cozy? He took an instant to regard the faces before him, seeing familiar features in all of them. "Sorry, I forgot to pack a picnic." "Naruto? Unless you know another blue-eyed blonde who wears my colors?" "Prove it's really you," one of the children said, holding her bladed switch, a precursor of the stem staff she would one day carry as she faced the Planesmaker levelly, her pointed ears slightly quivering as several of the other children regarded her amazed. "He could be a clone. They look and smell the same, but they cannot bleed." Naruto nodded, biting the edge of his finger to let a bead of bright blood show and assuage Carissa's fear. "Good thinking, Kor-chan." She tried not to blush. "You should always check things like that. All of you remember, everything you see might be real, but that doesn't mean it's always true. So now you know I'm me." The Planesmaker drew himself up to his full, if unimpressive height. "What made you all plunge into the eternities like that?" "You were lucky one of the brood was in the area, and I wasn't busy." The assorted children all glanced at each other uneasily, and Naruto touched the metal plate over his forehead softly, having a sudden image of its original owner starting over a desk at him before someone summoned enough courage to answer his question. "It was my fault." Jaya heard a building hubbub and quelled it with a look she'd learnt from her mother. We were trying to find you. We used the spark sense spell, but something went wrong, and we ended up there. I'm sorry, none of us meant to disturb you. We just wanted to find you." "Why would I be angry? I'm touched, and don't worry, Jay-chan." She glanced away, hair as black as her father's falling in a curtain over her face at the nickname. "You found me in the end. Just for the record though, using that spell to find me will always drop you into the mist. I'm bound to the eternities, and the spell latches onto that." It actually latched onto something a little more tangible, but they could find that out when Jaya wasn't feeling so down though. As one of the 3 Sarkans present tooted and turned to his twin, he glanced over. "How often did Mother tell us that?" "Far too often. We should have remembered." "Sorry, Jaya." The Ravnikan girl smiled before Naruto whistled, regarding the youngster appraisingly. "You're moving in the right direction. If you still want to get that killer look, Aaron Kuin, your plans still not changed for when you grow up?" The boy, almost the image of his older brother save his hair being ochre and eyes hazel, nodded severely. "No, though Lady Vraska has said I must wait until I'm at least 20, and my parents agree." And they should it had been last year when, having been asked what he wanted to be when he grew up by his favorite Uncle Aaron, had stunned the Volshok and all else within earshot, when he proudly answered a Gorgon, "It's not a step taken lightly for you or her. How is your mother these days, and you've a little sister now, so I hear." "She's well, and we do." It was Aaron's sister who answered, Arabeth, slightly the taller, slimmer and elder of the two, with a habit of answering questions aimed at her brother. "It's everyone's resting day, that's why we came to find you." "Resting day, already? Where does the time go?" "Let me guess, your parents are all or mostly away, and you gave your carer the slip." He glanced from one suddenly guilty face to another, before chuckling, "Nice work, though Tista probably wouldn't agree." "It was her right, and Malira?" "She's not here this time looking after the hammer for a while," Marthu piped up, his younger brother Roth nodding, but saying nothing, having inherited his father's more passive side, compared to Nerthus' slightly quicker temper. "Dad keeps laughing now. A Silvuk helping run a Volshok tribe wouldn't have happened when he was my age." "Time changes everything in time," Naruto quoted sagely before his blue eyes sparkled. "Still, now you're here, I suppose we'd best wait for the others to find out where you've got to. They're probably already looking." So actually yes, he took a pace forwards, and they shied away. All of them had met the Plainsmaker, and some had even seen him at work. It was hard not to have a healthy respect for someone that powerful, even if he was a good friend to their parents. "Tell you what, let's do a bit of sparring." "Sparring? We can't fight." Yvonne was aghast at the thought. Child of warriors he might be, but there was a difference between valor and suicide. "Of course not. I don't fight much as a rule, but there may come a day when you have to." So he shucked off his chained book and the World Slayer and lay them on the ground behind him. "Better to be prepared than not. Karen, I know you never turned down a scrap. You got your mother's temper as well as her hair." The boy tried not to look too abashed as he scratched his unruly red mop. "How about you first?" Sure, he also had his mother's reckless streak, though thankfully somewhat tempered compared to hers at his age. "Uncle Koth taught me some geomancy since I saw you last." "Good, give me everything you've got, and don't look so worried." He smiled gently as the boy's face dropped slightly in alarm. "Not to blow my own horn, but I deal with supernovas as an occupational hazard. None of you are going to hurt me." "Ready?" Karen nodded, mentally recanting all the spells he knew and gathering the mana he could safely use. "Let's go." Sometime later, he had long ago given up counting specific times as he moved between so many different worlds. Naruto watched the lithe figure before him roll to her feet just as her mother did, regarding him levelly and planning her next moves after he'd blocked and countered her last attack with a soft push. "Not bad, Kor-chan, just stay light on your feet. Your weapon's a lot lighter than your father's. You don't have to plant your feet to use it." "Anything else?" He saw the question echo in her expressive brown eyes, before she nodded, albeit a touch reluctantly. "Yes, though it'll take time." "Plenty of that. Take as long as you need," Naruto assured her, watching on intrigued as the half-elf sank into a low, wide-legged crouch, putting a hand on the floor while at the same time staying ready to spring away at an instant's notice. He felt the mana course through her, and not just that used by her father either. "Nissa's done wonders getting her tribe to accept other mana than just the forest. Hell, she's done a lot more than that, least of all the girl in front of me." "So swamp and forest, what's she summoning?" He had expected a few things, however the squat powerful shape that sprang into being in front of her and drew gasps from the other children hadn't been on his list. "Wow," he said, admiring the creature and giving its summoner time to catch her breath again. "Spiritmonger, right? You bound him yourself?" "Yes, father took us on a hunt," she said, proud despite herself as she gently placed her hand on the powerful beast's shoulder and feeling it rumble in contentment. "The prey was female, and he took her down. This is her young." "That's not full grown?" Marthu was looking at his friend's summon with awe. "And you took it down yourself?" "Mother helped with the binding, but I trapped him," she assured her audience. "He'll grow quickly, more quickly with battle though." She narrowed her eyes and the spiritmonger growled, sensing her rage as Naruto backed up a step. "This could be tricky, right? Have to summon something of my own," he announced, seeing several of them assembled children crane forwards. For some reason most of them were fascinated by the Eldrazi that were his only option for creature-based combat. "Still, I suppose I was the same at their ages, always wanting the strongest, flashiest jutsus, and never thinking about the subtle stuff. Let's see what he makes of this." A small hole burst open in reality, and from it came one of the smaller brood from Kozilek's line, about the same size as the young spiritmonger and not powerful enough to unmake the physical world around it. Even as it re-orientated itself to its new plane of existence, its opponent pounced, Carissa giving a whistle and her beast bounding forwards to the attack. Powerful jaws crunched and slashing talons bit home in protoplasmic flesh, before the Eldrazi retaliated its tentacles and proboscises, jabbing into the resilient hide of the beast and sending dribbles of blood to the ground, though it came off much the worst. With the cheers and questionable tactics of her friends ringing in her ears, the half-elf channeled the power of the wild into her most powerful summon, the spiritmonger's muscles swelling and allowing it to fully overpower the unnatural creature, the Eldrazi showing no indication of pain or suffering as it began to sublime into nothingness. I won. The flush of victory lasted until a sudden touch made her gasp and then giggle, trying to pull the tip of her ear free from the fingers, gently teasing it. Though not as sensitive as her mother, they were still one of Carissa's vulnerabilities. He's a powerful companion. Korchan, a voice from just behind her, said Naruto, letting her go and watching her greatest summon lick his wounds. Just remember though, keep your eyes on your opponent as well as their allies. As I'm sure any of the Sarkon clan will tell you, a dagger in the dark can be worth 1,000 swords at dawn. She nodded, stepping up to pat the spiritmonger on the snout, before dismissing him in recognition of her loss. However, just as her partner vanished from existence, everyone felt a sudden prickling. They were all familiar with most of those assembled, glancing at each other alarmed, as the Sarkon twins summed up the sentiment. Oh. The planeswalker arrived. Just before them, the trail blazed by their escapade, wide and easy for her to follow, even burdened. She took in a breath, then another, and then her head snapped up, seeing her errant responsibilities and snarling as she shifted the youngest and most responsible of them in her arms before letting her fury show. I was expecting a prank, she confessed as they all scuttled backwards. I was even expecting a few spells to go out of control, maybe some minor property damage. What I was not expecting, she growled, gray eyes burning, as the children she'd been in charge all clustered together and tried to look innocent, was for Ringa to come in and say, outside, and I definitely did not expect to see what I did out there. Jaya, what did you do? We all shut up. Tista's youngest brother meekly fell silent, wroth, having no defense against her blazing look. I'll deal with you later. Now what happened? I tried to sense Naruto's spark, she admitted, trying hard not to cry as she wretchedly realized just how foolish she'd been. She could have gotten them all killed. I didn't know it would send us to the eternities. I'm so sorry. Don't tiz me and save your sorries. I'll be speaking to your parents about this. I'm so very dead. Dad'll kill me, and Mom'll, well, she'll laugh and then ground me forever, and you did more than just pierce the veil. I know Uncle Jace has taught you the rules of magic. What happens when you transport physical matter into a non-physical magical media, containing physical entities non-specifically? The girl thought for a moment before paling rapidly, only Valm's hand on her arm steadying her, as the full ramifications of her actions crashed down. Translocation, she moaned in horror. The planeswalker, who was both older sister and aunt, noddingly didn't. Oh yes, you did. You swapped positions with the closest thing in the eternities, and I found myself face to face with a very confused Eldrazi spawn. Come on, I'm all ears. As the toddler in one arm squirmed, she cupped the other around her ear, brushing back her dusty blonde hair. What have you got to say for yourselves? Is the Eldrazi okay? Tista blinked, dumbfounded to the point she could only answer with a simple what? Well, it came face to face with a very confused you. Marthu pressed on before the inevitable happened, as his mother liked to say, if the furnace is going to blow, you might as well throw more coal on and go to the other side. Covered in soot, it might never recover. There were a few choked sniggers at this, least of all from Naruto himself, as the planeswalker's face flashed into a bare-fanged snarl and her gray eyes became incandescent, a slight glow appearing in her left hand as Martha's expression dropped. That is it. She paced forwards menacingly as her brother cringed, trying to hide behind his friends. No use cowering. Dad put me in charge. Not that. Oh yes, his smile was vengeful as she held up the flat steel paddle. Exactly this. Come over here, Marthu of the hammer, or it'll be tiz. She stopped dead in her tracks, while Marthu silently swore he'd smelt an image of the planesmaker every day for a moon cycle if he stopped that dread weapon coming into play. Put the Shiri no Rado away, at least for today. Naruto? Indeed, a little hard to pick out in present company, I admit, he said grudgingly, looking at the children of his friends. Seriously, I held most of them as babies, and now some of them are almost taller than me. You think growing up sucks? It's better than the alternative, trust me. One or two of them smiled as the planeswalker realized something. They actually found you? Of course they did. Have a little faith, he replied, stepping forwards to greet the girl and the smaller figure wriggling in her arms, and let Ringu-chan down. Someone else can look after him. Kurama, your friend's here. Smiling, Tiz let the half-moon folk go as there was a small ripple of mana, and the Bijou discarded his book form, pacing over to the child who approached him at a stumbling run. Rama. Indeed, Kit the Bijou spoke with a vulpine smile small enough that the son of the Soratami he had a very dim memory of could throw pudgy arms about his neck. And the rest of you still getting into trouble, I see? No, Karen wheedled, making the summons snort as he flopped down and let the younger child pat his back and ears. We just wanted to do something for our parents. And give me an ulcer, Tista remarked cuttingly before looking at the Planesmaker again. They weren't any bother, were they? I swear I'd just gone inside for a minute. I've heard that before, Naruto mused, looking at the girl, who was the dream of an ancient planeswalker, given form though since her spark had ignited she had learnt the truth from her parents. Naruto had been there too, and was grateful when her aunt had stepped through her recriminations, saying to Tista words she had once said to a knight clad in dark steel, and telling her in no uncertain terms who she was, daughter of Koth of the Hammer and Nerthu of the Helm. Elspeth was always good at aiding others with more than just her mana, usually after you got adventurous and in over your head, especially when said head was under a forging anvil. Tista cringed at the reminder before capitulating with a sigh. Well, they did help. I suppose I'd have looked for you myself when the others came back. Uncle Jace found an excellent tavern this year and reckoned it'd be about midday-ish. I left a note for them to redden me when they were in. I'll guide them to wherever their little darlings ended up, unless you could carry them back. We do all want to see you. You are coming? Something tells me I don't have much choice in the matter, the shinobi chuckled before glancing at her. Still, we were in the middle of sparring. Fancy about? No chance, Tista snorted. I didn't take up Aunt Elspeth's sword for a reason, a lot of which stands before me trying to look innocent. Carry on thrashing them, and if any of you put a toe out of line, no amount of pleading from Naruto will make me spare the rod. The sparring went on until the children were tired, Naruto fondly playing ninja and testing each of them to their limits as Tista watched from the sidelines and looked after both, hearing Gumaru, who at 4 was far too young to compete, and Kurama, who had his head in her lap and was enjoying the attention. Such a tart, the shinobi scoffed lightly, preparing to change hiding places again as he felt the tickle of a detection spell. Nicely done, Chundra taught her well. Can't believe I forgot it was resting day. Nice to know even those who can't walk as their parents do care enough to try and find me. It had been 10 years give or take since the Battle of Iliond, and in that time much had changed, most of it thankfully for his peace of mind for the better compared to what it could have been. Those he considered friends were all happy and had to different degrees helped ease his burden, despite having their own lives. Some of the planes he had visited, after they were done, honestly made him break down in tears. His task validated. Together the planeswalkers had done great things and fostered new ties with not just each other, but the planes themselves, though, as they now knew planes was slightly the wrong term. The multiverse wasn't layered like a sandwich, it was more like each plane existed within a bubble of reality, within the blind eternities. He had made more of these bubbles over time, and would one day recombine them into a greater whole, but that was a long way off. Instead, he focused on smaller gains such as the tradition he was now part of. Every year, to commemorate the first meeting they'd had 4 months after beating him at Iliond, all the planeswalkers who could make it gathered with their families for a day-long celebration, usually on either Ravnica Mirodan, or more recently Illustria. The general structure was that the adults would share a midday meal, while the children old enough to do without them a few hours were left supervised with relatives, usually Malira, Kiora, or Tista, and following that meal the rest of the day was spent together. It was a day to strengthen ties, share news, and discuss future plans, and for Naruto a day to set down his task as the Planesmaker and be amongst people who knew who he was. It was the day he looked forwards to more than any other, and was always a surprise when it came around, and as he heard Tista shout suddenly, he realized the time for the reunion was probably nigh. Time's up, you all lose. There was a collective groan as the children on the hunt for him slouched back towards the planeswalker with a polished red stone in her hand, the legacy of ingenuity, now allowing planeswalkers to share their thoughts across the multiverse, as its inventor had originally intended. Naruto, come out. Right, he hopped down from the tree he'd been hidden in, eliciting a few gasps as all of the children had looked at that spot a dozen times. And no, I wasn't using mana to hide. Sometimes your eyes will tell you more than any spell. Underneath, don't forget, he told his listening audience before beckoning them away as Tista placed the stone away and concentrated. Now give Tiz some room, we have no idea how many are coming in. The light of Mirodan, as he watched the girl begin to glow with an ethereal radiance, he had to hide a smile. Perfect title, considering what her spark can do. Not sure if that was the aim of Phyrexia or because she formed in the eternities, but either way, it's useful and fitting. In his changed vision, the adopted Volshok pulsed like a bright star, the power of her spark unleashed through the eternities like a lighthouse leading lost ships home, a signal any within the ether could see and home in on. Following her ignition, after years of working hard to see Mirodan restored to its original glory, a process still ongoing in the wildest regions, Tista had been helping her parents, aunts and uncles as Kiora had in younger years, when most of your family was made up of planeswalkers and interplanar childminder was a well-valued commodity. Under her guidance he sensed presences incoming, then the veil parted, and several of the children assembled called out in joy to the quartet of figures that appeared, though these faded a little at their parents' expressions, until Hey Trouble, the youngest of the arriving walkers, broke the tension, her little brother running into her arms with his bijou friend trotting behind Izta. You bet the mare girl was now a mermaid, and as the man beside her had once warned her adoptive father, a heart thief through no fault of her own. Tall for her race, Kiora scooped the youngster up after kneeling to field him. Her face reflected the eyes he'd inherited from his mother as she nuzzled him nose to nose, before holding him at arm's length. You're getting so big now. Blow bubbles, giggling. Hirangumuru blew a small raspberry, before trying to pop the ones his big sister blew, those who'd arrived with her left, trying to look stern under the onslaught of cute. Dare I ask? Oh, Jace noticed the figure stood slightly apart, and sighed. Don't tell me you've started corrupting them, Naruto. We've got enough trouble stopping Liliana, digging her claws in. He shot a glance at his daughter and Jaya blushed red, knowing exactly what he was referring to, but she said she knew someone who channeled both your manas. How was I supposed to know? She meant Neve Mizzet. Charming as soon as something goes wrong. Blame the little guy, the shinobi responded, folding his arms at them all. And just for the record, you should be proud, well, nearly proud, he amended. Each of the walkers swapping glances. They'd heard that tone before, usually preceding something enlightening or embarrassing. Your little ones got it right to get here, but during our spars they didn't quite grasp it as you did. Care to show them how it's done before we get going? The challenge was answered by the butt of a spear striking the ground, the man pacing forwards, not one of the original 13, but absorbed into the growing ranks of the plane sculptors as Kiora had named them 10 years ago, after Chundra had stopped trying to flambe him for that messy business on Zendikar. As 3 of his children, the 4th and youngest awaiting his return with his blooded watched on Sarkhan Val, paced forwards and nodded respectfully towards the planesmaker. Naruto con one habit, I can't break him of, still beats Gaki or Baka. Suppose it will be good to cross spears with you again. Even as they looked from the dragon mage to his opponent, Naruto was in motion, a puff of smoke and blur of steel, resolving into a figure familiar to the Vol children, each of them shying away from the Nezumi, who emerged from the smoke. 5 swords, Volm whispered, ashen-faced. He looks ridiculous, surely he. At the nudge in his ribs, Marthu fell silent, wishing the earth would swallow him, as each of the dragon shaman's children regarded him as though he were profoundly stupid. That stance. It was Aaron who spoke, his tone drenched in respect towards Splaypaw. Has held off my mother, father, and Aunt Malira together. If no mana is used, I've never seen anything so dangerous. It may look unorthodox, that was putting it mildly, apart from his hands and tail. The rat man held a blade in his teeth and was balanced on one leg to hold the 5th in his left knee, but it's deadly. Children at their father's bark. Volm, Aaron and Arabeth stood straighter and obeyed their father, loved them, but like their mother he was strict when it came to fighting. Watch a hopeless battle. Setting his spear and channeling his mana, knowing it would likely do him little good, the Tarkaran nodded, then flung himself to the side as a ball of fur and razor-edged deathcart wheeled towards him at breakneck speed. Okay, definitely not ridiculous to Marthu. Uncle Vol was a good friend of his father and frequent visitor of Mirodan. He'd seen him spar with Aunt Elspeth several times and knew Aunt Malira had been trained by them both, so if there was one thing Sarkhan Vol was not, it was a pushover. However, the fight, if it could be called that, between the Dragon Mage and the Nezumi lasted less than half a minute and forever dispelled the notion that the smallest of Naruto's masks was not a dangerous opponent, most of the children taking a pace back as Splaypaw leapt acrobatically backwards off Sarkhan's chest, letting the taller man retake his feet. After clenching his fist in salute to the victor, the shaman set his stance again, regarding the onlookers with a slight smile. Things would be different this time. Now see how you fight such a battle. He beckoned the Nezumi in again, and the instant the flensing machine rushed towards him again, a shout came from behind. A translucent shield flying up from the ground got your left. Sarky, he grimaced at the nickname, but as the curtain of water bent, but didn't bow, under the points of the flashing daggers he was grateful, completely disregarding his defense on that side as he looked to press his advantage. Rebuffed Splaypaw set himself to defend as the man advanced, the shield keeping pace with him as Kiora rolled under the soil, her first unique spell by now so instinctive she could maintain it through her feet while playing with her little brother. Ducky obeyed, and the rat man was forced to leap aside from a bolt of force just as planned as his feet were suddenly caught in a sticky morass. The ground he landed on sucking him in and stopping his treasured mobility. He threw two of his blades to try and ward off his aggressor, but to no avail. Sarkon shielding himself with dragon scales, and the tip of his spear was at the Nezumi's throat. Splaypaw dropping his other blades as the shaman removed it, and spoke to the onlookers, smiling slightly. You fight such a battle together. Right, his opponent chittered, heaving himself out the swamp as its creator released her mana from within it. You had friends in sparring, but none used them. There was a collective groan, especially from the victor's family, before eventually one of them spoke. And we've been told, but how often? Arabeth asked her brother forlornly. Before, from a cloud of smoke, Naruto answered, being told isn't the same thing as seeing, and trust me, your parents were harder than anything to convince. If any of them tell you otherwise, ask about Iliond. He's right, Kiora chipped in. I was only a bit older than most of you, but even I could see it was nearly impossible to get planeswalkers to work together. Still is, in a lot of cases. Oh really? Don't look so down, kids. Tell you what, Carissa's shown me you can handle it, so who wants to bind an Eldrazi? No. Was that a unanimous negative? He didn't even try to hide his laughter as the 5 planeswalkers glared death at him. See, Kiora, it's all about asking the right questions. The mermaid scowled, realizing she'd been had and falling back on her one advantage against the planesmaker, still taller than you. Likely for a long time anyway. Time's wasting, Ravnica ho, and let's get going. This was met with general approval, each of the children moving towards their own parents, or in the case of temporary orphans, those aunts or uncles they knew best. An exception to this rule, glancing up at the figure who held his hand and trying hard not to blush. On ice, Swamp Lady Vraska. Thank you. The Gorgon appreciated his compliment as Carissa took her other hand, the child of the elf she considered a sister, happily recounting how her spiritmonger had banished an Eldrazi, though what was agreed between your parents and I still stands regardless of flattery. He had no hope at that compliment, going crimson as his friend snickered from Vraska's other side. And his father spoke already? Will just be a moment, Jace said from beside the planesmaker, raising a hand to his children as they held on to Kiora. I need to speak to Naruto. We'll see you there. Look after your mother for me. We will, his son assured him, the mind mage smiling as he glanced away as his friends and family. No, Chandra was right, it's the latter disappeared through the eternities, and a long-awaited celebration, his reverie disturbed only by a sigh from his side. They grow up so fast. Isn't that supposed to be my line? The Ravnican snorted, gruffly, mostly unchanged by the turning of the years save for the first gray hairs, appearing. 2 of them are mine after all. 2.5 last I heard. Naruto glanced up at him slyly. Life in the old dog, yet though you're still behind sword and spear, though sadly not in the literary stakes. Thok must have been a lot more popular than I'd guessed. A lot of people were put out. He only got a bit part in the follow-up. He got a good wedding though, Jace pointed out, reasonably remembering the opening pages of Sword and Spear before snickering good night after it was released as well. From what I heard, it took her a while to forgive Elspeth's sword and hammer's dream scene, but Nerthu's a big fan of yours. As are most of you. Don't think I don't know your copies are well thumbed, the planesmaker said warningly, and I know for a fact Lily's kept a copy of Beast and Beauty on her since she started her journey. Is she coming, by the way? I haven't seen her in a while. She's already there, never misses a trick. That one, what had once been anger and disdain, had over time and trial matured into acceptance and respect. Even if his one-time lover did have her irritating habits, won't have any of her own, so she has her fun trying to corrupt mine. Honestly, when that bloody invite from the Izzet arrived for Jaya, I thought they'd be picking pieces of the guild up all over Ravnica by the time Chandra was through, and the tongue lashing she gave the pair of them, even I was cowering, and deal with the guild meet. Why'd she shout at Karen? Not Karen Liliana, Jace corrected him, remembering the evening meal in his house that night. With a shiver, Chandra's fury had been all but striking sparks off the walls, so heavy it seemed to be pushing their daughter's head under the table. Sometimes I swear you must have a hand in keeping them both reasonable friends. Not anymore. I haven't looked to the future since before Iliond. I told you that at your wedding. That was another treasured memory. Visions of the bride and groom's face dropping as he met their suspicions of cellar-based matchmaking with an easy shrug and declaration that he'd just said, as he'd seen it at the time. And to be honest, I thought murder was the more likely option, and speaking of which, you have no leg to stand on calling Lily cruel. Getting that poor little elf to marry you. The guild packed off on her first real ceremony. There's mean and there's mean. It was Chandra's idea, the mind mage defended himself. She was always fond of Aurea, and we invited her to the reception, or some of it at least. Anyway, it also stopped the guild's moaning I was showing favor to the Celestia. She married me because she was my former employee, not because of what guild clothes she wore. Luckily, Lavinia was able to keep a lid on them all while we were on our honeymoon. Not for long afterwards though, and that was definitely you. Naruto chuckled, remembering what the guild pact had done with his wedding gift that was supposed to be a one-off publication after the arrestor handed out copies of Ice and Fire to the whole guild meet. Under the other business heading, trust you to turn the trick back on her. Still going by the two godchildren, you've now got it worked. It did. Book and Blade was such a hit it had 3 extra print runs, one of which I'm sure was brought solely by Raoul Zarek, remembering the Izzet planeswalker who had turned down his offer to join the plane sculptors in favor of finding new and more creative methods of blowing things up always made Jace antsy. Like most of his guild, Zarek was flighty, arrogant, and impossible to trust. Tajik took it reasonably well, though Lavinia's still after your head. Making Neaville look sexy in glasses shouldn't justify a writ of summary execution, and speaking of which, why haven't you overturned that writ yet? The guild pact snorted. If the arresters catch and contain you, they deserve to take your head. You've broken into my house often enough. They were at our meal just now, actually, though Tavina and Raziel were with their grandparents, rather than Tiz, just as well as things turned out. Too right, that would have been an interesting conversation, though knowledge about planeswalkers was becoming slightly more common. It was a very gradual process out of the guild meet. For instance, Jace had let only Lavinia, Tajik, and Zarek know his secret, and even then none knew about his wife. You should be proud of them, all trying to help, and it was good to see them again, even if every time I see Carissa Chen, I wince a little. You're not the only one, but it was, don't laugh, a big thing Nissa did, having her last in a long list of big things now I think of it. She's been all but canonized by the Golgari, you know? Really? For those plants she brought in? Wiped out hunger in the Undercity, Jace confirmed, remembering his confusion a month or so after Iliond, when a packet of wrapped leaves had been passed to one of his staff with a note, give these to Vraska, tell her I understand now the flower matters less than the fruit. They certainly did to the Golgari. Vraska swore her into the guild as soon as she saw her at our first meeting, empowered by all their beggar courts. I was surprised she said yes, to be honest, even more surprised when we all found out why. True, a bloodless revolution. Well, nearly bloodless. Naruto corrected himself. The whole Jiraga council beat the lot after they wouldn't listen to her. Guess it is true, nothing beats arrogance like a punch in the chops. A dosage, repeated as necessary, the mind mage agreed, remembering the fights with a wince. She learnt some of those techniques off you, didn't she? Well, Mel did promise her a rematch, Naruto reminded him, before snorting. Besides, that wasn't the only thing she learned from Iliond. The hunt the year afterwards? Jace snickered at the reminder, having been there when the one Nissa had manipulated. Sort of. He had her respect since that day, and it was the best way to teach the Jiraga there are those who aren't elves worthy of their respect, and more arrived in his front garden desperate for advice, so to have been a fly on the wall when she dropped that curtain. Don't be cruel. Despite himself, Naruto couldn't help giving his point of view on something he'd heard only second-hand, though I could picture some of it. Garrett, glad you accepted my invitation to our annual hunt, and even gladder bringing back that chromatic snake alive when it even we thought it was just a myth. Yes, the prize. Well, about that, you're now a great hunter, and as a shaman, I have to pass my bloodline on. Can you see where this is going? We know where it went. Jace was doing his best to keep his face straight despite their differences. He had a lot of respect for both the wild speaker and the Revain leaders. Endekar's first half-elf, and better all around as far as Nissa sees it. I know Garrett keeps returning and taking them both hunting Kiora too, if she can make it. Jiraga men aren't part of their children's lives at all, usually apart from providing food. A change for the better then maybe Naruto, mused Carissa, certainly got the best of both of them unfortunately for you. Thank you for that. I'd just buried those flashbacks. The guild-pact glowered, irked by one of his most embarrassing memories, her reactions, his muscle, and just the right height to make them count. There's no way a 5-year-old should hit that hard. I was walking stooped over for a week. So was Chandra. I thought she'd die laughing, Naruto recalled with grin, and honestly anyone stupid enough to shout boo behind a Zendikarian deserves everything they get. I said excuse me, I just wanted to move past, and she forgot I was there. Jace reminded him, despising how the incident had quickly been spun into something it wasn't, mostly by my supposed beloved. She was so contrite no one could shout at her, me least of all. Just as well, given you were a falsetto at the time, Naruto said snarkily, though Nis is not the only one who can set up a good story. Must be something to do with Zendikar. How long was Kiora under your bed after that picnic? The reminder made Jace groan. Don't. I've not seen Gideon angry often, but that was the worst. She had good intentions, I'll give her that, but the execution could have been better. I don't know, it worked in the end. Genius, madness, and success, and all that. Naruto defended the then mare girl, and she was right in what she told Kaguya-san. It's not that he won't hurt her, he can't hurt her, it's just not in him. That and the fact she liked fishy anyway meant she never really had a chance, and good for her, she deserves a happy ending after everything she went through. Though having said that, so did all of you. Despite himself, Jace laughed. You're good at those, though. I can't believe you made whip and wave a tear-jerker. That accident when Ryoka's trying to run away from those orphanage people changes everything. I didn't realize the book Arju was reading at her bedside was The Law on Adoption until the 4th time I read it. Made me cry all over again. Speaking of that one though, he cast out a hopeful line, are we likely to get the sequel anytime soon? I know quite a few people who'd read The Return of the Multiverse's most cock-blocked man. He got lucky once, Naruto pointed out, despite having his mother's eyes and her wonderful vision. Hearing Gumuru like Kiora was a Jura through and through, and I am working on it, but it's not easy. Might even slew the series in a whole different direction. For a start, it'll have to be a crossover. For a second, I don't have as much fun with Kaguya as I do with you lot, given her history, and lastly, it's not easy to write someone out, you know? Jace did, placing his hand on the Plainsmaker's shoulder. I miss him too, the Mind Mage said quietly. I can't say he was like a father to me, but when he was being serious, admittedly, not often, he was the best teacher you could ask for. He reminded me a lot of my godfather, the one whose books inspired Hirataka, Naruto admitted, remembering the first of the plane sculptors to pass away. Good at his job, but irreverent with it, knew how to have fun. It's Tammy I feel sorry for. They were great friends, and I know it hit her hard, even if they were both preparing for it. Times one force I can't meddle with, and even if I could I wouldn't. None should, Jace agreed before brightening a little. Still hands on Sojourner's helm, and knowing he'd helped put one of his closest friends at ease for good. Apart from having Tamio in his lap, I can't think of another way he'd have wanted to go. And she's never alone, not on that ship. He recalled the planesfaring Sojourner Venzer's dream made real after years of diligent study and construction in the depths of Urborg's swamps. Much like the communications stones, Jace had played a hand in its realization, and upon its creator's death it had been bequeathed to his best friend. There's always at least one of us with her, and it'll always be Tiz's dream to captain it. Koth says she's already counting the days before she can sign on, and until then Ajani pretty much lives there. Says he's getting too old to walk. Anything for an easy life. Glad that he and Elspeth kept in contact though, and that he agreed to help. He knows a lot of different places, and the mana he can use makes seeding planes easy. Naruto had met the Leonine several times and was grateful they'd all been peaceful, as he had sworn to never meddle as he had before. There were several planeswalkers he didn't know, and therefore he was always cautious when a spark glowed in his changed eyes, just as well given what you buggers did on Illustria. Really, if Elspeth was surprised, I was gobsmacked. I should have been suspicious when you had us all board the Sojourner. Chandra promised she'd help, and she held to it. We all did. The hardest bit was keeping Elspeth from finding out, though luckily Sarkon made that easy. Almost too easy, Naruto snickered, before catching the Ravnikan's suspicious glance. Don't even go there, I wasn't the one who found him. Blame Garrick for that, though I'm sure Liliana wasn't that happy when he turned up on the Heliod temple doorstep with a mad old-looking man in tow. If he'd have been carrying a saucepan it'd probably have triggered bad memories. It was Jace's turn to snort. True, but he did recover under her hand before and after you pair found him. And considering he tried to eat Chandra and I last time we crossed paths, some minor singeing and a few scrambled brains were the least he could expect. The guild pact amended smoothly, though we did apologize when the bandages came off. True, though I reckon he still bears a grudge. You cost him his whiskers. Can't think why. Wish I could get rid of mine, Naruto groused, scratching one of his marked cheeks before glancing up at the taller man. Even if he's a solider, though I didn't expected those two especially so quickly. It was 6 months between meeting and blood swearing. I didn't even know they were together until it was over. Jace snickered, channeling more than just his mana as he called upon a memory. Only wish you were here to tell him yourself, old friend. Neither did anyone until Venzer added them. This is how he told it to me, word for word. As Naruto glanced up amazed, the mind mage's eyes glowed bluer than his own. Picture the scene. We've got the Sojourner overhead, and there's me and Tammy down along with a Johnny. We meet up with Elspeth and the fire breather and meet Malira just as we get into the main Hammer village, now a lot bigger given the repairs they've done. We're sat around Koth's table, Nerthu with Marthu being a nuisance when she notices Elspeth glancing at him and asks if she wants to hold him. She politely declines, sensible given Volshok are born throwing punches and small fists still hurt when they're made of metal, and Nerthu makes a comment about how she's missing out. Of course, given the conversations we've had through our communication stones, and remind me to carve Sarkhan's rune onto mine when I get a minute. That's where I have to step in. She's missing nothing, I say. She's taking part in a classic love story. Girl has Squire meets boy trains Squire. Girl finds out girl forbids training boy, and Squire get clever. Girl finds out again. Girl gets mad. Boy says something rude. Girl asks Squire to leave boy, and girl fight boy, and girl collapse exhausted. Girl agrees boy can train Squire. Girl and boy train Squire. Girl and boy fight. Girl and boy fight. Girl and boy fight. Wise old man arrives. Wise old man sees grass and mud stains on girl's cloak. Wise old man guesses how they were fighting. Girl goes crimson and boy kisses girl to prove wise old man right. And wouldn't you know it, she does. So does he. And I honestly thought Elspeth must have slipped or thrown her cloak off. I was expecting her to swing at me for the joke. Naruto smiled, but didn't laugh, instead looking up at the clouds drifting lazily overhead. Sounds too much like you and Jiraiya. For that matter, he always did have a knack for insight, the Plainsmaker recalled. I know Sarkhan's on Mirodan a lot anyway, because he gets on with Koth. He met her there, didn't he? Apparently so. Actually, he met the Squire before he met the knight. He taught her a few things, and Elspeth found out after she realized why Malira's blade work was a little odd. She was getting too used to fighting a spear. They didn't see eye to eye about training, so Elspeth banned them. Malira couldn't talk to him, and he couldn't approach her. Next day she goes to the training field and sees the two of them sparring again. Sarkhan was playing defensively and correcting her while Malira fought silently, and she took it out on him, and from there, as Venzer would say, to eternity. Or at least to the illustrious two. Naruto quipped, shoving the mind mage lightly. Still can't believe you threw your other half into the maw for that one. She did a lot of the work, in fact most of the work, as they had all gathered on the bridge of the Sojourner above the world. Chandra had directed them to. He would never forget the look she'd shot him as, having taken Jaya off her hands, he'd pushed her in front just as a heavily pregnant Elspeth was led up the stairs by her blooded. It was only right she got to pull the curtain down. True enough, though, be grateful Elspeth was carrying the twins, or she might have been wearing her armor still. Chandra would have ended up a red patch on her breastplate, which probably isn't the worst way to go now I think about it. Rather you than me to tell Sarkhan that, but Illustria was important for all of us. It took us over a year, but we did it. We made that plane live, and not just for Elspeth. The Plainsmaker accepted the backhanded compliment with a grateful smile, remembering the tears he'd shed in time with the knight, as he saw the birds circling overhead, the herds of deer, the life given to his work, a gift by those who could have hated him, but did not, though staying there until she had Aaron and Arabeth. Took bottle from both of them, even if it meant they were the first Illustrian born. Nice of Liliana to step in and help, though acting as midwife might be the reason she swore off having any of her own. Well, that, and her goal. Tell me. Naruto. Jace looked severe, and respecting this, the Plainsmaker gave him his full attention. Can she do it? I only ask because I suspect we only managed because all of us were there, and regardless of what's happened before, I won't have her waste her life chasing the, though I don't like the word impossible. Naruto thought about this for a moment before, to the mind mage's horror, his face darkened, and he shook his head. I had a thought you'd see it first. Yes, it is impossible to cast that spell alone, but he raised a hand. That's where I step in. If Liliana truly wants it, and she does master all mana, as she has that of Tundra Ocean, and Fell, I will teach her my Kage Bunshin, 5 of them, each one channeling a color of mana, should be enough. She'll do it alone, though when she does she'll need you all more than ever. How? I've read the account she did. Jace, it still exists, despite his new goal. Naruto still had a weakness towards powerful flashy techniques, and anything that could break his aspect of annihilation was certainly that, hence his research. According to the records, the one who cast it during the invasion died not because of it, but because of what happened afterwards. I'm not sure if it's because of the spell or something else that happened, but from what I read it seemed they simply slipped away, forgot to eat or drink, and drifted off. It'll be up to you and the others to save Lily should that happen again. We will, and that reminds me, and Chundra asked me to say this, but it comes from all of us. Naruto, thank you. He looked confused. For what? For everything. Jace raised a hand. Clear azure mana, twisting around it, with your permission? Curious, the shinobi nodded and felt the fingertip touch his brow just above his headband and concealed gaze as he allowed the mana to infiltrate his mind, form a coherent picture from his memories, and see the smile on the face of the kneeling wild speaker was driving his opponent to fury. Fall over, Kiora yelled, heaving against his side. Come on, I really want to hunt a kraken. If you can knock me down I will hunt with you, Small Claw. And you'll stop calling me that, as well. I'm not little anymore, the mare girl demanded, and Jace had to concede she was right. It had been a few months since she'd cowered under his bed while he tried desperately to calm down her raging guardian, but she had put on several inches of willowy growth since. After passing the man who'd been attempting to leather his adopted daughter to within an inch of her life, a drink, he was forced, as he often was for both his wife and his little girl, to call playtime to an end. Time. Kiora slumped to her knees and looked crushed before a massive paw gently patted her head. Don't start, I still can't do it. You'll need to hobble greater prey than me if you would hunt the ocean. Kiora Garrick warned her, his tone laced with respect for her attempts. She was growing as strong as he'd suspected she would, and as he put a hand on his knee, and a sudden impact made him wobble dangerously, more cunning as well. Lampreys, she swore, prostrated after springing up for a drop kick, thought that. Wow, uh-oh. She scrabbled away belatedly, but far too late. Garrick had already recovered his balance, and the mare girl squawked as he hoisted her into the air by an ankle, meeting her perpendicular grin with a stern scowl, before glancing away and smiling evilly. Swim, fishy. What? No, he heard Gideon chuckling as the taller man paced towards his goal. Kiora flailing frantically as she saw what he was heading towards. Help, he's gonna dunk me. No aid was forthcoming, something that made Jace glance over with a smirking smile. Not looking to save her? After the trick she pulled on Kagaya and I, she deserves to be dunked. Gideon smiled vindicatively. Jace, recalling the tale the mortified sun mage had recanted to himself and his wife, with Kiora trying desperately to shrink into the wall as Chundra stood between the two, simultaneously amused by the younger planeswalker's antics and proud she'd been so creative. I know she won't drown. More's the pity. You heartless parent. Gideon snorted. You've got this to come. Jace, Jaya might be young, but she'll get clever when she's older, and don't think for a minute she won't turn heads if she takes after her mother. Don't. 2 firebrands in the family is the stuff of nightmares. Garrick, the wild speaker, paused his prey, looking relieved at the reprieve. Not the fish pond, she might still be salty. Gideon inhaled half his water. Garrick likewise chuckling as the mare girl shot the mind mage an upside-down look of betrayal, followed by a rude gesture, though she was eventually able to look back and laugh at the statue of Ula being made from pure sea salt and unable to be moved from her submarine shrine, having fallen into a pit trap full of the abrasive crystals. There was an insult that still rankled. You're playing on the edge there, Jace. Gideon warned him, wiping his face and proud his daughter was still fighting with legs, fists, and tail thrashing against Garrick's iron grip. If you wake up in a bubble some 50 feet in the air, don't come running to me. I'm sure she wouldn't kill me. No, but it's when she's trying to help you want to be worried. I wouldn't have minded, but she made it sound like she was dying on Kagaya's plane. I walked there so fast I flattened my nose against a larch. Don't be too hard on her. Kagaya-san enjoyed your meal together, didn't she? You know what Nissa would say, anything that breaks down a shell is a good thing, and you seem to be wearing hers away quite nicely. I go to her plane when I need a little peace. Did you see what it was before? Massive swamp, wasn't it? It was. I was there within a month of Naruto making it. Seeing what she turned it into proves, if there's a plane he's made she can't make something grow on. I've not seen it yet. So have you talked about the ceremony yet or names for the children? Gideon's flat glare told more than 100 denouements could before it suddenly shifted, and he nodded behind the Ravnican. Seeing what he was gesturing towards, Jace couldn't help but smile as he saw the two beings he held dearer than anything else in the multiverse, one of whom had proven his fears groundless, and the other who'd made his entire existence bright. He had thought it would be a sacrifice for Chandra to finally give up her life of travel, and it had, but she and he, to a lesser extent, had adapted. They had sworn they would make it work, and they both held to that promise, and later their vows. She still explored both with and without Vraska, depending on the Gorgon's timetable with her guild, but rather than hunt down Naruto's planes, she was now discovering how they could truly realize the Planesmaker's vision, and as she confessed to him privately over a game of chess and a good book, help bury Elspeth's ghosts for good by putting that knowledge to good use. She was gone days rather than weeks or months, and it worked so well they'd announced their engagement at the end of the first meeting of the Plane Sculptors and given Aurea the shock of her life some 3 months after that. Now he was a father, the beautiful infant holding her mother's hand, named after the most famous pyromancer of the multiverse, founder of the monastery Chandra herself had studied in, and there wasn't a day, not a single one, where he wasn't thankful for such blessings. This thankfulness quickly had him narrow his eyes. Even at this distance he saw his wife looking upset, and he wasn't standing for that. Leaving Gideon with a nod, the Guildpact swiftly approached, dropping to a knee to hoist his baby girl off her feet with one arm, and while the other found Chandra's shoulder. "What's the matter?" She swallowed before facing him, her hand coming up to cover his own before she answered, happy and choked at the same time. "I'm just..." She paused, and he got the feeling she was thinking how best to say something. "Look behind you, Jace. What do you see?" He did, and despite himself smiled. "I see a mare girl trying desperately not to get appended in our water," but he joked before turning back as Jaya hugged his neck. "But you always saw more than I did." She chuckled, then his free arm was around her waist, the Bellerin family together as she embraced her husband and daughter. "Family, Jace, people I'd give everything for, and who'd do the same for me," she breathed raggedly, the Guildpact holding her closer as he understood. "I thought I'd lost mine in fire, and I'd never want another. Remembering hurt so much." "Shah," he breathed, feeling her shiver against him. "You're right, Chan, come on, no need to cry, or make me cry either." He heard her laugh, and held on until she twitched to get away, her eyes sparkling as she winked at him. "At least I can blame the baby. We went to see Aunt Emra, didn't we, Jaya?" As the toddler giggled at the memory of the Celestia elf, her mother placed one hand on her stomach and the precious secret it contained as her husband looked at her, thunderstruck. "Our family's about to get a little bigger. He'll be summer-born, Jace." There was no hope for his composure. Chandra felt herself pulled forwards and didn't resist holding him in kind as tears trickled from the corner of his eyes. Jaya, with her hands in the hair of both her parents as they celebrated the splendid genesis of her future sibling, as the picture began to blur and fade away. "I hope you've no delusions I did any of that." "Didn't you? We talked about it later when the others were gone, and we realized it, the whole thing staring us all in the face for years, and none of us saw it. None of us looked underneath." Naruto smiled in appreciation of the saying his friend had taken on. "We came close, but it wasn't until then it hit us, family. That was behind it all, wasn't it? Beyond Hirataka, beyond even the planes making you brought us together, because we were alone. It was a major reason Naruto wasn't going to fight, not today of all days, the fate commonest between you all, the one I feared most, because I'd lived it. I was Jinchuriki before I ascended, Jace. I know what it means to have no one and nothing. The sparks were like your bijou in a way. They forced you apart from the rest of the multiverse, strangers wherever you went, and fearful of letting people in because you were so different. Even when you did cross paths, unlikely given the multiverse is a big place. Even now you were more likely to fight than talk, unless there was a bigger threat looming, a threat I could provide. Don't kid yourself, though," the former Jinchuriki warned. "I stand by what I've always said. I cannot create, and I rarely destroy. I didn't make your family any of the families that exist now. I merely gave what was always there a chance, no more than that, and you all did the rest yourselves." Kagaya said it best. "Oh yes." Despite himself he smirked as the mind mages looked flabbergasted. "Not the first time I've had this conversation. I was there just after hearing Gumuru came into the world, and we spoke then as Gideon and Kiora held their new arrival. She cannot force her seeds to grow. Even with mana she can only scatter them, and hope they take root in the soil. That was my hope as well. In that case, I truly meant what I said. Naruto Jace's voice was serious as he regarded the smaller human. Forget being a planesmaker, being a Jinchuriki. If he wasn't human he wouldn't care. Thank you for that chance. Chances given mean nothing if people don't take them. The boy sighed before seemingly regathering himself. Speaking of which, we'd better move. We've been nattering like old men, and well, you might have an excuse, but no chance for me. Watch it. Jace glowered, still irked that even his daughter was making fun of his first gray hairs. I blame the guild meat. I should have had another decade, damn it, just because you never grow up. Not true, I age as the universe does. If all goes well I should pick up a razor a couple of centuries from now. Naruto groused as his eyes became ripples again. A doorway to his home opening up before them. So then, to Ravnica? You know the place intimately. Still, let's see if you've improved your security at all. That'd be a no then. I could have invited Lavinia back after our meal, Jace pointed out mildly before being accosted by his children. I wasn't expecting this reception. Oh, is that so? Even a being capable of remaking existence shuddered as a menacing silhouette threw him into shadow. Maybe I can do better. Where the hell have you been? Nice to see you too, Mrs. Bellerin. Naruto replied mildly, Chandra trying valiantly to keep her features stern. And for the record, I was entertaining your children until recently, something I'm sure Kurama's been doing since. The fire mage aged gracefully by the years, and the children she'd brought into the world snorted. When does he ever miss a belly rub? Sure enough, the Bija was on his side, as the Sarkon twins sat on either side of him, his hind leg kicking as Arabeth snuck him a few nibbles. Still glad to see you here. She stooped enough to hug the child. Jace, already being dragged away to officiate a game of Dodge the Creeper as Naruto returned her greeting. Glad to be here, you big ball of fire. I'm smaller than I was. Well, for a couple more months, she chortled, patting her slightly swollen midriff as she stood and watched her husband keep an eye on the game, speaking with the other walkers as they looked out for their offspring. Thanks for listening. I know he's wanted that off his chest for years. Why didn't he years ago? Actually, don't answer that. He knew the mind mage too well. Still not one for talking about his feelings, is he? Unlike you, hard to believe you cried more over someone else's child than you did your own. Chandra went pink, remembering the last time she'd broken down from an unexpected emotional blow before rallying. You can't hold that against me. I never saw it coming. Nobody did, apart from Elspeth and her bloody volume and Koth. He had to know, and Nerthu cause he can never keep a secret from her. And maybe okay, let's just leave it there. She drew a line before Naruto's grin got any wider. Come on, the little ball of fires with her mother. You should be grateful she cares, Chandra, he said, in an undertone, nodding left and right as all present realized he was there, and gave the greetings from different planes of the multiverse. Let me guess, if it's a girl you'll? Oh no, no chance. She made me promise not to. At the tip of her sword? At the tips of her fingers, the firebrand remembered with a shudder, which reminds me I still owe Jace for snitching. That'd work. Hey Els, look what the Eldrazi dragged in. The woman who had been talking with Vraska glanced over at her dearest friend, leaving her eldest son to continue his conversation with the Golgari as she noticed who stood in Chandra's shadow. Smiling, she came forth. Naruto bowed in the manner of his home plane, and she embraced him when he straightened up. A second too late, she told him as she stepped back. A piece about her that had been present since she and Ajani had gathered those of Valeria who would trust them enough to board a sky ship and set off through chaos to found what she had always sought, a home of her own. Koth, you still have her? The Volshok, the first tinges of rust appearing at the edges of his bristles, shook his head, but gestured to another who approached them serenely, a small bundle in her arms as Elspeth took her chance to whisper. Sarkon told me what happened. I'm sorry if they were a nuisance, but tell me one thing, were you going easy on him? Lasting half a minute against 5 blades, that's a tall challenge for when I pick my sword up again. Not until she's at least a year, Elspeth. The knight scowled even as a rough hand found her shoulder, her blooded, running a finger across her cheek as she tried not to smile. You're just happy I won't show you up, Sarkon chuckled, drawing her backwards into him as he nodded gratefully towards his friend and the captain who had seen his blooded people return to a new safer home. The Soratami's grace not impeded by the little burden she carried with Koth in close attendance. Well, hopefully by the time you're back in fighting trim I'll have mastered that dance a little better. Its original creator uses 7 swords and he doesn't have a tail. Naruto had said his home plane would never see him again, not that he wouldn't visit, and he did drop by every so often, grateful it was rebuilding itself under the eyes of its Kages. Don't tell Kurama, but I'm hoping to get it to 9 though. For now every time I try adding the 6th I end up cutting half my ear off. Ouch! Chandra winced, watching her children trying to fight off the vines, the laughing Nissa had tangling around them. There are two sticky-fingered reasons Jace hasn't worn piercings for years, and there'll soon be a third. I am sure Liliana Sam will be grateful to hear that Tamio broke in giving the bundle back to her mother as the Shadow Mage, a little removed from the celebrations with a hand on the ground, talking to Garrick and Ajani together, as even here she sought another toe length along the path towards recreating her greatest achievement. It is good to see you, Naruto-kun. You as well, Tamio-chan. I'm glad the Sojourner still steers true under your steady hands. The Moonfolk nodded, the name a slight but welcome pain she would always bear, just as the hand-written letter bequeathing the vessel to her would be kept folded close to her heart until the day she joined her friend in the next life. But that is for later. Remembering how the artificer had made her smile with his irreverence, even in the face of the inevitable, she wiped away the pain to hear the Knight of Bant, and also of Illustria, speak as she presented her youngest daughter to the Plainsmaker. Naruto, with the greatest of reverence, he held the latest addition to this family, blinking back tears enough to look up and see the assembled. Clearly little Handra has heard all about you. As he saw the black eyes regarding him curiously and ran a finger through the baby's soft tawny hair, the Uzumaki felt his burdens shrived from his back just for a few hours. As he looked around at the familiar faces, he heard the words Chandra Bellerin had once said to the woman whose child named in her honor he now held echo in the back of his mind, and was at peace. Welcome home. The end.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.